Agents have it beaten into their heads that it's impossible to do well in today's real estate market. And we're giving you lots of proof that that is not true at all.
So the life you want, the marriage you want, the money that you want will be fueled by the business that you have.
I attribute this quantum leap to the entire system and the coaching, the live events, the weekly training webinars that we go through, having somebody that I can ask specific questions on how to implement a system.
We were selling 25 houses to our first year of 60, 70 to over 100. We were number one for RE/MAX in New England. And now we've gone to sell over 400 houses a year. So I was making probably gross $150,000 a year my first year. To now we'll do $4 million in commissions.
Made over $500,000 that year. That's when I knew it made a difference. This year, over $2 million. Next year, at least $4 million.
Give me an opportunity to prove to you that there's a very hidden business waiting for you right in your marketplace. Realtors who delay or refuse change, who hold on to what is familiar, will end up as relics in their own business.
What is your big goal? All right, not just this year, 3 years and 10 years out. What is it? What does your future look like? What do you want? Because our job is to help you achieve it. There's no issue or problem that you're going to face where the solution is not at your fingertips right now. And that's where we start, guys.
I'm on track to close about 1.3 million GCI.
Grown up in the Craig Proctor system, I really don't know any other way, just to implement and copy.
You can add 100,000, even more in GCI.
We set a goal in the first of the year, and we had surpassed that goal in about 9 months. We're up almost 58% in gross commission over a year.
Don't wait, don't hesitate. If you go all in, you're gonna have success very, very fast, that's for sure.
You won't look back. In fact, I can't imagine going back to doing business the way that I used to do it before the Craig Proctor system.
This year, we're able to give $25,000 to the Robin's Nest program, which focuses on the most vulnerable people in our community, from babies to teenagers.
The more families we help, my mindset goes from I need to make more money to how can I make other people's lives better.
It's cutting edge. I've been around other coaches and other programs. I'm in many of programs, especially groups on Facebook and stuff like that. And without a doubt, the stuff we talk about now is years down the road that I'll see the other coaches and trainers start talking about is stuff we were doing 2 years ago.
The systems that we have, the relationships and friendships that we've made along the way, the sharing that goes on, I wouldn't trade this for the world.
We're lifetime members.
All right. Well. Here we are. The Marketing and Money Making Summit. Oh man, this is going to be a great 2.5 days. I'm praying that you guys are doing well. Welcome to everyone in Craig Proctor System Nation. And you know what? We're going to get right at it today. So let's go ahead and not waste any time on it because we've got a lot of ground to cover. When you're talking about marketing and money making, there really is no better authority on the matter in the real estate industry than Craig Proctor. Craig, welcome.
Thank you so much, Todd. Welcome, Craig Proctor Nation. Always excited to be with you. We love you guys. Can't wait to get back to our physical events, which we're hoping this fall we can all get back together live. But love doing these virtual events. Make sure that you interact. Okay, so if you have any questions or comments, please do type those into the chat. My team will be monitoring the chat questions. Todd and I will try to keep it interactive. So when we ask you a question, let us know what you think. Type your thoughts, your questions into chat, and let's make this a conversation over the next couple days. Todd, you've done a tremendous amount of work putting this agenda together. And yes, it's all about how to make money, what systems, what words, what exactly do you need to do to get to the next level? It's important for us to understand that everything that you want to do in real estate is already being done by others. So if you're creative, that's great, but you don't have to reinvent anything. What you've got to be willing to do is have an open mind. Okay, resist the temptation to immediately judge ideas as to something you're not able to do or something that you couldn't possibly implement. You want to ask the right question. The right question is, how can I do this? How can I implement this? Versus going down the road of why it won't work or why you can't do it. Remember, to get to where you want to go, it's going to take a different level of thinking. Okay, you've heard me talk before about paradigms. Okay, we have these thoughts about how things should work in our life, and equally how things should work in your business. And sometimes how we think gets in the way of really seeing opportunities that are out there. How many of you can relate to that, where you look back in your life and there were things that are so obvious to you now, but at that point in your life, you did not see them? Okay, the same thing with this conference. Some of you are going to hear what Todd and I are saying, and you're going to say, well, I've heard that before. Okay, fine. You've heard it before, but are you doing it? We hear many, many times from members, you know what? I heard certain concepts or methodologies from Craig and Todd over and over again, but suddenly I heard it at the right time. So there's going to be some of that for sure. There's going to be things that you've heard before that you aren't doing, but there's also going to be things that you've never heard before. Okay, so I'm going to recommend that you do what I do. What I do is I have a notepad and I have a pen and I take notes. I learn something. If I can learn something during these 3 days from Todd and our superstar panelists, all of you can learn a lot. Now, as you know, every day at noon, I'm going to be moderating our superstar panels. Okay, so we have organized to have the best of the best Craig Proctor members presenting to you on very specific sessions, as you see in the agenda. And then on the panel, they've actually sent me examples of the marketing that they're doing, and I'm going to walk you through those panels at 12 noon. That's Eastern time every day. We're also going to be recognizing some award winners tomorrow. These are Craig Proctor members that have had huge quantum leaps in their business. And I think that's, first of all, we want to recognize them for actually doing the work and taking massive quantum leaps in their business, but we want to encourage everybody else. I noticed that some of the comments from the award winners were that when they first got involved with the Craig Proctor system, they saw these award winners probably on stage at that point. And I know one award winner said that they made it a personal goal that they were going to win this award. And here they are winning it over the next couple of days. We're going to be recognizing some up-and-comers, people that have done a tremendous job actually doing the thing that we teach. And when you see successful Craig Proctor members, don't look at them at all. Don't look at somebody that's making millions of dollars and think it's something that you can't do. I know you don't think that way, right? That should be positive proof. The fact that they're doing it, that you can do it as well. And if you get to know our superstar members, they will share with you and they will explain to you that not too long ago, they were in your shoes. They were new with the Craig Proctor system. So first of all, I want to thank all of you for being members with the Craig Proctor system. Obviously, Todd and I love what we do, but we couldn't do this without you. And I don't know what it is about how we attract such great people, but we do. And we hear that. It's not just what Todd and I think. We hear this comment over and over again from brand new Craig Proctor members who have perhaps been involved in other coaching programs. They've had other mentors, but they always say the same thing, which is the biggest sharers, the biggest givers are those in the Craig Proctor Nation. So I want to thank everybody for being part of this and being huge contributors, not only to your success, but to the success of others that are with us. Todd, back to you.
All right, man. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's going to be a great 2.5 days. I'm hoping everybody's all pumped up here. So let's take a look at the agenda. Firstly, I'll throw that up on the screen, and heck, man, we'll make sure we're all on the same page of what's going to roll here.
Let me ask you this: how do you create these agendas? Because I think you like bunker down for a couple days, and like there's no shortage of topics to discuss. No. How do you explain to everybody how you go through this process of all of the numerous things that we could be discussing? How do you focus in on the things that would be of most importance or most relevant to our members?
That's a great point. Firstly, how long does it take to actually go through the Craig Proctor system, say at the highest level? I would think that that would probably take a couple of weeks, 8 hours a day to present everything to everyone. So if you think about it, over the course of a 12-month period, we hit on a good bit of these things, but it takes that much time. Like these 2.5 days are basically a scratch the surface of what we believe is the most important parts of these systems for now on the topic of marketing and money making. So that's why we have, Craig, these several events throughout the year: Marketing and Money Making Summit, the Millionaire Agent Maker Conference, and these themes that we attach to these deal with some different aspect of the systems that we believe is most important to bring to you. So that's first. Secondly, based on member feedback. So Catherine, coaches, and members themselves, like they contact me every day of every week, and they're presenting, we're talking specifically about platinum members, they're presenting things in their business that they want more help with, or they're not clear on, or they're stuck and they need to get moving on, or the complete opposite. They're having tremendous amounts of success from something or some things. So all of that is feedback. So we take that feedback and we put it into an agenda. Okay,
that's really awesome. Does everybody get what Todd just said? It's not us just deciding arbitrarily, okay, here's what we're going to talk about. The agenda is based on two things. Okay, what you guys seem to be having a lot of problems with, so we can help you solve those problems. And the other topics are areas where you guys are doing a great job. Yep. So whenever we have a bunch of you really hitting the ball out of the park doing certain things, we're like, okay, there's something here. Let's dig deeper. This deserves a specific session because we've got so many members doing well at this one thing. Mm-hmm. And then the opposite is, okay, where are the struggles? Yep. Okay, so a lot of strategy goes into just the agenda itself. Mm-hmm. By the way, if you've got a Craig Proctor Nation buddy that's not with us right now, you see them not in the chat, make sure you wake them up, especially if they're on the West Coast, and get them on here. Let's start off by everybody typing into the comments, where are you located? Where are you located? Let us know the name. Type into the comments the name of your geographical area, the major marketplace that you're in. Let's get some referrals going back and forth. If you do a good job, and don't be shy about this, don't be shy. This happens. This actually happens a lot. Referrals. For those of you that are on the Platinum Private Facebook group, not so much on the Coaching Private, but more on the Platinum Facebook group, you see referrals going back and forth. Let everyone know where you're from. Mm-hmm. And when you've got a buyer referral or seller referral, I'm sure you would want to make sure that that client is taken care of, and who better to take care of them than a Craig Proctor member. So don't be shy. Let us know where you're located. and keep typing your comments and questions into chat. Let's make this a conversation. Todd and I don't want to talk at you. We want to talk with you. Okay, so Todd, the agenda. You and I are going to go through this. We're going to go up to around noon. We're going to get the panel on. Tell us what else is going to happen today.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to hear from Kristen Stampini, going to hear from Mike Zakos, and Nancy Kowalik today as well. Those are all very successful Craig Proctor system members at the highest levels in the Craig Proctor system, but they grew up in it. You know, these are rags to riches stories. You're going to hear from them how they went from essentially selling, you know, one home a month, you know, when they show up here, to, you know, doing one a day or more, really within a short period of time. So you're going to hear from them doing special sessions today as well. But you can see that just the first day is jam-packed. Like, we're going to start, and we've already started, we're going to finish this up, you know, who knows, sometime between probably 5 and 6 today we'll be done, and you'll get your feel. That's day one. Okay, you guys can see some of the great topics on it. One of the things we're going to do, Craig, is after lunch today, after you get done with the panel, we're going to dive deeper into what's happened in the SEO world. I don't think it's a big secret why many of us come to the Craig Proctor system. It is true that it's getting very competitive out into the marketplace. Commissions being offered up in MLS continue to go down. There are more and more homes being sold outside of MLS. It's getting more and more expensive, and paid media outlets, you know, billboards, radio, television, direct mail, pay-per-click marketing, even Facebook ads, everything is getting more costly. So people come to the Craig Proctor system looking for solutions. Okay, and we got you covered. We know how to make an ad pull more for the dollars that you invest, but we don't want to ignore that one of the biggest areas and that's emerging rapidly, and that's the whole free area, okay, of SEO and organic. We're gonna show you how to compete with companies like Zillow. After all, they're probably one of your number one competitors if you're in the States. So you can look forward to some things that we haven't talked about before. You're going to hear from people that you haven't seen or heard from before. That's just today. Tomorrow, let's get everybody's attention on this. On day 2, we're going to start again at 10 a.m. and we're going to get right into leveraging yourself with inside sales agents and others. Okay, that's going to carry us throughout the day. Another big highlight tomorrow is your bottom line. Like, this is not supposed to be a not-for-profit business. This is a for-profit business. We want you to do really well financially, but what would a marketing and money-making summit be without drilling down into our financial model on what your expenses and investments should be relative to what your profit should be? So you can look forward to that, and you can see some of the other tactics. We will split the room tomorrow afternoon. Okay, you know, coaching members will stay right here. Platinum members will go to a different room. They're going to go to Facebook, to the Platinum Facebook page, and be led there on an extended 2-hour session with Rudy Kusuma and others, high-level Craig Proctor system members working exclusively for Platinum members. So if you're new around here, we're going to split the room tomorrow afternoon, and Craig and I will stay with coaching members, and Rudy will run the Platinum panels. And you guys can see how the breakouts roll there. On day 3, okay, we're gonna go straight from 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 a.m. on the West Coast, to about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Okay, so it's a half day of work here together, and you can see equally great topics and content, especially more on the free in SEO and organic side. We're going to be digging into that even more on the 3rd day, and we'll split the room again around noon to make sure that we're taking really good care of coaching level members for the needs that they have, and Platinum members are getting a steady diet of exactly what you've said that you wanted and what you wanted to benefit from in your business as well. So that makes up our 3 days together, Craig. So it's jam-packed of marketing and money making. So let's make sure that we're on the same page with that. Like, if you want to,
it is jam-packed, and don't take this the wrong way. Todd's just taking you through the entire agenda. Don't you be cherry picking which sessions you're going to attend and which ones you're going to blow off. I have right here, this is a little bit of Gorilla Glue. And if I was with you guys, I'd take this Gorilla Glue and I would glue my rear end to the seat, and I would sit here for 3 days.
Amen.
Okay. So when Todd goes through the agenda, I just happen to have Gorilla Glue here when I was actually thinking of this. Don't ask me why. I have Gorilla Glue on my desk. Yeah. But you should glue yourself to your seat and be all in. This is the thing that you hear us say all the time. You hear this from our members. Why are they successful? They're all in. You can't nibble around the edges on this. So what have you got better to do over the next 3 days than listen to us and our top members talk about how to successfully do the thing you want to do? Don't let any distractions, you've got an ad call or a sign call, or maybe somebody wants to interview to list their home. I know you're tempted by that. And this is the thinking we need to change. You're tempted by stepping out of the entrepreneurial part of things to run out and be the technician. Do not trade the potential of one more transaction, one buyer, or one listing to get in the way of having a better life in real estate. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah, this takes a bit of dedication, right? I get it. It's not easy to sit in your chair and pay attention for 3 days. But I'm just saying that's what the most successful Craig Proctor members do. So don't be distracted. You will be rewarded. If you're doing things the other realtors won't do right now, you'll be able to do things the other realtors won't be able to do going forward. Okay, that's a writer downer. Okay, if you're willing to do the things right now that the other realtors aren't willing to do, which is to glue your butt to the seat and be interactive and actually pay attention. I'm not talking about sitting down and, we're presenting here, you're on Facebook or you're playing with your email or whatever. Actually be focused on this. If you do that, most realtors won't do the thing that you're about to do right now over the next 3 days. And they're not going to get the rewards that you're going to reap. We hear this all the time. I remember one of our members with RE/MAX in Florida said he was at the awards event and all the other RE/MAX agents were coming up and they were at his office saying, "Oh man, how did you do it? That was great. That was great." And his answer was, "Do you remember when RE/MAX sent out that announcement that Craig Proctor was going to be in the area? And remember how I actually attended the event and you guys had excuses not to? You didn't show up." Well, I showed up and I joined coaching, and that's why. That's how I did it. I did something that you guys weren't prepared to do. So all of you here, I guess I'm preaching to the choir because you've all done something just by being here right now that most real estate agents would never do. So you guys have already set yourself apart from everybody else. So let's keep driving down that road. Let's continue to do things that they won't do. Let's start thinking thoughts that those other agents don't think. Let's start meeting people that the other agents aren't going to meet, and let's do big things together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Speaking of that, let me flip it over to our session here this morning on how we best help you in this. Is that most real estate agents, they don't even understand what marketing really is, let alone money making. It's a complete trade time for money play. Okay. So it's funny, isn't it, Craig, that real estate agents get into real estate so they want to control their own schedule. They want to make more money and be in charge of their own deal. And sort of the first thing that goes is the thing that they got into the business to do in the first place, control their own schedule, because they become a slave essentially to others. And it never really turns into a business. And as a direct result of that, they don't have money.
Well, so what do we ask everybody? What do we ask everybody in the chat right now? Why did you get into the real estate business? Let us know. Let us know your comments. We're surmising that you wanted freedom. I don't know. Maybe you were like me. I dropped out of college. I dropped out of university. It seemed like an easy thing to get into. And my dad was a realtor, right? So, okay, I kind of got into it. Maybe I had lots of time. I didn't get into it for freedom. I was basically unemployed. I had lots of freedom. I was unemployable, I think, probably. Let us know in the comments, what attracted you to the real estate business? Was it the money? Was it the freedom? You just like looking at houses? You wanted to have your own business? And is what Todd is saying, is that true? That ironically, the very thing that you got into the real estate business for, that's the first thing that many of you sacrifice. right? That you're not making the money that you hope to make, and you're trading your lifestyle, right? You're trading, you're losing your freedom. The business isn't providing you freedom; it's actually taking it away. So we're going to talk about how to fix that, because that's obviously, if that's the case, you're doing the opposite of what you set out to do.
Amen, brother. So we don't want that for anyone. Like, we want you guys to achieve your heart's desire. So what we'll do to open this up this morning is we're going to share with you sort of a behind the scenes of how we go about doing that. And it's important that we get on the same page for it. Like, if you want to achieve more, if you want to sell more homes and you want to make more money without giving up your personal life to do it, then it requires clarity, first and foremost, above anything else. We do have to do the work, but we want to get on the same page. So I thought that let's walk through getting on the exact same page so you guys can get the most out of everything that you have access to right here. So for me, it's the surest, fastest, and easiest way to achieve your heart's desire. After all, you've heard Craig and I say many times, like, the hardest thing that we do every day is getting members to actually copy and implement. Like, we give you permission to do whatever you want to do. Okay, you can do this or not do it. You can take our advice or not. You can go and implement it or you cannot. Okay, so the challenge that everyone has is understanding that you don't need to invent anything. All right, but invention might very well be something that you're prone to do. So for me, Craig, I just did better when I leaned in and copied, but copying and implementing does require clarity. So we're going to help you with that this morning. And we've got a little PowerPoint here. Craig and I are going to ping pong on with you. So I'd get your notepad and I'd get your pen handy right now. This is a great quote right here I pulled out from actually Andy Stanley. I saw it yesterday. Satisfaction is a result of arriving where you intended to be. So decide your when and order your life accordingly. So most people, Craig, like you said, when they get into the business, they don't have the end in mind, or they're not intentional about where they want to go, because it's sort of a desperate plea. Like, I got to sell something here to pay my bills. And I certainly understand that. Okay. But the first session on the coaching site, if we were to go there and we pulled up coaching session 1, has to do with your primary and strategic aim. So primary aim would be like the vision for your life, and your strategic aim is your strategy to achieve all that. Okay. So when you're new into the Craig Proctor system, I get it. You're overwhelmed with all kinds of cool stuff. Okay. And we sort of overlook the intentionality of starting there. Okay. So we're going to help you with that this morning. None of this will make really much difference for you in your life unless you know what that needs to look like. Okay. Like, what do you want your business and life to look like? So we've broken this down for you, and we want to share with you how we go about helping you so that you can get the most out of it. So for example, metrics. So we do measure how well members do. So Craig, we had a coaches meeting just, what was that? Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. And we had all of our coaches.
You're losing sense of time, my man.
I know it. We had all of our coaches on a Zoom meeting. And for an hour and a half, we sat there and we talked about how we can do things better for Craig Proctor system members. So we measure success sort of in 2 ways here, and that's engagement and progression. Okay, engagement is what leads to absolute clarity. So we're preaching to the choir a little bit here today, because you're here, you're engaged. But since you're not in a room where you're sort of forced to pay attention, and you're having to do this on your own discipline in your own office or whatever it is going on around you, it might be more difficult for you to be engaged. Okay, so whatever you need to do to minimize distractions around you, we're going to recommend you do that, because engagement will lead to clarity, and clarity is what will lead to action. So I think the reason a lot of members don't implement to the level that they want to, Craig, has very little to do with lack of access or materials or even help here. It has more to do with, I'm just not really clear on exactly what to do and how to get it done. Okay. So let's say that we're doing a consult right now, which is really what this is. Let's pretend this session right here is an advanced Craig Proctor system level consultation. Okay. So what does a good consult look like? So you'll notice that when you get on with Craig, or you get on with me, or you get on with your coach, what should happen is direction versus just talking. All right. Otherwise, we eat up 30 minutes or an hour of time together and nothing was really accomplished. You hang up the phone or get off the Zoom and the business is pretty much where it was. And that's not what we want for you. Okay. So over the next 2.5 days here, we're directing. Okay. We're directing you toward actionable steps that you can take or should take. Okay. And, but you'll either take them or not take them based on clarity. Okay. But that's what a consult is. It's direction. Craig Proctor System Consult. Okay. So let's start with the important aspect of change. So Craig Proctor, a lot of real estate agents get into real estate and they embrace change. I don't think people are getting into real estate to not change whatever is going on in their current life or business at that moment in time. I don't think people come to a Craig Proctor System conference not embracing change. Like there's something that they're not happy or satisfied with, so they get involved with us, and it's all about that. So what we're going to encourage you to do is, like, if we were going to help you achieve your heart's desire, it's important that we know what that is. So write this down right now. Does your coach, does your mentor, are they crystal clear on exactly what it is you want to achieve? Does everybody understand that? So otherwise, when we do our time together today or on a consult, how can we help you achieve what it is that you most want if we're not really clear on what that is? So I would recommend that you take time to write that down, map it out, make sure everybody's crystal clear on that. So Craig, when I do a consult with a platinum level member for the very first time I've ever talked to them, that's where I start. Like, okay, so how's your business going? What was your revenue, number of home sales over the last 12 months? What do you want to be in the next 12 months? What would you like your business to look like in the next 3 years? And what is your intention 10 years from now? What do you want your life and business to look like? And there's a good chance that when I'm talking to Craig Proctor System members and their business is not optimum, in other words, they're not achieving what they most want to achieve, it's almost tracks right back to they're not really sure what they want this thing to look like and do. They resort back to their present circumstance saying, I just need to get a sale, man. I gotta pay my mortgage, or I got my car note due, or I got to send my kid to college. I just need to, and they're focused on the now, which is important, but that's always going to be there. So what we want to do is we want to start in the future and reverse engineer it to now and take actionable steps to achieve what you most want. That's the Craig Proctor system. So we coach and we measure everyone against that, but we have to know what that is. How important, Craig, is knowing what you want your business to look like when it comes to achievement?
Well, I don't know how you get to where you want to go if you don't want to know what that looks like. So that's, part of the battle is, what is it that you want your business to look like? But an even bigger question is what do you want your life to look like? Understanding that your business is just a tool to help you get more life. The bigger and obviously most important question is what is my life going to look like? What do I want this thing to look like so I can build a business to help me get there? Because that's all business should be. Business should be a tool to get you more life. If right now your business is getting in the way of your life, if it's making your life worse, then it's a huge distraction and we need to fix that. Yeah. So when we're looking at, well, what should my business look like to serve my life? We're looking at, well, how much income do I need? How much net income do I need every month? How much money am I looking to save every year? Why do I need that certain amount of money? What is it that I want to do? How many of you agree that it's really important to have a why? Some of you, I guess, don't have to have a why. You'll jump out of bed and you'll work hard anyway. But I think others, it's important for you to have like this end vision, this why. Why do I get up every day? Why do I want to work hard? Why do I want to build this? And I've been reading in chat your reasons for getting into real estate. I want to help people. I want more freedom. Somebody typed in, I want glory, I want fame, look, you've got your important reasons why you got into this business, but let's not make the mistake that most realtors make, which is they have a reason for getting into the business, but then the business doesn't actually work to fulfill those reasons. How many realtors do you know at your office or in your town where they've been in this for 20 or 30 years and they just work hard until they can't do it anymore? And they really don't have a great lifestyle. They're working 7 days a week. They're sacrificing, maybe they're sacrificing their health. Maybe they're sacrificing relationships with their family. And they're making a terrible trade because, they're in this business for 20 or 30 years, and they definitely are not, living their heart's desire. Their business did not fulfill its purpose of helping them, accomplish their heart's desire and live the life they really want to live.
Right. Yeah. You'd have to define this out. Like, how do you know if you're making progress toward where you want to go? So for example, my definition when I'm talking to, a member, my definition of where they should be going, or my definition of progression may be different than theirs. So it's sort of like baking a cake. I've used this analogy, Craig. Is like your business is sort of like baking a cake. You mix up the cake, you put it in the oven, you take it out, and when you take a slice and when you take a bite of a slice of cake, if you don't like the taste of it, like, you're in trouble. Like, you cannot take ingredients out of it and you can't put more ingredients back in. So you have to throw it away and start over. It's not necessary. So we want to define progression as you move forward. Okay. But some people, Craig, will say, well, look, if I can just get my business to 100 closings a year, for example, it's like, cool. Well, most of our members, once they set a big goal like that, they achieve it. Now what? So if you don't move the needle forward on it and you say, well, if I can get to 100 closings and just maintain it, maintaining may be more difficult than actually growing it, if you guys know what I mean, like, because there's always competition in external factors.
Yeah, and so the truth is once you know how to do 100, you're going to know how to do 200 and 300. And this is what I didn't realize when I started down the pathway of leveraging my business. I didn't understand that I'd actually keep selling more houses and making more and working less.
Yep. So the purpose of everything we're doing here is not to dispense information, okay, or to be sort of like, I've heard you say it, Craig, idea merchants. We're here to help you change and whatever, to the greatest extent of change that you want in your life and in your business. You heard me say it in the promo video, like the life that you want, the marriage you want, the trips you want to take in life, all right, the relationships that you have outside of your marriage, if you have that, like, all of it is predicated on sort of the business that you have. The business will either fuel it and allow you to achieve it, or it will take away from it. Okay. And that the business is not your life. It's fuel. It's like fueling your rocket ship so you can get there. So we want you guys to have that kind of business. So there are 5 ways that we go about doing this with you. Okay. And remember this, I would write this down, Craig. This is a writer downer. It takes two to participate in the help game. So Craig and Todd, your coach, and everyone else on our end can't be doing all the work here. Like, you've got to show up and you've got to participate in the help. It takes 2 to be able to make this work. So as we run through these quick 5 here over the next 20 minutes, make some notes on where you are and make sure that we understand and get on the same page here so we can get the most out of everything that you're going to get handed to you on a silver platter here in the Craig Proctor system. But there essentially are 5 ways that we do it: practical teaching, private disciplines, personal sharing, prosperous relationships, and pivotal circumstances. And all of these are equally important. Okay. So let's tackle it. Okay. So practical teaching is not about knowing stuff. So Craig, we have a lot of members that know a lot of things. Okay. They know it, but they're not doing it.
Hey man, I'm so glad you mentioned this because I wrote this down. I wrote down 2 things just a minute ago. See that? One thing that you said just a minute ago is ideas don't make you money. And that's what you're touching on now. Look, you guys already know how to do way better than you're doing now. How many of you admit, let me know in comments, if you admit that you already know how to do better. You've already got lots of ideas. So the point we're making here is just collecting ideas isn't going to make you any money. Ideas don't make you money. Implementation makes you money. Okay, so why don't we do the things that we know? Why is there this gap between what we know and what we do? Okay, that's called a praxis, by the way, if you Google praxis. Okay, the idea is people on a conscious level might say to you, well, I know that. You know, Todd, I've heard you talk about that before. But if you were to follow them around in their business every day, it would appear that they have no idea. They've never heard of that idea or concept before because they're not actually doing the thing that they say they know. They're walking around acting like they're totally unaware of it. Mm-hmm. So this is always a challenge for us as coaches, as your mentors. We don't want to just be idea dispensers. We don't want to get you excited over 3 days and give you a whole bunch of ideas to write down if you don't implement them. So we got to really have a deep dive into, the psychology behind that. Why is that we write down notes or we agree in principle? You nod your head up and down. You say, you know what, Todd, that makes sense. You know what, Todd, I agree with that.
Yep.
And then you carry on in your business like you've never heard of it before. And the other point you made is we can't do the work for you. We do from time to time have new coaching members that somehow come into this with the perception that we're going to do the work for you. We're going to tell you how to do the work, but we're not going to do the work for you. So, that's going to be up to you to actually do the work. We can't do the work. There's certain things that we can't do for you. We can show you how to do it. You can nod your head up and down in agreement that makes sense. And it's better than what you're currently doing. But at the end of the day, you're the one that has to roll up their sleeves and do the work. We'll meet you at the 50-yard line. You've got your coach, you've got Todd, you've got me. We're always here to answer your questions, just like over the next 3 days. Mm-hmm. Type your questions into chat. Okay. Now, obviously, I can't be looking at chat the entire 3 days, but I am going back and forth. I'm looking at your comments, but our team is there. Okay. Mm-hmm. My wife, Catherine, say hi to Catherine. She's monitoring the chat. My son, Brandon, he's monitoring the chat. Our coaches, I see Frank DeMarinis in there. I see our coaches in chat. Okay, Andrea is in chat. So let us know anything you need clarity on, anything that you can't find over the next couple of days. Okay, but remember, write the ideas down. That's a good start. Writing the ideas down is a good start because if you don't write them down, let's admit there's very little chance you'll implement it. But don't stop with the writing down. Don't stop with, oh my God, that's a good idea. You write it down. Oh, Todd, Craig, I agree with you. That makes total sense. I should really do that. Don't leave it there. Mm-hmm. I want you to start thinking about the gap between what you know and what you do. Maybe, as I said earlier, maybe hearing this again, maybe Todd and I will say it again, or we'll say it in a slightly different way. And some of these ideas will connect with you, and you're going to do the thing that you've heard before. Okay. And again, other ideas you've never heard before. So good stuff, Todd. See, even I'm writing notes as Todd is talking.
So everyone needs to know that it's our belief that a growing business that's profitable, it's vibrant, it's beneficial to your customers. Like, we believe that allows for life change. And that's why, we have a ladder, that we encourage people to move up the Craig Proctor system ladder. This is why we do these conferences. But the practical teaching side of it is where it all starts. This right here involves you, these private disciplines. Okay. So if you want to know why some of our panelists and speakers have ran off and left, just literally ran off and left their associates that maybe started in the Craig Proctor system at the same time, you really don't need to look much further than what we're sharing with you right now, because success leaves clues. Okay. So your routine that you involve yourself in every day equals the results that you get. So these daily rituals of working on your business versus in it all the time, we just can't overstate it enough. Okay. When you're small, when you're solo, we're very sensitive to it because we've all been there. It's going to require more from you because you're wearing all the hats. Okay. So let's look at these 3 Ps, and you guys can score yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being not at all and 10 being, Craig Proctor. So the first P is priority. Is what I'm doing right now making me a quantum leap? So as you're running through your daily routine, how often do you ask yourself that question? Is what I'm doing right now making me a quantum leap? Okay. And so Craig, you gave me that 25 plus years ago. That was a game-changing moment for me personally. And I sort of like committed that if it's not making me a quantum leap, I just pretty much stop doing it. Okay. Or if I am doing it, how can I use it to make a quantum leap? For example, when I realized that going on listing appointments wasn't making me a quantum leap, I turned them into shadowing times to train other people on my team, give them the seller as a buyer. And that allowed me to make a quantum leap strictly from just a listing appointment or income play as an example. Okay. That's a biggie, man. So is what you're doing at any given moment making you a quantum leap. And then progressive. Progressive is just simply a concerted effort to give up more of the stuff that doesn't make you a quantum leap. In other words, let's get somebody else doing this. Okay. For example, many of you guys do everything. You take a listing, you go back, you stick it in the MLS, you're doing all that stuff. You're trying to implement everything while simultaneously doing all the technician work. And I got news for you. That's going to be very difficult for you to grow in a business. At some point, you can maximize your schedule, but just ask yourself that. Okay, are you making a concerted effort to give up more stuff than an assistant can do? So
let me interrupt for 1 second there, Todd. How many of you know this? How many of you know this? Let me know in the comments if you've heard us say this before. Stop doing things that you shouldn't be doing. See this? I've got all these great props. This is a little plastic ruler that I got out of my daughter's little coloring bag from school. And that's what we need to do. I wish I could follow you guys around. And every time we see you engaged in stuff you have no business doing, boom. You can buy the ruler yourself and you can do this to yourself. But I was talking to Platinum member Jonathan Basden about this a week or two. Jonathan, I know you're in chat, and congratulations. This is a cool story. Jonathan and I are in chat this morning. We're on Messenger. We're on Messenger this morning. And I said, what are you up to? He goes, my wife is having a baby. And he shows me a picture of his wife, and she hasn't had the baby yet. So we're talking, I'm like, okay, well, go be with your wife. He said, no, I'm going to be on the conference today. I'm like, okay. A few minutes later, there's a picture of Jonathan, his wife, and the baby. So that's commitment, man. His wife is having a baby, and I know Jonathan is with us right now. So he's at the hospital. Wife is having the baby, and I thought that was pretty cool. Now, I wanted to share the pictures, but Andrea has got a better judgment. She says, no, you can't share those personal pictures. But Jonathan, I know you would let me, but I didn't because they wouldn't let me. But very cool, Jonathan. I had this conversation with Jonathan a week and a half ago. He wants to get to the next level. I'm like, dude, you're doing all these things that you shouldn't be doing. He goes, yeah, I know. I go, I want you to write them down. Jonathan, I want you all day long. I want you to write down what the hell you're doing all day. And I want you to circle all the stuff you know you shouldn't be doing. And Jonathan and we talked about this term called praxis, Praxis, which is the gap between what we know and what we do. So Jonathan, like many of you, he knows this. Let's talk about, why do we do stuff we shouldn't be doing? How many perfectionists do we have? Okay, I'm a crazy perfectionist. Well, I'm actually just crazy, to be honest, but I'm a crazy perfectionist. And I know that nobody can do these things like me. I know that nobody can get a key cut like I could get a key cut at Home Depot. Nobody could do it as well. Nobody could take the picture as well as me. Nobody could put the sign up. Nobody could do a listing presentation as good as me. But it has to be GE, good enough, folks. Okay, write that down, big GE, good enough. Now, there's an order to how you delegate this stuff. Obviously, delegate all the things that you have no business doing. It doesn't require a real estate license. Some of you are still doing it. Jonathan follows up with me 2 weeks later. He's like, man, I'm actually doing it. I'm still doing some of the stuff I know I shouldn't be doing. It's a habit.
You are rewarded. Your income is related to your habits. Okay, just like you've got a morning routine. How many of you got a morning routine? If somebody messes your morning routine up, you don't like it. For me, my morning routine is like a zombie. Get out of bed, go brush my teeth, grab a shower, come down and have a coffee. If anybody messes with my routine, I don't like it. It messes up my whole day. But you folks all have a morning routine. You don't like it if somebody messes with your morning routine. The people you live with have a morning routine, and they don't like it when you mess with their routine. But you also have a business routine. Jonathan's routine is getting him Jonathan's results. Jonathan says, but I don't like those results. Dude, we got to change the routine. To change the routine, we got to change what's going on up here. And it's not just Jonathan, it's all of us, including Todd and I. Mm-hmm. How we spend our time. Look, at this paradigm is a powerful thing. A paradigm is a self-imposed prison. I don't want to live in a prison. Okay, I want to break free. So we're always forced to look at what we're doing, and it's going to require a change in thinking. So yeah, you know what? At some point, you're not going out on listing appointments. It's that simple. On some point, first you're going to give up the buyers, then you're going to give up the listing appointments, and you're going to move up the ladder, and you're going to be involved in higher end activities. Mm-hmm. I remember one time at a conference, someone said, Craig, is what you're saying to be a super successful real estate agent? Are you saying I can't be a real estate agent? I said, yes, you've got it. To be a super successful real estate agent, it means you're no longer a real estate agent. You have a real estate business, and all the work that needs to be done is being done by somebody else. Now, that doesn't happen overnight. It happens gradually. So what should you be focusing on? You should be focusing on the activities that cause you the most leverage. Okay, and you should be getting rid of all the stuff at the bottom. I don't care that you're good at it. I don't care that you like running around taking pictures of houses. I don't care that nobody can make a feature sheet like you. You got to get rid of that thinking. This isn't about what you like or what you're good at. This is about having a business and growing it really big. And at some point, and I know some of you have already done this, you won't even be going out on listing appointments. Okay, here's what you'll be working on. You'll be working on the most important things, which is bringing the leads in. You're going to be your own marketing director, and you're going to be recruiting, hiring, and training your team. That's what it looks like when you're at the top of Mount Everest and you're looking down. That's what it looks like. Now, how far you want to go is up to you. Maybe maybe some of you are like, well, I don't want to really be big. Well, I don't know. If you tried it, you didn't like it. I don't know. Is there such thing as being too rich or too successful or having too much free time or being too good looking? I don't know. But those are paradigms. If you find yourself saying, well, I really don't want to grow a big team. I really don't want to sell all these houses. I really don't want to make $1 million a year. Really? I think human nature, the way it is, we're spiritual individuals, and as spiritual individuals, we naturally want to grow. Okay, we want to grow. I don't think any of you gets up in the morning and you say, hey, I want to do a worse job today than I did yesterday. Nobody says that. I don't know anybody that sits around spending a lot of time every day thinking about how to stay broke. I don't know anybody that does that, but I know a lot of people that spend a lot of time every day focusing on how they can be rich.
Yep. Yeah, check this out. This might help. So I'm amazed at the number of members that do not work from a schedule. Like, you don't build into your daily routine the things to get you the biggest results. This is my schedule, Craig, from a week ago on Core. And you can see Monday through Saturday. So it starts by plugging in the things that get the biggest results in first, then secondarily plugging in the things that get the next level of results, then plugging in the things after that, building in time for what needs to happen. But if you're not working from a schedule of things that will get you the biggest results, I don't know how you can pull it off. Because Craig, people ask me like, Todd, how can you be platinum coach, and how can you have a real estate company, with 100 agents? Like, how can you do all these things? I'm like, because I focus on the things to get the biggest results, period. And but it starts from a schedule. Okay. And the thing that bothers me the most on my schedule, could be just me, Craig, is white space. So, so hopefully that helps you. But yeah, man, those 3 P's there on the private disciplines that you were just talking about, Craig, like they can't be overstated. A percentage, what percent of time a day is spent doing the things that get you the biggest results? Well, you have to know what the biggest results are. So Craig, thanks for running through those. Let's look at this. So when it comes to working on your business versus in it all the time, working on your business versus in it all the time, there are things you can do to get a bigger result. Okay. So for example, right now, many of you, including Craig and myself, we have multiple monitors that are working for us. Okay. So we can function more efficiently and faster, given the time that we're actually looking at things. Okay. And we work from a to-do list and a big initiatives project list, and there's always deadlines. So I remember hearing, one of our high-level platinum members saying, look, I use the conferences as deadlines. So I create initiatives from the conferences that we do. And by the next conference that's on my schedule, the goal is to have those big initiatives done, because we're going to load it up with even more big initiatives. Okay. Very, very important. Now, when you do your consults with your coach or with your mentor or with me, the reason we're doing a consult is to solve your biggest issue. So how do we know what your biggest issue is if we don't have an issues list? So one of the challenges that a coach or mentor would have is eating up enormous amounts of time, fact finding, just trying to figure out what the issue is. So, and that means that the member or whoever's watching this may not be tracking what the biggest issues are in their business, so you know what to solve and how to go about doing it. And another piece of this puzzle is celebrating the W's, man. Celebrating the wins. Okay, that's very important that you recognize milestones and celebrate those with those good news. I recommend you do it daily. Okay, so here's the other piece: personal sharing. Now, why is it that Craig Proctor System members volunteer to do these panels and do these sessions? Have you ever asked yourself, like, why are they doing it? Like, what's in it for them to do? Okay, well, for me personally, I get better at it. So when I reteach what I've learned, I get better at actually doing it. That would be number one. Okay. And then secondly, like, isn't that what you're supposed to do? Is help others achieve what they want to achieve. Okay. Versus looking at everything from a scarcity mentality. So the personal sharing of it, we want to encourage you to do. So Craig Proctor, on our Platinum Facebook page, if we were to go there right now, it makes up 2 things. Okay, 2 things. One, about every 5 posts is a referral. And then secondly, just about every post outside of a referral is I'm sharing either an issue that I'm having and I'm looking for some help, or I'm sharing what's working now in my business. That's the Platinum level Facebook page. And this goes on every day, all day long, among those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Craig Proctor System members. It's essentially its own little coaching program right there involved in that Platinum Facebook page. So the personal sharing side of this can't be overstated. It is part of growing a business. Would you agree, Craig?
Yeah, absolutely, Todd. We're covering such great stuff, and I'm looking at all the comments in chat. So I am monitoring. Let me know. Keep typing in your comments. I love the engagement that we're having here today. So yeah, keep it up, everyone. And thank you, coaches, as well, for helping us with this. Todd, you're doing a great job.
Yep. Yeah, staying in the background and holding on to these issues, or not sharing the fact that you have a problem or an issue, is not really how to go about getting them solved. So Craig may or may not remember, but partly the reason that I'm on this webinar today is because I pestered Craig way early on when trying to grow my business, trying to find out details of how to do things. I would send you notes, Craig. I would kind of move myself to the front of the room intentionally to try to find out versus trying to figure out. Like, I was extremely impatient to get to where I wanted to go. So it was constantly of, hey, how does this work? What about that? Hey, here's some of the successes I'm having, which led to Craig not just saying, great job. He would ask me a question. How did you do that? What's next? And that sort of thing. So the personal sharing aspect, we're going to encourage you guys to do. All right, let's go to the next one. relationships. I think it was Jim Rohn that said, like, you're the sum total of the 5 people that you hang out with the most. Like, that's a real thing. So, Craig, I've noticed that parents are ate up with who their kids hang out with. Like, they'll move across town, they'll change state locations, even countries, to get their kids around people that they believe will have the greatest influence on them. And as well that we should. But we've got to demand the same things for ourselves. Okay.
It's funny, isn't it, how we have different standards for our children that we don't have for ourselves. Mm-hmm. So this is something you've heard me talk about before. Many of us, maybe not all of us, but many of us would make huge sacrifices to make sure that our children get the best education. Right? Not that there's any guarantee if they go to the best schools, they get the highest degrees. There's no like 100% guarantee in life that they're going to get a great job. But, you know, there's a connection that we believe in. Better education means better opportunity. But does that hold true for you? Right? Does that hold for you? I mean, do you invest in your business? Obviously, we're preaching to the choir, but many realtors don't. They would never consider investing this kind of money in coaching or systems. So they've got one set of standards for their kids, which is I want to invest in their education. But when most realtors, when it comes to themselves, they don't carry through on that same principle. Same thing that you're mentioning with our kids, right? How many of you believe, like, if your kids hang around bad people, bad things might happen? If your kids hang around good people, maybe good things will happen. That's the benefit of the Craig Proctor network here. And if you're kind of shy, like, get over that, right? Right now, you've got an opportunity to put yourself out there, to introduce yourself to people that you don't know inside the Craig Proctor Nation. Some of you guys are naturals. There's some of our members, everyone knows them. You know, Todd and I could give you the names of our members that you all know. They've done a wonderful job putting themselves out there and networking, but all of you have that opportunity. So look, we're not suggesting in any way that you can eliminate all negativity, all the negative people in your life. Sometimes you're related to them, right? Sometimes you can't get away from all the negativity, the agents at your office, the people bitching and complaining about the economy or the government or whatever. Look, all you can do is counter any of that negativity by forming great relationships and hanging out with the right people. And that's what we believe we deliver on here, is not just the greatest real estate system in the history of ever, but we're attracting the right kind of people. In other words, entrepreneurial people, big thinkers are attracted to this system. It's not an accident that you're here. There's something about my message that, you know, it lit you up. There was something in you that was attracted by this. And, you know, here we all are together. So together we can do a lot more good by cooperating and mentoring each other. And again, I want to give a big shout out to all of our coaches that we met with yesterday. You know, there's 100 people behind the scenes, okay, that help us do what we're doing. And I want to make sure that we give them all the credit that they deserve for the hours that they spend with you, helping you close the gap between what you know and what you actually do.
Yep, amen to that, for sure. Prosperous relationships. So think circles, not rows. Like right now, there are Craig Proctor system members. We want to give you a big shout out that you decided to get together for this conference. Like, you're in a room watching a monitor right now, conference room, hotel, conference room. I know who some of you are, and you're watching, you're making notes, and we think that's a big deal. All right, let's go to the next one. This is a big one, pivotal circumstances. So why don't you type into the chat here, a pivotal circumstance that you would describe as an epiphany or a pivotal moment. For example, the first time that I successfully set, negotiated, and collected my fee when working with buyers. Like, I set my fee before we ever went out and looked at homes at whatever number it was. Let's say it was 3.5%. I set it. And then we went out, buyer finds a house, and it was not that fee. And I had to successfully negotiate and collect it. Like once you do that successfully, it's like, this is a game changer. It's
you know what's so crazy about this is if people were in other industries, they would kind of laugh at us making a big deal of being able to set our own fee, right? Like think about what Todd's saying. You know, one of the big epiphanies that Todd had is that he, as a real estate agent, could charge his own fee. He could set his own fee. Well, couldn't you do that if you were an electrician? Couldn't you do that if you were a contractor? Couldn't you do that if you were an attorney? Couldn't you do that if you're a doctor? You should have the right to set your own fee. What kind of business would you have if you're letting someone else decide how you're going to get paid? Besides, isn't it true that you provide a better service and a better experience for your clients versus the average real estate agent? So who is the industry to say to us that you have to charge you have to charge a fee that's not dictated by you, but it's dictated by some agent that's part-time, works out of their parents' basement, and the only tool they have is their cell phone. That person's deciding what you're going to get paid when you represent a buyer? I don't think so. I don't think that's how normal industries work. So I know that's the way it's always been done, but this is the opportunity. You know, when I started signing buyers up to buyer agency agreements in the early 1990s, understand buyer agency did not exist. The first buyer agency contract that I created, I got my lawyer to create it. The Toronto Real Estate Board, Ontario Real Estate Association, the Canadian Real Estate Association, they didn't have buyer agency agreements. So guess when it was a good time to have one? It was a really awesome time for Craig Proctor to have the only buyer agency agreement in the entire country. Now, I started to sign my buyers up to buyer agency agreements, and reluctantly, I got my team members one by one to do that. Now, back in the day, the commissions were all 3%, 3.5%. We didn't have to worry about, you know, $1 or $0 being offered, or 0.5% or whatever is being offered, whatever ridiculous amount is being offered. But I understand this is a sign for you. If you see this happening in your marketplace right now, and maybe this isn't impacting you yet, but it will. Let me say this just in case you don't know. The direction of the commission being offered to the buyer broker is going down and down and down and down. And so if you have a team and you're continually splitting a lower amount, it's going down and down and down and down. I mean, Todd, I've heard you say this before. How the hell do you have a business when you don't even know what you're getting paid? So let's say that I'm a buyer agent and I come along and I want to work on Todd's team. I say, yeah, so how would it work, Todd? And Todd's like, okay, well, we have this split. The split is whatever, 50-50, 60-40. And I might say, well, a split of what? Like, what am I splitting? What amount? And Todd would honestly have to say, I don't know. I guess it's just whatever the listing agent feels like paying us, right? So look, at some point, you're going to look at this, you're going to say, well, this isn't true when I list a house. When I list a property, I get to set my fee. And I wouldn't do any work with a seller unless I had a listing agreement in place. If the seller said, run out there and advertise it and promote it and stick a sign on it and show it to people, and they wouldn't sign a listing agreement, you would walk away from that. So it's clear that we have one set of rules up here when it comes to sellers, and then we have completely different rules when it comes to buyers. Mm. And for some of you, it's like the buyer calls you. You don't dictate that they have to meet with you. You don't dictate that they have to sign a buyer agreement. You start running around showing them properties, and you don't even know what you're going to get paid. And the chances are, without a buyer contract, you don't have to worry about what you're going to get paid, because you ain't getting paid anyway, because they're probably, when it comes down to it, they're not going to buy the house from you. So just saying, it doesn't make sense to have one set of rules when you work with sellers and then have like messed up rules when you work with buyers. Yep. Let me know in the comments whether whether you agree with this. Also, let me know if you don't agree. If you don't agree, if you think, well, somehow this is illegal and I can't do it and my broker will freak out and that's not how we do it here. That's a big one, by the way. That's not how we do it here. Craig, Todd, I get what you're saying. I hear you, but that's not how it's done here. That cost me so much money earlier in my career. That's not how we do it here. That's not how we do it here. Our tendency is to look around at how it's done here. That's the number one thing holding you back. The number one thing that we're good at is pushing back on industry norms. I don't, why is that, Todd, that we hate industry? We basically hate rules. I'm going to say, ever since I was a kid, my wife says that to me all the time. You really don't like being told what to do. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I could even actually work for somebody else. I probably couldn't actually work for somebody. How many of you are like me? You're kind of like entrepreneur, like you do your own thing. And I don't like being told what to do. I don't like being told, well, as soon as I list a home on MLS, I got a broker load it so it can be syndicated. So when buyers Google the address of my property, they find their way to Zillow or Redfin. I don't like being told I got to do that. I got to work really hard to get a listing so other companies get my buyers. I don't like that. So maybe you're like me, or maybe it doesn't bother you that much. Let me know in the comments what your thoughts are.
Mm-hmm. There's so many pivotal circumstances that I can think of as I was growing my real estate business with the Craig Proctor system still today. The guaranteed sell program, your home sold, guaranteed or I'll buy it. That was a pivotal circumstance. Transaction fees, in addition to commission, pivotal circumstance. Hiring a really great administrative position to help you implement the systems. That's an epiphany. You never go back. It's like, oh my gosh, I can accomplish so much more with others. Hiring someone who's terrible, that like wants to wreck your business in life, that's a pivotal circumstance. It's like, I don't want to repeat that thing again. So that's what we're after here, is we're after you implementing things that will make a difference in your life and business. And you won't go back to doing it a different way. As a matter of fact, you get hungry for even more of it. So we want to remind everybody, another one for me, Craig, that I don't want to forget to mention, was seeing this or discovering that this is really a franchise prototype. That if I can view this whole thing as a franchise, I'm going to be more likely to lean into it for answers to everything that I'm doing versus a coaching.
Let me interrupt for 1 minute. A lot of people have asked Todd and I over the years, like, why didn't you guys franchise this? Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Because then I have to follow their rules. Right? Franchising has a whole bunch of rules. So when we did Your Home Sold Guaranteed, we did it as a license agreement. So we're not dictated to follow franchise rules. I want you to understand, I'm always looking at what is the industry norm? How does everyone else do it? Well, all real estate companies franchise, so I'm not going to do what everyone else does. I'm going to do it a different way. So when we started Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, we started that as we're licensing broker owners. Okay. Pretty soon you're going to find we're going to be licensing teams, and you can have expansion offices all over North America, all over the world if you want. We're going to give you more of like how we're doing things very, very differently. But that's been the case for Todd and I as long as we've been in real estate. It's like, let's look at how everyone else is doing it. Let's look at the strengths, but let's also look at the weaknesses. Let's look at the disadvantages of doing it the way everyone's doing it. And I would say, Todd, I don't want to speak for you, but I would say most of the wins we've had in this industry is when everyone's going one direction, we go a different direction, because we're not basing our decisions on how everyone else is doing it or how everyone else is thinking. We're basing our decisions on what would be the best way to do it.
Amen, brother. You got it. So, all right, good. So you guys are welcome to share pivotal circumstances in the growth of your business and implementation here of the Craig Proctor system. Like, share them in the chat here. Those are fun to read and recognize. All right, let's talk about programming. So if we're not programming you on something, then what happens is you begin to let outside influences do the programming, or you decide to make decisions based on your present circumstance, and you let it dictate what your future is. Like if you're broke right now, it's like, oh, I can't afford to hire someone. So you don't look to try to figure out how to hire someone that would provide you with the best leverage. But hang on.
If you're broke, maybe that's why you're broke.
It is. It's a way of thinking. I'm letting my present circumstance decide my next moves.
You're broke. Let's just look at the word broke. If your car was broke, or broken, I guess is the right language. If your car was broken, is it going to fix itself? Let's look at the term broke. Yeah, I can't. Todd, I'd love to hire somebody. I totally get it. I've heard Todd say, name me a business that doesn't have people, and I can't think of a real business that doesn't have people. So I get it. I should hire people, but I can't do it because I'm broke. Mm-hmm. Well, have we ever looked at, maybe that's why you're broke. Maybe the reasons that you're not doing things are the reasons you need to do it. Well, I can't afford to spend all this money on marketing because I don't have any money. Well, maybe the reason you don't have any money is because you're not spending any money on marketing. So just try to flip it around. Every time you're about to say, the reason I can't do it is because, try to flip it around, because maybe the reason that you can't do it is the reason that you got the problem, right? If you can just flip that around. Mm-hmm. But, if you're saying I can't do it because I'm broke, well, what if your car's broke? Car's not going to fix itself, right? You would have, if your car is broken, you would have to take money that you might not have, because car's not going to fix itself. You'd have to go to the mechanic, you'd have to borrow money, and you'd have to invest money in the car to get the car going. Because if you don't, the car stays broken. My wife will not like this language. She would be like this. Broke is not a word, broken. But anyway, I hope you guys get my analogy.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But we are functioning within a system. Okay. So if it doesn't really fit within these boxes that we just showed you that we're going to be walking through over the next 2.5 days, like we're not really having a conversation about it because it becomes unpredictable. And we all want predictability in our life or business, even your clients. Okay. The closer you can get to certainty for your customers, the more the customers will be likely to do business with you and pay you more. I would write that one down. So you want to get as close to certain as you can. For example, buyers are scared to death. They're going to miss out on the perfect home. So here you come along as a Craig Proctor system member, and you're going to provide the buyer with certainty, or as close to it as you can, that they're going to be less likely to miss out on the perfect home. Okay. All right. Same with sellers. The closer you get to certainty. In other words, I'm showing up, not presenting you with a marketing scheme. I'm showing up because I already have buyers in my database based on how we market and advertise. So, and I reverse risk based on my track record. I'm providing more certainty to the customer. They pay me more. Okay. And that's how this works. So if you guys lean in to everything that we do here, if you lean into it, commit and go all into it, what you'll discover is greater certainty. But the more that you hang back in the shadows, nibble around the edges, that produces unpredictability. So, or I should say this, I can predict how some of the things that you want to implement will go based on your level of implementation of it. So, all right, hopefully that helps. Look, we're not wanting anything from you guys. We don't need, as a matter of fact, I don't believe that you owe us anything. So, but we do want something for you. Okay. We've laid this out over and over and over again. Like we want you to get more business and then leverage that business to get even more. We don't want you to get a listing and then run as fast as you can, throw it into the MLS, do nothing else with it, get 20 offers on it and sell it and get your commission check and have a belief that we've achieved something. All we did was get a commission check. Okay. When the opportunity was in leveraging the listing to generate a lot more, which actually might even lead to a greater outcome for our seller. We're going to be working more on that incidentally tomorrow and day 3.
How many of you see what Todd's talking about? You know, when we get into the business, we're very transactional, right? So in the beginning, before you met Todd, you're like, yeah, I'd be happy just like getting a listing and getting it sold and getting one commission check. How many of you at one time were happy with that, right? You know what you know, right? Like your thinking process was, this is a transactional business. And as soon as I get a listing, I just want to get it sold. So I don't really care, your old way of thinking. I don't really care when I get a listing. I'm in a big rush. I run as fast as I can to broker load it, huffing and puffing, broker load the thing as fast as I can so it can be syndicated by Zillow and Redfin and everybody else. And the buyer calls, it gets the Zillow agent, and you get an offer, and the house, your listing is sold, and you got one transaction. That is a way to do it, right? And that was my thinking. Like, that's how I thought. But you hear what Todd's saying? Every listing you get should be a gateway to many, many, many listings. Okay, so think of one listing as a gateway to 10 or a dozen or more listings, not just a transactional belief that, when I get a listing, it's a big race to broker load it, get it syndicated, have another agent sell it. And now guess what? Now you got no listing, and you have no leverage, and you have no buyers. So it's all about, what are we going to do when we get a listing? Do you work hard to get a listing? Would you like to squeeze as much out of that listing as possible? Or are you going to do the industry norm thing? Immediately broker load it, it's syndicated, somebody else gets your buyer, brings them over, sells the listing, and now you're out of business again. Todd, that always used to freak me out. How many of you are like me? Hopefully you figured this out. But when I first got into the business, I'd work, all day and all night to get a listing, and then I'd be kind of depressed when it would sell, because I didn't know where I was going to get my next listing. I had no idea. Like, I worked so hard to get this one, it was not like a duplicatable thing. How many of you have experienced that before, right? Earlier in your career, maybe you're dealing with this right now, but because you don't have an automatic lead generation system, because you don't have listing opportunity after listing opportunity after listing opportunity, I worked so hard to get a listing, I was depressed when it sold because I had no idea how I was going to get the next one. Okay, so it's still true that we work hard to get listings. It should no longer be true that you don't know how to get a lot of them. Now that you're part of the Craig Proctor system, you should have a duplicatable, automated lead generation system producing these listings one after another, after another, after another. But still, why not leverage off of each one? Why not leverage? Why not learn how to turn one listing, every listing, into 10 more transactions instead of just broker loading it, having it syndicated, and the agent from Redfin or Zillow or Remax or whoever comes over, 5 hours later, and your property sold.
Yeah, you can look at it two different ways. You could call that a hole. You could call that a leak. You could call it an opportunity. Okay. And, I want you to imagine your business as, something that expands. If you have a little leak in it or a little hole in it and the business expands, it's likely that that hole will get bigger. And if we're not careful, that hole gets so big, it becomes like a black hole, and it sucks everything else down into your business with it when you go to scale it or grow it. So identifying these opportunities or these leaks in your business is important. And that's the approach that we take with you. Okay. And we got to plug it though with something simple, like it can't be complicated, like Craig said. So, we're going to look at that. But that's the way I look at it. I don't see these things as holes more per se, as much as they are as leaks. You give an example. You're something simple, like your business card having a unique selling proposition or offer on it. Okay. And it just keeps going. Like I put the USP on it. Okay. Now put the call to action on it. Now put multiple call to actions on it. Does everybody see that? It gets better. It gets better. It gets better. So there really is no end to how much better you want to make something. Okay. It can be plussed. Okay. But what we're looking for is the good enough zone. Okay. In all of these that you're taking action on, it is easier to plus what you're already doing versus starting something new that you've never done or unfamiliar with before. Okay. So, and that to me is the essence of the Craig Proctor system. For example, if you wrote down where all of your closings are coming from, well, let's just say the last 5, Write down where your last 5 closings are coming from. It might be likely that the majority of your closings are coming from sources that you might be spending the least amount of time and money on. Okay, that's a giant clue. That's an opportunity. We have a leak in our business. We're investing all this time and money into this other thing that's not working to the level of something else is working that we're not spending all that much time and money on. What would happen if we applied Craig Proctor to those areas of the business? And Craig, that's been the easiest way for me as a coach to help a platinum level member get unstuck and grow their business, simply by proctorizing more the sources that closings are coming from versus likely running off and chasing something they've never done before, which becomes tough, especially if they're a solopreneur and are short on time. So all of this, in our opinion, sort of reinforces what we're talking about here. We're not going to make anybody do anything, okay? But we do want you to do something so that you can change the outcome and get the business that you most want.
You know, it would be awesome if we could make you guys do things.
Oh, heck yeah, dude! Everybody would be be. You'd be number one in your market.
If we had some kind of power to, we don't have any power over you guys. If we had some kind of power though to actually get you guys to do everything we want you to do, we would definitely use that power, but we don't. But you know what? If we do a really good job of explaining this and showing you this vision of what your business can look like, we shouldn't have to make you do anything because it's going to be something that you want to do. Mm-hmm. You know, that's always our challenge for Todd and I is to explain the opportunities or the holes in your business, to give you guys this vision, to encourage those of you that have this fire inside of you to want more, to know more, and to do more. So that's all we can ever hope to do. Since we can't make you guys do it, we can only help, we can only hope to attract those of you that really, like, you see this as, wow, I want to do this. So hopefully we're doing a good job of that. Let us know in the comments because we do want everyone to be successful, and whatever that success means for you. So let us know how we're doing here. If you're liking this, give us your feedback. And we've got our ladder of ascension there, Todd. Have you talked about how that works?
Well, I guess we've alluded to it today, but you know what? Let's take a couple of minutes to do that, because that ties right into what everybody's seeing right here. Like, success does leave clues. Like, what are the commonality of the most successful Craig Proctor system agents and brokers? Like, what are they? Do you really know what the most commonalities are? Like, what are they doing? Who are they associating with that you're not doing or associating with?
Yeah, I think we should explain to everybody how this works. Like, why do we have this ascension ladder? Let's not beat around the bush. Let's explain to I can take a crack at it. You want me to try?
Go for it, big dog.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, I've got Todd's full permission to explain our ladder of success. So let me take you back in time to when I started working with real estate agents in 1995. In 1995, my paradigm was, I'm going to do seminars for real estate agents. So I did my first seminar in June of 1995, and everybody loved the seminar. At least that's what they told me anyway. They told me they loved it. I think I believed them because they wanted me to do another seminar. And so I did another seminar later in 1995, and guess what happened? Even more real estate agents came out. So I did another one, and I did another one, and they kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I started doing them all over Canada, and then I started doing them all over the United States. And at some point, I think we had like 3,000 realtors attending these conferences. Now, that was it. Okay, so there was no coaching. You would attend a 3-day conference. I would get you all jacked up with the ideas, and then you were like on your own. Sure, you could attend another conference. So I decided around 1998, after 3 years of just doing seminars, based on the feedback from the super conference attendees, they would love to be mentored by me throughout the year. Okay, they wanted more than just 3 days. They wanted to hang with Craig for an entire year. So I started Craig Proctor Coaching. I think it was 19 1996, 1997. It took me a couple of years to figure that out. Up until then, I'm just doing seminars. So I'm doing coaching now for a couple of years. And this is how coaching works. Coaching is 12 months. So at the end of 12 months, a lot of members are like, well, what now? I'm like, well, what do you mean, what now? There is no what now. The agreement is I coach you for 12 months. The 12 months is over. So that's the end of it. And they're like, well, we want to keep being coached by you. I'm sorry, I don't have anything else. It's a 12-month coaching program. So literally people had to leave because the 12 months was over because it was a 12-month coaching program. Talk about paradigms. You see how dumb that is? That's a paradigm. This is me being locked into an idea. It's a 12-month coaching program. At the end of the 12 months, you got to go. The program's over. Then in 2003, 2004, I created the platinum level. So this was a place for coaching members to ascend. It was like the next level. And typically, all the agents that were doing really well with Craig Proctor Coaching who wanted to continue on would move to the platinum program. Now, like a dummy, back then, you had to do 12 months of coaching before you could be eligible for the platinum program. So I would have members say, but Craig, I'm already making like $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000 a year or whatever. I'm ready for platinum now. No, I'm sorry. That's not the way it works. You have to finish coaching first before you go to platinum. Dumb, right? So now you can ascend from coaching to platinum when you're ready if we feel you're a good fit. Okay, so what happens if you want to move up from coaching to platinum? All you have to do is reach out to us. We'll ask you a couple questions, probably talk to your coach. Make sure you got the basics going here in coaching, and then we'll move you up, right? Just like you go to elementary school, you go to high school, you go to college, etc. Then we have broker owners here. So here's what happened. Many of our members had their own brokerages, or they wanted to start their own brokerage. Maybe they had a large team and they wanted to start their own brokerage. So we had a broker owner coaching program just for broker owners. Okay, so what we've done now is we've got Your Home Sold, where we actually license our intellectual property to brokerages. Okay, so the broker owner, well, like Rudy Kasuma, for example, in California, he has 100 real estate agents that work for his brokerage. So as much as we love Rudy, like Rudy pays one fee. He's in the titanium level. He pays one fee. And we're like, well, Rudy, like the deal originally was you pay one fee and you get it for you and your team. Now you've got 100 agents. So he is actually bought a license for my intellectual property for his brokerage called Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. And you can see we've got a number of them all over the country and Canada too. There's Canada there. So we'll probably have about 50 of these by the end of the year. Some of our biggest members, Nathan Clark in Rhode Island, Sully Shellis in Texas. These are very, very successful Craig Proctor members that said, you know what? I don't want to just have like a team at, some real estate franchise. I want to have my own company because I want to have a sellable asset. A lot of real estate agents, like they work their whole lives, and then that's it. In fact, has anybody here ever been to a retirement party for a real estate agent? That doesn't usually happen, right? They just kind of work until they can't work anymore. And then they've got nothing to sell because they weren't building their business, they were building somebody else's. So anyway, if you want to go back to the ladder, Todd, that a lot of people have asked us, what's the deal with this Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty? We license brokerages. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be licensing some big teams. Now, I would love to announce who those big teams are, but I can't yet because I don't have the paperwork yet. But we are licensing Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty to brokerages who want to call their broker this. And when you Google them, it comes up as Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Just your SEO and how people find you online is greatly improved when the name of your company is your USP.
Amen.
Right? The name of your company, that's what's going to show up when people Google you, is your USP. Okay, now, because many of our members don't have their own brokerages, right? Or they don't want to be broker owners, So Todd and I have decided we're also going to open this up to those of you that have large teams, especially those of you that might be looking to expand across Canada, the United States, and have expansion offices. So we're not here to talk about how this works today. You can ask Todd. You can contact him if you're interested in licensing your entire team or your brokerage with your home sold guaranteed. Just below that is the titanium level. Okay. The broker owner is for, broker owners, obviously. Titanium level is basically for agents that are making a lot of money. Okay. These are our top earners, and it's our titanium level members that mostly are in your home sold guaranteed. So basically, let me take a drink. You start off in coaching. If you get it and you really like it, you move up to platinum. If you're not a broker owner, eventually some of you guys are going to do really well and you're going to go to titanium, or some of you are going to license for your team or your brokerage, your home sold guaranteed realty, where we actually do the training and recruiting of your team members. So does this make it clear? Now understand, it's not like Todd and I were sitting around thinking, oh, how can we create this ladder? We didn't create this ladder. You did. Okay, you guys created this ladder. You came to us and you said, we want more. Remember, I started off just doing seminars, completely happy doing seminars. My members said, we want to be coached. And then they said, we want to be coached for more than 12 months. We created platinum. We want to level above platinum. We created titanium. Hey, we want to create our own real estate brokerages, and we want to license your intellectual property, Craig, for all the agents, the 100 agents in our office, or the 50 agents in our office. So all of this was created because of your demand. Okay, that's why we're not going to create something people don't want. We're going to create something that people want. So hopefully this explains, I did an okay job of explaining the ladder of success, and your objective, your goal should be to move up the ladder, right? Not to nibble around the edges. I can tell you one thing, nobody just comes to a Craig Proctor seminar and goes out and makes millions of dollars. Nobody who just comes to a Craig Proctor seminar could give me credit for all their success. They came to a 3-day seminar, they got some great ideas, but you've got to be all in if you really want to succeed at the Craig Proctor system. Just like if you buy a McDonald's franchise, they don't let you be partially in. If you buy a franchise, a McDonald's franchise, whatever, you have to be all in. They train you constantly. They train your people. They show you how to find the people, how to run the whole thing. You know what happens if you own a McDonald's franchise and you're not all in? They take your franchise away. That's what happens. Yep. There's no 1 foot in the door when you buy a McDonald's franchise. You're all in. So that's why you see so many Craig Proctor lifers. Let me ask you this. For my Craig Proctor lifers, just to prove that this is a thing, that there actually are Craig Proctor lifers, okay? I don't want to make this sound like a prison term. It's a good thing because we want people to be around for a long time. Type into the comments, if you're a Craig Proctor lifer, type into the comments how many years you've been hanging out with me for. How many years, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Let's see. I'm going to monitor the comments here. Let's see who's been a Craig Proctor system member for the most number of years. And let's give them an applause. Okay. These are the most successful realtors in the industry. And so that's what we want for all of you. Just like we were talking a minute ago about, you don't want to just get a listing, sell a listing, get a listing, sell a listing. Let's learn how to create clients for life. Let's learn how to leverage off that one listing to get 10 or 20 other listings. Yep. Let's get customers for life. Let's create true advocates. That's what I want. Here's what I don't want. I don't want people coming in and out of the Craig Proctor system. I don't want people just coming to a seminar and leaving, or hanging around and coaching and nibbling around the edges and saying it doesn't work. Look, I can't do the work for you. Todd can't do the work for you. If you're looking for a reason why this won't work, you'll find one. You guys are creative people. You'll find a reason why it doesn't work. But how do we explain all the thousands of people over the years, almost 30,000 realtors, that have been successful with the Craig Proctor system.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you can blame it on us. And we're not perfect, by the way, far from it. We're learning and trying to improve all the time. So we make mistakes. Okay. We're not perfect. We want to get better. That's this drive, right? I want to be, like, believe me, I'm a perfectionist. I want to be the best I can. Nobody is harder on Craig than Craig.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter how good I do at anything. I always want to do better. How many of you are like that? No matter how good you do, it wouldn't matter how many homes you sold at the end of this year. You're like, yeah, I want to do better.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got this healthy dissatisfaction. Like, I always want to grow and expand. Remember, we're creative. We're creative individuals.
Yes. This is pretty creative. So there's always so much value with the Craig Proctor system. Like we even have our Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty conference going on in Cancun, Mexico, coming up in June. So when you talk about moving up the ladder or the ladder of success, like, there's value at every single point in it, whether you go from coaching to platinum, titanium, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty license. Like, the value's there. It just keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. It's not, you don't move up the ladder and it gets harder. Like, typically when you move up the Craig Proctor system ladder, it gets easier because there's more help. Okay. Just like extra training and coaching going on for those peeps at the top of the ladder, done in sunny Cancun, Mexico. How about that, Craig? June 24th, 25th, and 26th, man.
Like real people getting together?
Yes, real people getting together in a great spot in the world. Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty people. Yep, done in.
Hey, I love that picture you sent me. I think it was a lady shopping in Walmart. I was explaining this to my wife, and she had like a plastic cubicle, like a plastic tent she was in that had wheels on it. Yeah. And then she had a shield, and then she had two little holes coming out of the plastic tent where she put her arms with big long gloves holding onto her shopping cart. Yeah, that's kind of the world we live in. So you're talking about a real physical event where human beings will get together on a beach.
Yes, exactly. So there are parts of the world where, things are pretty much normal, and then there are parts where it's not. We certainly understand that. But the beat goes on, man. Like, we're here, we're not slowing down. Like last year in 2020, like, we did more coaching and training than I think we ever have in any given year, with these digital conferences and the extra stuff that we added in there to help people make sure they made it through the pandemic. So we're not slowing down. And if we can do physical events, that we will. So we found a place to do one, and JW Marriott down in Cancun for Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty guys. The point is just we wanted to let you guys know that there is a ladder. We want to encourage you to commit and go all in. The value increases at each step in the ladder, as you can see just from this 3-day agenda here for what's going on for those guys down in Cancun. So hopefully, Craig, they'll let you out of Canada and you can attend. Yeah, right. So I certainly understand that. All right, so let's do this because we're getting ready to go to our panels here in a moment. So I want to run through this. This will set it up. Oh, if you have any questions about the ladder of success, next level up, or any part of the Craig Proctor system, ask. Like, do not hold back on that. You ask, and we will get you to the right people that has the answers to best help you, because that's what we're here to do, is to help you achieve what you most want. Okay. So, and it's a lot of fun for sure. All right. So to set this up, these marketing panels, marketing and money-making panels that you're going to do here in a few minutes, Craig, and tomorrow, we want to prepare everybody for what you're in for and what you need to take in as you're hearing from and seeing top Craig Proctor system member implementation on marketing and money-making systems. Okay. So you're going to see that pretty much everything breaks down into these 3 boxes or these 3 sections, okay, into lead generation, conversion, and leveraging customers' satisfaction to get even more. Remember, there is no such thing as past clients, only lifetime customers, unless, of course, you don't want them to be a lifetime customer, right? So let's look at the first couple of boxes here.
Hey, we got a few lifetime customers. Todd, I just want you to go to bed tonight knowing that your life has meaning. Because look at all these lifetime customers we have. Let me just give you a couple examples here. I'm in chat. Okay, Jan Kastner, 7 years. Okay, Ariana, 2 years. Sergey, 5.5 years. Okay, Harry Kimbrough, since November 2001. That's 20 years. That's awesome, Harry. Okay, James Viscombe, 6 years. Kwong, 6 years. John, 5 years. Michael, 4 years. Gary Evans since 2015. Gary, don't make me do math. Gail Bilbo, 20 plus years. Teresa Ryan, 9 years. Craig and Colleen Bush team in Hamilton, Ontario, 15 years. Wow, this is awesome. Matt Shreves, 18 years. Susan Vassbinder, 4 years. Teresa, 3 years. Lynn Goodale, 7 years. Barb, Colorado Barb, 16 years. Mike Boychek, 7 years. This is awesome. Look, thank you so much, guys. That does give our life meaning. We really want to know that we're growing something here. And that is so different than when I started coaching real estate agents, or not even coaching them. I did a seminar. Mm-hmm. That was equivalent to you guys doing a listing. I would do a seminar. Everybody would jump up and down about how great it was. At the end of the 3 days, it was all over. And I realized, hey, I need to build a ladder. But you guys need to build a ladder. All of you should do that, right? You should build your ascension ladder. So when a customer comes in the door, that you create lifers, advocates that will keep coming back and sending you clients over and over again. And by the way, we have a referral system. So for all you folks that like us, why not refer agents to us and make money? Okay, so we have a referral system, and all you need to do is email me, Craig@CraigProctor.com, with anyone that you might know that might benefit from being coached by Craig Proctor. Now, I get it. You're probably not going to refer your client to us, but anybody that you refer to us, whatever they pay us, we'll pay you 10%. Okay, whatever they pay us, we'll pay. If they pay $10,000 for coaching, you'll make $1,000. Okay, now I'm going to spend the $1,000 anyway. I'm going to spend the $1,000 to get a new coaching member with all the marketing and advertising. I may as well just give it to you. So if you know other agents in your marketplace, refer them to us. Now, I should be doing this all the time. I don't think I've ever asked you guys to refer business to us. Paradigms, right? What do Todd and I tell you guys all the time? Hey, you know what? You need to be programming your clients for referrals right at the beginning of the relationship and all the way through the relationship. And even after closing, you need to be programming your clients for referrals. And here I'm never asking you guys for referrals. So I want to practice what I preach. I am asking you, if you like us, now you don't have to send your competitor. We get that, but there's got to be other realtors that you know in your marketplace, outside of your marketplace, across the country that would benefit, and you guys can make $1,000. Hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you refer me 10 clients or 20 clients, and your coaching is free? You know what? There's no limit to this, Todd. We're going to give permission to all of our members to refer as many clients to Craig Proctor and Todd Walters as they would like. We do not want to limit that. So anyway, thank you for those that will do that. And thank you for those of you in the past that actually have. We much appreciate that.
Amen, brother.
Okay, Todd, we got 5 minutes before the top of the hour.
Yep. So let's summarize this. Okay. So the first two boxes of the Quantum Leap system, Craig Proctor system, okay, are all about lead generation or flow. And you guys have heard us said, like, if you do not have an overflow of business, like, you're not in a position to grow it. So you always want to have a slightly more, and a lot more is fine, than you can get to, and you're going to be in a position to make this thing go. So I want you guys to think, instead of one, like, what's the one ad, or what's the one lead generation thing, or what's the one thing I can do, which is a question we get to a lot. What you want to be looking to do here is 3, okay? At least think in terms of multiples. So if you're going to be engaging in paid media, okay, well, what are the 3 ads that you're going to run in the one media channel? Or what is the one ad you're going to run in the 3 media channels? Okay. And when you start thinking this way, you immediately put yourself into a position of getting more flow. And you can grow your business much, 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 much faster, okay, than if you just had the one. Okay. Has everybody got that? So next, say on the marketing system would be you. So Craig, I know in the marketing clinics, you've been all in on saying, look, the self-promotion side of this business is real. Like you want to be presenting yourself to your databases through social media and other means. But we understand that takes time. But this intent-based branding, omnipresent system is a real thing. So it's not that you're just on Facebook with your marketing message. Like you've got to be on all social media channels simultaneously. We're going to show you more about that over the panels and through the rest of the day. And of course, since a lot of your business does come from referrals, if you haven't proctorized that side of the business, do. Platinum members get monthly the Homeward Bound and Calls Marketing Referral Package sent to them, handed to them on a silver platter. So no real excuses for lack of implementation when it's all being designed and written for you. Okay. But if you look at those 3 bullet points, paid media, intent-based branding, omnipresent system, and your referral marketing system, it's like, okay, I can get really good here at these 3 things. And I'm going to put myself into a position of having overflow, and I'm more likely to grow my business. Next. Okay. It's one thing to get the leads and the customers. Okay. But it's another to actually turn them into clients. Okay. So the conversion aspect, obviously we excel at it. So I want you to run your conversion side of your business with assuming that the customer is not sold on you versus assuming that they are. If you assume that the lead that you generated is easy to reach, then you'll make little effort to reach them. Assume they're going to be hard to get on the phone. Okay. When you meet face to face with them, assume that they're not sold on you. Assume that you're in competition with someone or someone's else. Okay. And if you do, you will go further into more activity to overcome the competition factor, because you're always in competition with something. All right. So assume the prospect is not sold on you first when it comes to conversion. All right. Now, remember that follow-up systems at the Craig Proctor system have built in pre-selling elements in it. Okay. By establishing authority. For example, on the follow-up script alone, Craig, when I pitch to a buyer or seller to meet with me, when I'm closing for a face-to-face appointment, I build into the offer exclusivity. For example, for buyers, how would you like to get access to all the homes that match your home buying criteria from all real estate agents, as well as properties that are really readily hard to find, on the internet, like distress sales, bank foreclosures, company-owned homes. So immediately I'm pre-selling the prospect on me being different than all the other agents or what they're attempting to do on themselves. So your follow-up systems must have built-in pre-selling elements on it. And if you don't, write that down so that you can make sure that you do that. In our scripts, so if you're following the Craig Proctor system on the scripts for conversion, the buyer presentations and the listing presentations, they have built-in pre-selling elements in them through authority and the other matter. The other piece of this is that if you're walking into a listing or buyer appointment and you're doing it the way everyone else is doing it in your industry, just understand you may be positioned as everything that you told them during your presentations may not be accurate. So many of our top members add on top of their board agreements or their listing agreements and buyer agreements an outline, like our VIP buyer agreement that many of you guys have seen. Craig has shared with you time and time again. It outlines additional promises that you're making to the customer that will further differentiate you from the other real estate agents in the marketplace. Okay, so highly recommend that you put whatever you're saying you're going to do, at least in writing, so the customer doesn't look at you and say, well, how come none of what you just told me is in writing? Okay. So all of those are barriers to conversion that you must overcome. So you guys hopefully get a good deal on that. You're getting ready to see a steady dose of it here when we do our panels. All right, now let's look at the last 2 boxes. The lifetime customer system is really all about leverage. Okay. So if we're not leveraging a customer satisfaction, okay, to get more business, it's probably because the customer may not even be satisfied. So if you set up your customer service metrics as you move into doing business with the Craig Proctor system, you're going to be better for it. For example, if your measurement of success is a 5-star review versus just a commission check, that's a better customer service metric. And you design your business around getting the review. How do you know if you've done a really good job? When the customer says you've done a really good job publicly, you probably can take away that you've done a really good job. And then every few months, if you go and survey your customers of how likely are you to refer me to others? I get when you first close with them, okay, they buy or sell the house with you, they're probably really high on the Net Promoter Score, but what would they say 6 months from now? Okay, if you were to take a survey of how likely are you to refer me to your friends, family, and business associates and others that you might know, what do you think your Net Promoter Score might be? All right. And then the last one is your customer satisfaction score. Measuring the customer satisfaction at every point of doing business with you, especially at the time of it going under contract and closing. And all of this will tell you how well you're doing with your system. Okay. Without a CRM and leveraging people, it's going to be really hard to have those 3 things working for you to your benefit. So what you're getting ready to see on the panel are Craig Proctor system members at the highest level in the ladder that are really good at these things. They bake this into their business systems, and you want to pay attention to it. This is my takeaway from it all, Craig, is if you want to make more money, these are essential ingredients that you must bake into your business in order for you to make more. Okay. So hopefully that helps. And I'm looking forward to hearing and seeing from many of these people as you interview them, Craig. Thanks for doing that, by the way.
Hey, that's my favorite part of the conference, is getting to interview our panelists. And, you know, my job's not to get in the way. I'm the Larry King. Some of you probably don't know who Larry King is, right? I'm dating myself, but yeah, I just want to be a good interviewer and ask some good questions of our panelists. And who better to learn from than realtors that are very successfully doing the thing that they're going to be talking about. So nothing is going to get lost in translation, because you're going to be hearing specifically what they do and how they do it.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, so I guess we're going to get our panelists on now, and what's going to happen after lunch?
So after the panel, Craig, we're going to dive right into SEO and organic systems. So what everyone needs to know to dominate that space. We're going to call it actually the working manual or handbook on how to run your business using free. Okay. Remember, Zillow is like the classified ad in the newspaper, but Google and other search engines are actually the real newspaper. So when it comes to leveraging free or organic or SEO, they have rules that if you know what they are and how to play that game, you will get more business. So we're gonna be spending a couple of hours on that after your interview panel here, Craig. So I'm going to turn this thing over to you and let you do your amazing work with these outstanding and amazing people that I'm looking at.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Welcome, panelists.
Hey. Welcome.
Turn your microphones on. Don't be shy.
Got it.
Hi.
Hello.
First, we have Barb from Colorado.
Yep.
How you doing, Barb?
Doing great.
Actually, I was going to mess around and say, Barb, why do you call yourself Barb from Colorado when you live in Arizona? But I didn't think that would be funny. But anyway, how you doing this morning, Barb?
Doing great. Thank you.
Good. So share with everybody what you're going to be talking about today.
I'm going to be talking about video, in particular using YouTube and Vimeo, doesn't matter which one actually, and how it's really become what people rely on a lot more when they're picking who they're going to work with in their real estate business. So I think it's a very important piece that everybody should embrace. So,
did you ever think when we got started way back when, Barb, that you were going to be like a social media influencer?
No.
It's incredible though. Like, you're doing such a great job. And I was looking through all the PowerPoint slides you sent me, and you're really getting great attraction, lots of views and attention. And the thing is when you started with YouTube, you didn't know a lot, and you've kind of self-taught yourself a lot of it, I think. And I think what happened over this journey is you learned that you kind of liked it, and you were really good at it, right?
Yeah, I'm actually having a lot of fun with it. And I know we've talked before about nobody really likes being on video. I don't like being on video, but at the end of the day, people care about what you have to give them. So it doesn't matter what you look like. What matters is what you're giving. So anytime I do a video, that's what I try to focus on. It's not about me.
Okay, does everybody hear that? So I'm like Barb. Like, I would prefer not to be on video, but that's the age we live in. We live in a world where, as far as marketing goes, video is the most important part of this. So like everything else in our business, we learn to like things that we're not good at or things that we're not comfortable with. We have to learn how to become uncomfortable if you want to grow. So I'll give you a couple examples in my life. So Barb, I didn't necessarily like calling back all the leads.
Yeah.
Right. And I did that for my entire career. I was disciplined enough to create a perfect week and sit actually at this desk with this headset on, wherever it is, for 2 hours every single day. And I did that for like years and years and years and years. Do you think that I looked forward to making 2 hours of callbacks? No, but that's what was necessary. How about when I started doing conferences and training real estate agents? How many of you think I was really excited about walking onto stage with 1,000 people in the room when I'd never done that before? No, I did not like that. I was nervous. I was, very self-conscious. I learned how to do it, right? You acquire these things.
Yeah.
That's what I've noticed with Barb. Barb's like, this is like not my thing, but I'm going to learn to be good at this. Now, when you watch Barb's videos, if you go to YouTube and you watch any of Barb's videos, she doesn't look nervous. She doesn't look like she's self-conscious. She looks like a pro. So all of these thoughts that we all have, the reason I'm sharing this with you is many of us have these thoughts. Maybe not Rudy. Barb, maybe not Rudy. Rudy loves the camera, right? Rudy's like, turn this thing on, and I'm just like, a natural at it. And that's great. So if you're watching this right now and you're like Rudy, you may not relate to what Barb and I are talking about because you're kind of like a natural in front of the camera. But Barb acquired this. This is the point I want to make. Barb didn't know anything about this. She didn't know anything about the equipment. She didn't know anything about YouTube, but she's become an expert at it. And she's going to share with you today all the things that she's learned. So all the things that you're feeling about video and social media, you get over it, because that's what we need to be today to be successful. Video rules. Video, video, video. Barb realized that many years ago, and she said, well, you know what? I'm going to overcome all these obstacles, and I'm just going to be awesome at it. So Barb, you're here. You're on the other side of it. Now you're awesome at it. And she's so awesome at it, she's going to show you guys how to be awesome too.
Yeah.
So thanks, Barb. Let's go over to Rudy. Rudy, you're not afraid of the camera in any way at all. You like the camera, don't you?
I was very shy, Craig. I'm not sure if you remember about 5 to 6 years ago, 7 years ago, when the first time you put me on a panel somewhere in either Florida or Canada, I forgot. I was so nervous, but I'm not sure if you remember, I actually ran off from the stage. So
I don't remember that. So you were so nervous that you were on stage and had second thoughts about this.
Remember, you put me on a panel and then you asked me a question and then I quickly say what I want to say. And then I was so shy, I actually ran off the stage. It was 6 years ago and you never kicked me off the stage. So thank you for this opportunity because of this, right? So like you said, we have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. So
yes. That's how you grow.
Yes, I'm an introvert person.
Yeah.
So, but every day, and I remember 6 years ago was the first time you put me in front of people. So I gotta continue be uncomfortable because exactly like Barb was saying, because it's not about me.
Right? Well, maybe we should call our session "How to Be an Extrovert When You're Really an Introvert." Because I mean, look at this is important conversation because many of you may be thinking, like I know Barb and I know Rudy quite well. You may be thinking, well, Barb, it just comes natural to her. It's easy. Rudy, but here we have Rudy saying, yeah, even though the perception is he has no problem in front of the camera, it's all acquired. We can acquire these things. Just like I had a fear of speaking in front of people. Now I have no problem speaking in front. That's all acquired. It didn't come natural. Rudy, tell us what you're going to be sharing with us today.
Well, today I'll be sharing with you some of our marketing materials, Craig, the radio, the billboards, direct mails, everything that I learned from you in the past 8 years. I'll be sharing with you how we generate listings in today's economy, how we are winning multiple offers.
Hey, you've got how many agents that work for you now? I like he doesn't know. First of all, I like the fact that he doesn't actually know. So many agents. How many? Ballpark.
Well, at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, I think about 100 plus. Yes.
Over 100 agents. Okay, so we were talking about Your Home Sold Guaranteed earlier today. I don't know if you were with us. We're talking about the Ascension Ladder. How's it going with Your Home Sold Guaranteed? Give us a plug.
Well, the name itself, Craig. Think about it. This is simple. The name itself bring us so much business. Before Your Home Sold Guaranteed, Craig, I had so much problem with online businesses, right? Because I was with RE/MAX before. I was selling 500 homes a year with RE/MAX. So everywhere in California, I don't know in different states, Craig, but in California, the law requires me to put the company's name. So what happened is that on the MLS, when it gets to syndication, my name show up as Rudy Kusuma RE/MAX. And then everywhere else on Zillow, Redfin, and all the
right. That's just the way that's just the way it works. Is your name's small, the company name's big. So what you were promoting was RE/MAX. Now what happens?
So now by default it's Your Home Sold Guaranteed Rudy Kusuma. So by the name itself, if you Google now at Your Home Sold, we generate more business just because of that itself. So yes, so it makes a big difference. And before, like, not only that, before I'm literally paying RE/MAX almost $250,000 a year promoting RE/MAX. So my last conversation with RE/MAX was very fun conversation. I was like, because they want me to stay, I was like, no problem, I'll stay with RE/MAX, but you guys have to pay me $250,000 a year, because why am I paying you $250,000 a year for me to promote you? Doesn't make sense.
Right. So, so you parted ways and you haven't looked back. So, look at you've been a great ambassador of Your Home Sold Guaranteed, just like Barb in Colorado. You can see you can see her banner behind her, Your Home Sold Guaranteed. All right, thanks, Rudy. We'll come back to you in a minute. Next, we are going to go to Quebec. Okay, we're going to go to Quebec, Canada. Okay, for those in the U.S. Bertrand and Argy are just outside of Montreal. Welcome and. Exactly. Explain where you are in proximity to Montreal, just so everybody gets a feel for your location.
We are based on the South Shore of Montreal.
South Shore, okay. And you also are Your Home Sold Guaranteed, and you can see it. It's in behind them. It's in French. So congratulations. How are things going in your business? And explain what you're going to be sharing with us today.
Amazing. The business is going well. We are on honeymoon since we launched the brokerage, 2 months ago. And hey, we are already 45 agent in our brokerage. It's crazy. In 2 months.
That's amazing. Where were you a year ago? How many agents a year ago?
Well, we had our team within RE/MAX and we were 8 agents a year
So you've literally gone from 8 agents to over 45 just in the last few months since you started rolling with this.
Exactly. They're not all in our team. Obviously, we have team leaders within the brokerage and everybody together comes out to 44 agents and it's awesome.
Now, you guys are doing a lot of video as well. I mean, you've really embraced it. You're doing a great job. And also you've got some celebrities in Quebec, in the Montreal area as well, to be your spokespeople. So we're excited to have you share that with us today.
Thank you.
Will be a pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Myra and Damien. How you doing today? Thank you for being with us.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, we're doing awesome. Excited.
Tell everybody a little bit about you, where you're located, what your team looks like, what your business looks like right now, and how that's come along.
All right. So right now we have about 15 agents. We have an ISA team, admin, full staff. As far as what we're doing, 2019, we ran about 1.6 in GCI. 2020, in the year of COVID, we had a small increase, $100,000, 1.7. This year, we're trending about 33%, a good leap this year. So we're doing very well.
And we're in Atlanta, Georgia. So we've been your home sold guarantee probably for 30 days or so. So we're very, very new.
We're a baby brokerage.
We're baby brokerage. So we're going through the baby brokerage process right now.
Well, thank you so much for agreeing to be on the panel. And I think it's really good to have seasoned veterans, you know, those who've been with us for a long, long time. And like you said, baby brokers, because people want to hear, like, what's it look like when I get started with the Craig Proctor system, and especially your home sold guarantee. People are asking, what's it all about? What makes this different? So I want to thank you guys for sending me the materials and being willing to share what makes you so successful. So you met our panel here. We've met Barb, Rudy, Myra and Damien, and Bertrand and Argy. And we're going to start with Barb. So Barb, YouTube, of course, is the thing that we're going to be talking about today. So I'll click the slides and I'll let you tell the story.
Okay, great. Well, what started this whole thing, actually, if you guys haven't heard me talk about this before, it was a couple years ago, and Sandy Casellas asked a really good question, like, how come I can't find me as the listing agent on my own listings if I Google the address?
That's an awesome question.
It was a great question.
Yes, leave it to longtime member Sandy Casella here in Toronto. Her question is, how come I can't find my own listing? That doesn't even make sense, does it? But that's actually what's happening.
Yeah, and I had some red hot listings where we were using Nancy Kowalek's great open house system, which I hope she talks about today, and having a line out the door at our open houses. But we were getting very few buyer leads on our own listings. I'm like, what is going on? So I Google searched it, and it turned out that I wasn't on page 2 even. I was like I was nowhere to be found. I went all the way to page 10 and gave up. So I figured out, I sat down, I thought, okay, I knew that Google owned YouTube and Google liked video. And still to this day, 2+ years later, very few people are doing video of any kind, let alone on their own listings. So,
okay, let me just interrupt there, because so many gold nuggets. Did everyone hear that? That right what Barb said is so important. Barb Googles herself. How many of you have actually done that? You've Googled yourself and you're like, holy cow, I can't even find myself. I'm not on page 1. I'm not on page 2. I'm not on page 3. I think we all agree. If you're not on page 1, it doesn't really matter where you are. And then Barb's like, has this epiphany. Well, I want to show up in Google because that's kind of how people buy things and find things today. How many of you agree, if you're like me, when you're looking for something, a restaurant, whatever, the first thing you might do is go to Google? How many of you agree that's how home shoppers do it? So Barb's like, okay, Google's important, video's important, and Google owns YouTube. Right there, she joins those dots and makes a decision. I've got to learn a lot about YouTube. Awesome.
Yeah. So I ended up starting to do my own, what I call Vanna White videos on my listings. So I'd go before they were launched to the market and just walk and talk, kind of glide through, so they can kind of get a little bit better perspective besides just the still pictures. And I spent a whole weekend studying as much as I could understand about SEO from all the nerds that teach it online. And I discovered this isn't that hard. And then I basically put together a checklist, which I'm going to share with you at the end, on exactly how to do that to get to page 1 of Google if they are Googling the address. And that way I can beat Zillow, I can beat Realtor.com, Redfin, some of these other big box national brokerages to page 1 of Google with my own listings. And it works. It doesn't stay there forever. So you have to be ahead of the game and now even be more proactive, like put it up early on your Google business profile and all over social media. That really is probably the secret sauce. So
look at these stats. 80% of 18 to 49-year-olds watch YouTube in a given month. Only 9% of businesses, however, use YouTube. So it's used by people, but underutilized by businesses.
Yeah, it's surprising to me. And, you know, I thought, at first I thought this was a younger person game, because most of my business comes from other kinds of marketing, including YouTube, but I also do radio and print marketing. And I was finding that people actually tell me every time I go sit down with the seller, hey, I checked you out online. I researched you. They all say that. Okay. So what are they looking at? I needed to know what they're looking at. And really dominating this video space positions me as an expert.
Isn't it crazy how they feel like they know you? And just because, I mean, the number one battle we fight is obscurity. So just making people aware of you, it's kind of funny, because they end up, what you find is they are selling themselves to you. Right? They're like, oh, I see you everywhere. Yeah. Oh, you really seem to know what you're talking about. It's like, yeah, keep talking, right? That is the power of video and social media, is they're coming to you and they're spending time talking about how famous you are, how knowledgeable you are. Does that make it easier to get a client? Of course.
Yeah, I mean, they tell me, some people tell me they think I'm a rock star when I go into their house, which is kind of funny to me. And others will say that they feel like they know me already, which is really cool. So, I mean,
Barb, you've heard me say this before, but I had created such omnipresence in my small town that this is something that I learned to do. When they were interviewing other agents, at the end of the presentation, I would say, well, who do you think the buyers in town would be more likely to call, me or one of the two other realtors that you interviewed? And they would almost always say, well, obviously they would call you. To which I would say, well, then why would you want to list your home with them? And then they would kind of laugh, because they'd realize, oh, that's pretty good. But that's actually what's happening to you because of social media and YouTube, is you are actually to them. I know it sounds crazy, right? But you are a celebrity to them, and you are now the most welcome guest, never again positioned as an annoying pest. How about this one here? I don't have to worry about YouTube because I already advertise on Facebook.
I've got my share of problems with that. Right now, my personal page is restricted. So I just found this out. It had been going on for months and I had no idea. Now, you can't do ads on your personal page, but then you can't do ads on your business page that's connected to your personal page, I discovered. I have one or two that are working, but it's very easy to get tripped up with Facebook. It's pretty complicated in my view. I find YouTube and video marketing a lot simpler than Facebook is, and less restrictive to their rules. So I've been pretty much restricted by Mark Zuckerberg, and he suspended my account. But
okay, this is huge. I got to interrupt for 1 sec. This is huge. How many of you don't like rules? We talked earlier, Barb and I, we don't like rules. We don't like rules now. I have found the same thing with Facebook. How many of you have had your account shut down for no reason at all by Facebook, by some whim, or you're tired of trying to get ads approved? They're for no reason at all. An ad you've run over and over again in the past, just for whatever reason, it's not approved. Look, this approval process isn't even being done by real people, right? So what Barb's saying is, yeah, Facebook works, but it can be frustrating because you got to follow all the rules. You got to go through the approval work. And so we're not saying don't do Facebook. She's just saying personally, she's found YouTube to be a lot easier.
Yeah, it's easier for me and it's natural for me. So I decided just to focus on this just because I've had this problem personally. I'm still trying to work through that problem because I know Facebook has some cool things like the custom audience that you can build and all that stuff using the pixel. It's pretty neat stuff and it has worked for us, but it's a constant battle. Whereas YouTube, I've got videos that most of my videos, just so you know, I did within the last 2 years. I think I'm up to 471 videos now on my YouTube channel. Before the last 2 years, before that, I had done 6 videos. and those videos are still getting views. They're
That's awesome. So you've basically from 6 videos to almost 500 videos.
Yeah.
So how often are you doing these? Every day?
No, I do a radio show, which my lender pays for. So because of COVID, we actually had to do everything on Zoom. And so what I started doing basically was I would have the virtual assistant create a PowerPoint slide of each segment. And then during the show, we're showing the slides. You can see me talking and the slides because people like a talking head for some reason. And it's being recorded and aired live when we record on YouTube. And then my virtual assistant breaks it up into 4 different videos. So those happen every week. The 4th one, I'm pitching my upcoming listing. So those are done every single week. So I always do 4. And then I'm doing listing videos. Sometimes I'm just doing little short things, promoting open houses. The referral rewards video, I love doing that one. That's a great one. And I use that and send it out to my database. So it's just a constant thing. It's part of my life right now. So it's not.
Let's have a look at some of your top videos. Top 8 videos by view. Explain this one.
So what I did was I went back and looked at what were the number of views on these videos. And I was really kind of surprised at the ones that got the most attention. After I studied this SEO thing, basically now I'm just the talent. So I do the recording, I hand off the video in Dropbox to my virtual assistant. He gets to work and he puts all this SEO and description and all that stuff in there, keywords, that's done for me, as well as what you see, this cover page of the video, which is called a thumbnail. So this is actually a radio segment that I did, and I recorded it in January of this year. It's gotten over 2,100 views. And obviously it's a topic that resonates with people.
Yeah, how to prepare your home for sale. So 2,132 views. Now, an important point you made was that you're just the talent. I really like that. So back in the day, Barb, you were the talent, you were the cameraman, you were the technician, you were doing all of it. But the real rainmaker activity for Barb is just to show up, do the video, and she has someone else that slices it, dices it, takes care of it, and posts it everywhere. That's the same thing I'm doing. Is it a virtual assistant that does that for you?
Yes. His name is Dave. He's through Kristen and Mark Stampini's company.
Right, and that's the same company that does mine. So I know Kristen Stampini is with us here today. They're doing the same thing for me. I shoot the video and then it's everywhere. And I like that. I like what you said there, Barb, just being the talent. Come in, roll the camera, do my thing, and then the rest of it's all done. So in the beginning, though, you really probably should learn how to do it yourself, because if you're going to hire or delegate it out to somebody, you kind of got to know what you're delegating, right? Like, how would you know whether that person's doing a good job or not if you really don't understand, what it is that you're asking them to do?
Yeah, I mean, really the work comes for me in planning out what I'm going to say and then just recording the video. And if I have outtakes, I keep recording. He just cuts those out and I do it again.
Yeah, easy. So it's not like, oh, I got to shut it down and start over again. If you make a little mistake, you just pause for a second, keep rolling with it, and then they just glue it together and make you look perfect.
Yeah. So your guaranteed sale program, Craig, it gets a lot of action. People love this, especially right now, with the market being super hot in most of the places in North America. A lot of people are afraid of really getting stuck with 2 homes, having to buy their next home first because it's hard to get a sale contingency approved, and it's a challenge. So this has become one of my top videos. And then this is a weird one, how to buy a HUD home. So in Canada, you may not be familiar with this. It's basically a bank-owned home. It's owned by a government entity when that borrower forecloses. I did this video, I want to say like 2011. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. But for some reason, after all that, 2015, 45,000 views with no paid advertising. And this kind of, this basically speaks to your distress sale ad, basically. right? It talks about how to buy a distress sale property, essentially.
Right. Basically, it screams good deals, how to
Yeah.
get a good deal. Staging your home.
Staging is a very popular topic. This is a really short one. I didn't do any paid ads to it. I was just talked about one room and made it really quick. And people like the quicker videos. My assistant here is a TikTok star, so she's teaching me how to do those. Those are less than a minute, and they have to be done on vertical. They're very specific, but she's getting me going on that one as well.
Hey, I hope everyone's getting some good ideas for some topics for your video here by just learning what's working best for Barb. How about this one? What people say about Barb?
See, this one surprises me in a way. But if you go to my channel, it auto plays, and all this is a couple of video testimonials from my clients. So I get lots of views on that one, which is really surprising. And then I have to get in Zillow's face. I can't help it. I do view them as a competitor, as Todd says. We are running paid ads. I'll probably get in trouble for this one. I don't know. But every time we use the Craig Proctor follow-up script, when people call to have me come over and sell their house, talk to them about selling their house, we run through the follow-up script, right? They're calling for an appointment and we just ask those questions. One of the questions is, do you have an idea what your home is worth? Almost all of them say, Zillow says X. So I like debunking that perception in the market. And this one's a fun one.
Yeah, I love that jab back at Zillow. That's awesome. 27 tips to sell your home fast and for top dollar.
Yes, that one's getting a lot of action. And that's a Craig Proctor editorial ad, or you could do it classified. So basically, we're running YouTube ads to the video via Google, and it's gotten over 45,000 views so far.
Does everyone understand what Barb is when she says this is a Craig Proctor ad? This is a campaign that's on the ad generator, right? That any of you can use in any way that you want. So where does Barb get the content for this and the copy for the report that's being offered? It's right on the coaching site inside the ad generator. And it's actually entitled 27 Tips to Sell Your Home Fast and for a Top Dollar. So Barb is taking this content and she's just using it on YouTube, right? Just like you could use it in a Facebook ad.
I'm just talking about, I'm kind of highlighting a couple of key points in this campaign and then offering them a free report.
Right. So she's not going through all 27 tips. Barb's not saying, and tip number 24 is, no, she's saying, okay, here's a couple really good tips. This is like a sample of what you'll learn in this report. But if you want to learn about all 27 tips, right? So she kind of whets their appetite with, hey, you know what? Tip number 1 is this. It might be decluttering your house. Tip number 2 is, making sure you price it right. Tip number 3 is whatever. If you want to learn about all 27 tips, then she's got a strong call to action. So this isn't just creating an awareness for Barb, it's also generating her leads. Okay, we want our marketing to do both, create an awareness of us and generate leads. And then, of course, we need to follow up with the leads, right? Some of you are really good at generating leads and collecting the leads. And, we're going to be talking about how to reach the leads, what to say to the leads, how to nurture the leads. That's why you need an entire system. Some of you have part of the equation. You got part of the puzzle figured out. But if you don't know how to follow up with the leads and what to do and say, then you're just generating leads. All right, let's look at your walkthrough videos. Tell us about those.
All I'm doing there is making an offer. So, but actually, that for some reason, the property videos are very, very popular when we run paid ads. People love looking at properties, but I always make offers in the beginning of the video. I do a short intro. We mostly just use the camera to glide through the house. And in the end, I do an outro and make another offer. And on all of these videos, if you go to my YouTube channel, you can just look at the description part and cut and paste and insert your addresses. It's essentially, the scripts are in the description. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. I've done it 471 plus times.
Equipment. So do I need a lot of equipment?
No, this is the minimum. you need you need a Gmail to get a YouTube channel. You need a cell phone that has a decent camera. And recently I've learned if you get those earbuds, and I'm just, you know, I'm not an Apple girl, I'm more of a PC girl, but this product is super nice because they're wireless. You connect them up Bluetooth with the phone. And when you're recording videos, the audio is really, really clear, especially if you're at a distance doing the video, like I like to be, and you're walking around, it picks up the audio much better. It's so simple. And I don't know why it took me so long to figure it out. But
yeah. And you've got long hair, so nobody would even see them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but you're saying the microphone inside of these is a really good quality.
It's really good, and it'll pick up everything. So, and then this is one of Nancy Kowalek's open house event. This one we had, I think we had about 120 people attend.
That's awesome.
Of course, I took little snippets of video of people, tried to shoot them from the back so they didn't whine. And then I took those snippets of video, put it together, and I'm posting that on my Google Business profile, as well as YouTube.
Hey, Craig Proctor Nation, are you enjoying this? Let us know in the chat. Let us know if you're enjoying this. If you have any questions for Barb, because Barb is an expert at YouTube. Let her results speak for themselves. Just all you have to do is Google Barb, watch some of her videos. We want you to model to watch our most successful members. All right, what to record, radio segments, podcast. Okay, tell us about live stream with OBS versus recording with Zoom.
Oh, so if you do a recording on YouTube Live, okay, and you're using Zoom, you need this OBS software to connect the dots, I guess. My virtual assistant did it. I think I kind of half know how to do it, but that software is free. Both of those softwares are free. And that's just for the live portion. You could record standalone using Zoom, but to go live, you need something to connect the dots. And I wanted to have my talking head there next to my slides. So it seemed less boring to have a person talking there. I don't know why, but that's been the result that we're getting from views. And then I added a couple things. You can get this cell phone tripod on Amazon, very inexpensive, $37. And you could just point it, set it up on there, stand there and talk. And then this thing on the right, I just bought, it's really kind of cool. I'm using it right now.
That is cool. It's like a mini teleprompter.
It is a mini teleprompter, but you use a teleprompter app on your phone and stick it on there. It plays on the mirror, so you're looking straight in the camera. That way you don't have to memorize the script. That's really
that's
neat.
awesome. Yeah, that's why didn't I think of that? That's a great invention.
Yeah, so it was pretty cool. It's maybe $200 to get that. So I have it set up in my office.
Really? So it's just like a little mirror that's attached to your phone.
Yeah, and it's very easy. And the webcam is behind it. You could put any kind of camera back there, but in my case, I've got the webcam behind it. So I'm looking straight into the webcam while the text is scrolling, and I can just read, and it looks like I'm looking at the camera.
So you could just put a bunch of bullet points. This way you'll never forget anything. Or you could actually, completely write out your script word for word.
Yeah. So that makes it a lot easier for me because I'm not good at memorizing, and every time I ad lib, I change it.
Do you tend just to go off of bullet points, or do you like it like written out sentence by sentence?
It depends on what I'm doing. It depends on what it is, because if I go off script, I go down some weird rabbit trails sometimes and I change it. So it's better for me to be pretty close to sentences, but you can do bullet points as well. It's just that I edify. So that is what it looks like on my computer. It's just a box that's sitting there on a tripod, and I stuck the webcam behind it. And you can see that in the right picture.
That's cool.
And then I stick the cell phone on that little ledge there, push play, and you can stop and start if you mess up, right? It's pretty easy for me, and I'm not techie, just so you know.
So there you go. You don't need much. You can get started, in the beginning, just start with your phone. That's what I started with. And then I don't have this this cool teleprompter thing yet, but I have, I bought all this stuff from Amazon. My little tripod, my ring lights, my microphone here, you can see is a Yeti Blue.
Yeah.
All this stuff, here's the cool part. I bought it all on Amazon. It was very inexpensive and it was delivered to my house the next day. And boom, I'm in business.
Right.
So don't use the equipment as an excuse. Don't use having to, to understand or be a techie as an excuse, because Barb and I are not, right? We have people that help us do it. And don't use, I'm not comfortable in front of video, or, I'm too self-conscious. You got to get over all that. This is the world we live in now. It's all video. So we're just going to be talking about this until you guys do it. We're going to keep having Barb. We're just going to keep having you come back again and again, showing your success and the results of others until everybody gets on board. And then we'll have even more success stories to share with everybody. That's what it looks like.
That's basically the teleprompter working. So that's what I'm looking at when I'm reading. And then this is software that you can put on your phone. I think Nano Teleprompter cost $1 or $2, as I recall, but Big View TV is free. They are essentially the same thing that work on your phones. When I got the new Note 20, the Big View TV didn't work for me anymore, so I got the Nano, which I like. And what that is you can take your scripts, put it up in your Google Drive, connect the software to it, push play, and it's going to play the script right there in front of you.
That can't be easier. So you don't have to be an actor. All you have to do is write your script and just read it, just like the weather person. Awesome. Okay, so now I've done my videos. Where do I post them? Where's all the different places I can post the video once I create the content?
Oh, absolutely everywhere. Probably one of the more important ones I'm starting to work on more right now is emailing videos to my database. And you can just use a link, but you can also use software like BombBomb to do that. But yeah, you can post it anywhere. Now I don't do this part. What I do is I have my virtual assistants take care of all that for me.
Okay, so once you're the talent. Okay, yeah. So Barb's the talent. She goes in, they roll the video. Then the virtual assistants will slice it, dice it, create the thumbnails, and post it everywhere. And I do like that you're using email because that's underutilized. Our one of our best databases is our email list, right? So don't forget to send your videos out via email. Very important.
And then this is brand new that we just started doing, is having a QR code made that drives to a video. So we're putting it on our print marketing or flyers. And actually, I think Google Chrome will make a QR code for you for free. So it's not really that complicated. But again, I have my virtual assistant figure that out for me.
So proud to see that Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty logo in the top left-hand corner. All right, so some resources on the Craig Proctor site. So if you want to do what Barb is doing, you might be saying, well, where do I get all this information? Well, Barb, for your convenience, has listed the ID numbers within the coaching site. So all you have to do is go to the file library, type in, Barb, I'll let you explain what you've got here, but that's where to find it.
Yeah, so I have I think I have some scripts up there on a lot of the Craig Proctor type ads, and that's ID 3136. And then a video plan, that's just a spreadsheet that I kind of said, okay, what do I want to target with my videos? So what videos do I want to make? And it was just sort of like a project management spreadsheet to remind me, okay, this one's recorded, this one's in production, whatever. And then how to rank in SEO. That's a really important one because you have to get that right, especially if you're trying to compete for page 1 of Google with the address itself. And I just want to thank you all for watching. So,
Barb, thank you so much. Let's give Barb from Colorado a huge virtual applause. Thank you so much. Let us know your questions and comments in the chat box. Barb, thank you again. We know we're going to have you back over and over again until we get everybody doing what you're doing, which is doing a great job. Thanks again, Barb.
All right.
Next, we're going to move on to Rudy. Hey, Rudy, you with me?
Yes, we are here.
All right. Great presentation from Barb. Hard act. Yeah, very hard act for you to follow up with here, Rudy. But that's why we keep having Barb come back. She's so awesome. She does such a great job in her business and a really good job explaining it to other people. So hopefully you've been motivated by what you've just heard from Barb. And I'm watching the chat boxes light up here. Big thanks to Barb. Thank you very much, Barb. Okay, Rudy, let's share what you've got here. So we've got billboards, we've got flyers. We've got radio commercials. Let's start with your billboards. Where do you have your billboards running?
Well, as you know, Craig, the market now is really, really hot. So there's multiple offers everywhere. So for the first time, we changed the message a little bit, get the highest price for your home, right? So that's basically what the billboard is. We put around in town. Now, the purpose of the billboards, you will do well in the billboards once you dominate the mailbox. So you gotta be good on the direct mails, on the mailbox, on the online presence, exactly what Barb is talking about. Then the billboard is a reinforcement of everything what you've done on online.
Okay, so I like that. So the billboard is the icing on the cake, right? So you're going to start. You start with social media, with direct mail. Rudy, you're like the military, right? Like, hey, we're gonna start with on the ground. We're gonna start with direct mail, and then in the air, we're gonna start with social media. Right. And then the big bomb that you drop is the billboards all over town. So you're on radio, you're on TV, you're all over social media, and you're in their mailbox. And when they're driving down the street, they see your billboards.
Yes. Yep. So that's the idea of the omnipresence. But you got to be really good with everything else.
All right. So this is in your mailbox. In your mailbox. This is what I'm getting. Buy this home, I'll buy yours. Awesome home for sale. You're not shy about the USP. It's everywhere on all of your marketing.
Yep, you have to leverage your listings to get more listings. So the one that makes a lot of money, Craig, is the simple words, buy this home and I'll buy yours. And that's it. If you notice, Craig, on my for sale sign, there is no website, there is no nothing. It's just buy this home, I'll buy yours, and the phone numbers. Because when you call that, and you can mystery shop that if you want to, but when you call that, the purpose of the incoming call is to capture the first name, last name, the property that they're calling for. So it's a lead capture to generate.
Right, and you're literally getting phone calls into the office every day with people saying, hey, I see this thing around town that you'll buy my home if it doesn't sell. How does that work? Let's role play. So I see this all over town, like, that if you'll buy my home or you'll buy my home if it doesn't sell. How does that work?
Well, it works very well, Craig Proctor. Are you thinking of selling your home? Are you planning on making a move?
Yeah, obviously we're thinking of making a move, but I just wondered how does this program work? Like, what would you buy my house for?
So Craig, the way it works, when you put an offer on our home, we'll put an offer on your home. So what is your first and last name again? Did you say Craig Proctor? What is your address?
Right. I give you my address.
Okay.
Well, couldn't you just tell me over the phone though? Like what's the catch? What's the conditions? Like, could you just tell me is there any fine print? Like, how does it work?
Well, the only condition, Craig, you and I, we just have to agree on the price of your home and the closing date. So when would you be available to show me your home? Would Friday or Monday be a better time for you?
Well, I have a 4-bedroom, 3,000 square foot house over on Maple Street. Could you just tell me over the phone what you'd buy it for?
Greg, as you know, we don't know how much. I don't know how much your home worth. We have not seen your home yet. Are you more available on Friday or Monday? Be a better
right. That's perfect, right? So the answer to that always is when they say, "Well, what would you buy my home for?" I don't know. I haven't seen your house yet, right? And now Rudy's sitting at my kitchen table. So let's stop right there. Whether the prospect participates in the guaranteed sale program or not, has Rudy's marketing accomplished the goal of getting me, a seller, someone that wants to buy and sell a house, to call Rudy, and now he's sitting at my kitchen table. Did the marketing work? Let me know in the comments. Did the marketing work? And then people will be like, well, that's a bait and switch. Well, if you want to go down that road, advertising any property, any listings, a bait and switch, I guess, right? Because here's what realtors are totally okay with. They advertise a house on Maple Street, and people call, and the house is too big or too small, wrong location, too much money. Like 99% of the people that call you, it's not the right house. Do you say to the buyer, oh, I'm sorry, I can't help you? No. You say, well, what are you looking for? And they tell you, and then you switch them on to another home that you think would be a good match, right? And it's probably not one of your listings. It's probably not one of your company listings. So this whole idea, well, the guaranteed sale program is a bait and switch. No. The guaranteed sale program has helped hundreds of thousands of people. Yep. Well, it's an insurance policy that Rudy is offering this client that no other real estate company or agent would make. Okay, so that's the way it's got to be explained. So we teach you how to become a millionaire real estate agent, just like Rudy Kusuma. Rudy, how much money do you think you've made? Just ballpark, just from the guaranteed sale program.
Well, it's at least like every year, 8 million GCI. But Craig, I want to go back to what you were saying just now, because I heard that from many coaching members too, saying that, well, it doesn't come from the guaranteed sale program. And actually that's not true, because for example, Craig, in my database, I have about 60,000 buyers who's looking to buy. So think about it. Where is that 60,000 buyers come from? So they're calling from my sign that says, buy this home and I'll buy yours. So they may or may not end up buying that particular listing. However, when they call in, we know they're looking for certain home, certain price range in a certain criteria. So we input it into our database. So the next homeowners who call us thinking of selling their home, we already have the buyers in our database. So I argue, Craig, that every client benefits from the guaranteed program.
Yeah, either directly or indirectly. That's true. Hey, you know what would be, here's your homework, Rudy. Here's what I want you to figure out. Do me a favor. I want you to figure out, in all the years that you've been with me, figure out how much money you think you've made just from one thing, just from the guaranteed sale program. And then, you know what would be great is whatever millions and millions of dollars it is, wouldn't it be great if you were to, if we were to get, convert that into dollar bills and stack them on top of each other, and the pile would be as high as the Empire State Building. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but you get the picture. You've done very well with one thing. He took this unique selling proposition. It's the thing that people want, by the way. Okay, if you're a real estate agent watching this right now, you're like, I don't like the guaranteed sale program. It doesn't matter. The market loves it. How many of your competitors don't like that you offer this, Rudy? It doesn't matter what the competitors think. This is what buyers and sellers want. Rudy is offering an insurance policy to buyers in his marketplace that they won't get stuck owning two homes. You can move up and you can buy any one of his listings. And if it isn't selling time, he'll buy it for the upfront pre-agreed price, just like when you trade in your car. Certainly, if car dealerships have a trade-in program, why wouldn't real estate agents have a trade-in program? Hey, if I get stuck with two cars, that's not as bad as getting stuck with two homes. Okay, Rudy, let's watch one of Rudy's radio commercials. Okay, so if you're in Rudy's marketplace in California, you turn on the radio, this is what you're going to hear.
There's a lot going on in real estate, and now you're planning to sell. So who do you call and trust to get you the most money for your home and do it safely? I've got your answer. Hi, it's Larry O'Connor here to tell you about the only real estate team I recommend, Rudy Kusuma with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Rudy Kusuma will guarantee to sell your home, or he'll buy it himself at your agreed upon price, guaranteed in writing. Listen, there's a difference between getting your home sold and getting your home sold right. Getting your home sold right means more money in your pocket, not just getting it sold. Rudy gets his sellers $34,500 more on average. For Maria, Rudy Kusuma sold her home right. Maria's home sold for $160,000 over the asking price in just 11 days. Call Rudy Kasuma at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty today, 855-783-9735. That's 855-RUDY-SELL, or go to rudyhasthebuyers.com. That's rudyhasthebuyers.com, and start packing.
How awesome is that, everyone? Now, let me ask everyone this. Is Rudy's radio commercial better than your radio commercial? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments whether you think Rudy's radio commercial is better than your radio commercial. Let's have a look at another one. Radio commercial number 2.
If you're planning to sell your home, please add my recommendation to your list. Here's why. You'll love doing business with Rudy Kasuma with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Hi, it's Larry O'Connor, and when you call Rudy Kasuma, he'll show you how he sells twice as fast and for an average of $34,500 more than the average agent. Not only does Rudy put more money in your pocket, he'll guarantee to sell your home, or he'll buy it himself at your agreed upon price, guaranteed in writing. The secret is Rudy Kasuma has over 45,000 ready buyers looking to buy today, creating higher demand and multiple offers. It's why Rudy Kasuma continues to be one of the top realtors in Los Angeles, according to the Los Angeles Business Journal. Call the only one I trust to get the best working for you. Call Rudy Kasuma now at 855-783-9735. That's 855-RUDY-SELL, or go to rudyhasthebuyers.com. rudyhasthebuyers.com.
How many of you want to be like Rudy? Let's be like Rudy. Let's be more like Rudy. Awesome radio commercials, Rudy. And that's why he is one of the most successful real estate agents in the country. Let's have a look at some more marketing from Rudy. Look at even his for sale signs. This is not a normal, typical, ordinary, boring for sale sign. Talk about this, Rudy.
Yeah, so especially now in the shortage of inventory, we want to make sure the skill that you guys have to master is how to leverage your one listings to get more listings. So this is a perfect example. When we show homes, Craig, we always book everybody to line up in front of the house. So think about it. So as you line up in front of the house, then the people are looking at the sign, buy this home, I'll buy yours. It's very common. Every time we do this, we always pick up at least 2, 3, 4, 5 listings on a weekend, right? And so especially here in California, we cannot do an open house. So the showing has to be one at a time. So as one family go at a time, the rest are, can you imagine if you are waiting in line? Psychologically, number one, your offer is gonna be no contingencies. Because psychologically, you are like, oh my gosh, you can only sell the house to only one buyer. Now you are waiting in lines with 50, 60 other buyers. Number one. Number two, they are looking at the sign. Buy this home, I'll buy yours. Later on the description, on the MLS description, Craig, because we cannot put the words, buy this home and I'll buy yours. But on the MLS description, we put the word or trade, which essentially is the same. So when we do this, very common, the buyer's agent is going to come to you, and then their own buyers is going to ask, hey, I have a house to trade. How can I trade my house? Don't be surprised if the buyer's agent will surrender their giving their own buyers to you in front of you. So basically all we do, we just pay a 25% referral fees, and so the buyer's agent is happy, the buyers is happy, the sellers is happy. So this is powerful.
Yep, I had that happen all the time, Rudy. Does everyone get that? Where you're offering something so huge to the buyer that their own buyer agent can't help them. Their own buyer agent can't match the benefit or the offer that Rudy is offering them, and they'll refer their buyer over to Rudy. I'd have buyers call me all the time. Yeah, how's this guaranteed sale program work? Well, you got to move up and buy one of our listings and we'll guarantee to sell your house. Well, I've got an agent. It's my best friend. It's Uncle Joe. Sorry, to qualify for the guaranteed sale program, you have to buy directly through us. First of all, I was always amazed at how quickly they would throw their best friend or Uncle Joe under the bus. But sometimes we'd work out a referral deal. I'll give Uncle Joe a referral and we'll guarantee the sale of your house. We'll make this deal happen and you won't lose the home. I've even had, believe it or not, real estate agents themselves that worked for other companies that wanted to move up and buy my listings, and they had to list their home with me. They're real estate agents. They had to list their home with me to move up and buy one of my listings because they didn't want to lose the house. They really loved it. And one guy, Rudy, actually got fired because of it. His brokerage fired him. It's like, hey man, you can't work here and list your home with Craig Proctor. But he didn't care because he wanted this house so badly. All right, let's keep.
That's very common, Craig. Oh, sorry, Craig. Can you go back to that? I just want to make sure everybody understand. Not only that, look at the commission, Craig. On the listing side, we get paid 7% on the listing side. The buyers come in, we have our own VIP buyers agreement, because here at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, Craig, we teach the agents, the buyer's agent negotiate their own fees, the listing agent negotiate their own fees. So it's not uncommon for us to get paid 7 plus 3.5, for example, right? So this is, the reason I'm sharing all that, Craig, I just want to share the power of, it looks like a simple sign, but it, like, there's so much, there's so much, how to say that? There's so much into it.
Well, you see, what happens is when you're offering something so unique, like a guaranteed sale, it's almost in a way like you're not even in the same business as the other realtors. It's like you're in your own separate business. You don't have all the competition. You're not another ordinary real estate agent offering the same thing. So that's what I really like about this. And I love, as you said, the psychology of making the buyers line up 6 feet apart from each other, taking them into the house one at a time. That's what we call marketing. That's what our sellers are paying us to do, is to set their house apart and market it and create this kind of competition, or what I like to refer to as the auction effect. Now, even driving around town, people see your signage on all your vehicles.
Yes, that's the power of the USP. That's why when the opportunity, you presented that opportunity, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, I mean, like, to me, it's a no-brainer, because every time I bring this car, even to a gas station, just a car wash, even I'm not sure if you can see my shirts now, right? As I walk around town, if I just walk anywhere, because the name itself,
I see it on your jacket. You're a walking, talking billboard. Like, look at how small his name is on the car, Rudy Kusuma. So Rudy knows, like, Rudy's not the product. Promote in huge letters, like, what it is that people want. Your Home Sold Guaranteed. Now, most realtors wouldn't do this, Rudy. You know what they would do? Rudy Kusuma would be huge, and there would be no benefit. Or it would just say, call me. Or it would have some slogan like, if they work with their spouse, it might be like Spouses Selling Houses, or We Heart Referrals, or some other nonsense. But Rudy's name is small. The benefit to the consumer is massive. Your Home Sold Guaranteed, or I'll buy it. To discuss the sale of your home, there's a call to action. Tell them what to do. To discuss the sale of your home, call Rudy, his phone number, and start packing.
Yeah, think about it, Craig. This is a walking, talking billboards. My billboards cost me $10,000 a month. This car only $2,000, less than $3,000 for. It's been going on for 8 years now. So this car already paid off long time ago. This car is not a liability. This car is an asset.
Even your business cards, okay? Normal, ordinary real estate agent, it has a picture of them, and it has their company logo. Right? It's got the RE/MAX balloon, it's got the company logo or whatever, and it's got their phone number. It doesn't have any benefit. It doesn't have any USP. So remember, our business cards are an important form of marketing, because it's the first thing that you give to a buyer or seller when you meet with them physically.
Yep, everywhere. And the problem, as you can see, my son, this is how I learn from you. So I never tweak it. I never play around. As I go to a conference, the most common mistakes coaching member makes, they try to add whatever, right? As you notice, Your Home Sold, and this is the most common feedback I get, Craig. People ask, hey, where is the fax? Where is the mailing address? Look, how many times people fax you business? So the purpose of everything we do to generate business, including this. So
I love it. I love the little tents, or have the USP, the tablecloths. What do we got here? Press releases. Talk to us about press releases, because you are everywhere.
Yeah, press release. Barb actually went deep just now about SEO, right? Search engine optimization. You are what Google say about you. So think about that. You are what Google say about you. And so the easiest way to influence the Google, because when I Google you, is basically if you don't do anything, then somebody else will dictate or will say something about you. right? So the easiest way to control what the online or Google say about you is you control the content. And the easiest way to control the content is through press release. Because when you do a press release constantly, then Google is going to pick it up, right? Then when people Google you, then that's it. So you actually telling, I mean, how to say it? You are influencing you become your own media. Like now you are in control of the media.
Yeah, Barb said the same thing. You're reinforcing it. I mean, you just have to create an overflow of content. That's the game here, folks, is content. That's the Rainmaker activity today. The Rainmaker activity is content. Produce too much of it, overproduce content, and control the narrative. What Rudy says is true. You don't produce content. When people Google you, someone else is controlling the narrative. Someone else is controlling what happens or what people think when they Google you. You can't allow that to happen.
Yeah. And that's true, Craig, especially when your business as you continue to apply the Craig Proctor system. Before I met you, Craig, I sell about 12 homes a year. So it's very easy for me to know who is who, make sure everybody's happy. But when since I met you, I'm selling about 500 homes a year. It's been going on for almost 8 years. So think about it. There are thousands of people that we touch. One of those, not only just the clients, it could be the agent, it could be there are thousands of human beings that we touch on a daily basis. Somebody could potentially get pissed off, right? So what happens is that if you don't control the content online, then that's it. Then there is somebody who are not happy because they don't like your face, they don't like your name, they don't like my smile, right? People now, anybody can go online and says, man, I don't like Barb's smile. Her smile is weird. Right? So that's the reason why controlling the online presence is so important.
Well said, Rudy. Look, we got to move on here because I'm way behind. Thank you for doing such an awesome job and being on our panel today. Let's give everybody a virtual applause. Rudy Kusuma. Thank you very much, Rudy. All right. Let's move down to Atlanta, Georgia. How you guys doing? You unmuted?
Yes, we're awesome.
Okay, good. So what did you think of our first two presenters?
I mean, very good. We basically copied a lot of them. We copied Rudy. We have the band, the rap band. We have all the marketing. We do the YouTube videos. So yes, everything that we're doing, we're just copying. And
you know what? That's what we want. That's what we want everyone to do. And I know you guys are going to say something brilliant here, but we want you guys just to be great copiers. I'm going to repeat what I said earlier this morning. Everything you want to do in real estate is already being done right now by super successful Craig Proctor members. Look, you should be having this attitude of how can I out Rudy? I'm going to follow what Rudy's doing. He's taking a massive shortcut. Like you can take this massive shortcut. Just don't think you have to invent things. Don't think you have to be some entrepreneurial person other than to look at what's working and study this success and start doing it. Like start implementing the ideas. Don't say I'm going to get around to it later. Don't look at what's wrong. Don't overanalyze things. Just go in there and start implementing exactly what's already been proven to work for others. So that's what we're going to do here. We're going to have a look at what you've submitted here. Tell us about this listing ad.
Okay, so that is basically every new listing that we have, we do a different campaign. So we'll do Best Buy of the Week. This one is just buy this home with $0 down. This is going where on Facebook, Instagram.
This on Facebook, Instagram, Marketplace. We used to put them on like the Zillow lights before, like we used to plug them in there too. We send it to our database via email. So we're sending it over to all of our database. And then also we create a YouTube video on every single listing. So,
MailChimp, Google business page, that pretty much goes everywhere. Every single listing we have, we leverage that. Yes.
And how long have you been running this and where's it go?
So we've been running it for a while by now, maybe like 2 years. So we put it again on Facebook, on Instagram. We make a YouTube video. We MailChimp it to our database. We share it on every single business page, personal page. We also share with all of our agents on their personal pages as well. So that goes on every single page that everybody who is in our team as well.
Okay, here's another one.
Yeah, that's kind of like the same one. So we write about every single listing. So this one is the Best Buy of the Week. Now I'm actually starting to make videos, live Facebook videos on Best Buy of the Week. And I notice people actually watches those because you're telling them, hey, we have an amazing home right here, which is a Best Buy of the Week. And then we start describing the home and why we nominated the home the Best Buy of the Week. I'm saying, well, this is a great deal. This house has this, it looks amazing, it's in a great school district. So we start doing that also on Facebook Lives. So every week I'm doing one Facebook Live now for Best Buy of the Week.
Works really good. So we MailChimp
We get
that as well.
questions on those.
People respond, say, hey, where's the address? You know, they're raising their hand. They want to know about the property. So does very well.
We were also putting them in a Facebook Marketplace, but unfortunately we got banned from Marketplace. So
Why do you think you got banned from?
Too many ads. That's what I think.
See, here's the thing: they really want you to pay. They want you to pay, right?
Yeah,
like
of
Facebook
course.
doesn't make money with free, so you started doing a lot, and they cut off your access because they really want you to pay. That's how Facebook makes money. So who does Myra? Who does the videos? Is it you or Damien? Are you guys doing them both together?
So for the Best Buy of the Weeks, I do it on my own because I do it in English and then Espanol. So I kind of do them on my own. I found out the Best Buy is always very attractive. I just actually had one of the radio hosts coming into a home. We just found a beautiful house. And because he has a lot of followers, so you might, I don't know if you guys are allowed to do this with the radio, but since you mentioned, so he has tons of followers.
I have one of your radio commercials here.
Right? So he'll come over to the house and I will tell him, oh, this is the Best Buy of the Week. And then he's just following me around as we're living and people start logging in because, you know, these hosts, people watches them. So we actually got questions of people asking like, how can I buy a house? Can you help me? I like that home that you showed. So that's something else that we just started to leverage with the radio hosts. We have part of our package is that we have Facebook Lives with them at least once a month.
That's cool. So that's part of your deal with the radio personality.
That's part of the rule with the personality. So we just started. The first one didn't go that well because we ended up in a home that had bad signals. So maybe the next time we need to make sure that the signal is good.
Let's have a look at one of your radio commercials.
Hi, it's Monica Pearson, and I just love sharing great stories from happy home sellers who hired my friends and realtors, Damien and Myra at Crown Realty Group. Check this out. Myra sold the Carter's home fast and for $12,000 over asking price after receiving multiple offers. The secret? Myra and Damien's list of ready buyers. You want more money in your pocket when you sell? Well, I suggest you call Damien and Myra at Crown Realty Group today, 678-203-0090, and start moving.
Awesome. Love it. Let me know in chat how many of you like that radio commercial. You know what I would do if I was you? I would copy that thing. I would honestly, our panelists are chosen for a reason. Okay. We're not choosing people that are struggling with the Craig Proctor system. We're choosing members that are all in and they are super successfully implementing the system. So that's what we want everyone to do. Let's have a look at your postcards here. So direct mail. Tell us about your direct mail strategy.
Okay, so this one is a little bit funny because we printed it out and that guaranteed cash offer wasn't supposed to go on the back of this one. And so we did it by accident, but because we printed a bunch of them, we just said, let's go ahead and mail it out. Right. And it worked great. I had people calling say, hey, are you guys investors or agents? You know, because it had two offers, you know, guaranteed cash offer on one side in 24 hours, and then your home sold guaranteed at a price acceptable to you, we'll buy it. So we just left it that way, and it turned to work out very well in a direct mail. We have the QR code at the bottom. We get a lot of scans on that and calls, 800 hotline numbers. We try to use everything in the Craig Proctor system. So we check our 800 hotline numbers every day. We check our how many people scan the QR and incoming calls. So works very well.
Yeah, you know, what you have here is something that makes the phone ring and it causes people to say, how does this work? So, you know, you're saying, well, mistakenly, we had the 24-hour, we'll buy your home for cash in 24 hours, but it got the phone to ring and the people that are calling want to sell their house. So If you're marketing, if you're watching us right now, and the money that you're spending on marketing isn't causing the phone to ring with people that want to buy and sell real estate, you've got to question, like, why not? Like, let's switch things up. Let's spend our money in such a way that it's promoting us, it's promoting your brand, it's promoting your USP, but every postcard needs to pay for itself. So whatever these postcards cost, we want to know at the end of the day, if these cost us $2,000 to print and mail out, we want to know that we've got a transaction, a buyer or seller transaction specifically from this. And then if that's true, you don't look at the direct mail as a cost, it's an investment. Because I know everyone here, I don't know what your average commission is in Atlanta, but let's just say it's, I don't know, $10,000. Who here wouldn't spend $2,000 to make 10? You would do that all day long, right? And in fact, if you spend 2 to make 10, what if you spend 4? What if you spend $5,000? So marketing is scalable. That's the great thing about it, is once you figure out what works best for you, you can just ramp it up. And a postcard like this that goes out, let's say, to 2,000 homes, it's like 2,000, mini salespeople in the mailbox of 2,000 prospects in that particular neighborhood. All right, Facebook. So you were running in Marketplace, doing really well. It's free, of course, you like that. And then all of a sudden they block your ability to do that, probably, as we've discussed, because they want you to spend money. So tell us what else you're doing on Facebook.
On Facebook, currently we have about 127 ads running. And so
we're not all at the same time.
that one,
We rotate them.
yeah, so that's a recruiting ad.
Let me start at the beginning here.
Okay.
How about right there?
Free home evaluation. So we have several different seller Facebook campaigns. That's just an example of one. So that's just for sellers wanting a free home market evaluation. We have guaranteed cash offer ads running. That's a good one. That actually works very well. If anyone's looking for sellers, is it really possible to sell your house in 1 month without giving it away? So that's really good. Imagine if your house sold without having to list it with the real estate agent, without having to make any repairs or fix it up. So we're looking for motivated sellers without having to show the property to a gazillion buyers, without having to deal with flaky buyers. The answer is yes. You can get a real offer in just a few minutes. No waiting, no repairs, no fees. That one does very good for us, for sellers.
That performs well. That performs pretty well. The phone rings on that one, so we always get calls. This is recruiting. This is where we're like the most babyish, because that's what we probably need the most help.
We're running that as a custom audience on Facebook right now.
Yeah, so we just using it as custom audience. We went ahead and downloaded the list of the agents that had X amount of transactions in the counties where we need help. And then we're running this, and we're working on a recruiting video. We're gonna use your recruiting video that we currently already have that Shay made for us. And we're gonna also run that video on their Facebook feed on this list, on the audience that we already uploaded. And then this is going to take them to a landing page. We're actually copying Rudy. Thank you. I might call you to ask you tons of questions. So we're gonna make this land on a landing page for webinar registration.
We have another recruiting campaign running on Facebook on the custom audience that's less branded, and that one works very well. So it doesn't have
we're
pictures of
trying
us.
less branded too,
So-
and we found out that it's more, it's less. It's probably we're not letting them, hey, you gotta come work for me. It's more like this is how you grow your business, and it's actually working out. So we're not necessarily putting our faces. It's more just a general ad, and we're sending that one to our non-branded website.
So is Monica Pearson, is she like a celebrity in your market?
She was a news anchor. So we do videos for every single spot that we run on the radio in English and Spanish. So every spot that we're running, we also turn it into a video, and we were using this for retargeting. So anybody that was already in our database that was a seller, we were using this as a paid ad to retarget them.
Yeah, so we do a lot of less branded ads on Facebook, brings in a ton of leads. Then we retarget them
Then we
with,
target them with
these
this
ads,
ads.
along with report ads, along with offers, just
Offers
a
and
bunch of stuff going out.
So especially like the Spanish ones, it's very interesting on the Spanish clientele now, because just like Barb said, they see us everywhere, that they will not even hire the same agent that is helping them purchase the house to sell the house. It's really interesting how that's happening. And it's thank you to retargeting. So thanks to you guys for teaching us retargeting, of course. So, but we're retargeting them with the radio spots. So we just make them a nice, cute little video. They're like 30 seconds to a minute, and they're very easy to watch. And people just calls back. I mean, they see it on their Facebook feed, or we're mailing them as well.
Also, Craig, thanks to you, we are retargeting our database too with the buyer presentation. So we recorded it on the Zoom just like this. So they're seeing this video, they're seeing the buyer presentation video, they're seeing our offers, they're seeing
Facebook feeds,
tons of stuff going out, and it's cheap.
It's cheap. Yeah, that's good. It's cheap. We like
it.
Or
inexpensive, I would say.
Did everyone catch what Damien said? He's recorded his presentation, and he just sends the presentation out. I mean, if we really think about the logic, right? Old school, what have we been taught? Well, you got to generate a lead. I mean, real old school, like door knock, generate a lead, right? Now we're using advanced marketing techniques to get the lead to come to us. But still the battle is, I got to reach the lead. I got to qualify the lead. And then I've got to convince the lead to meet with me so I can give them a presentation. And Myra and Damien are like, why don't we just send them the presentation? Because we could send the presentation out to masses of people, to thousands of people, and the people that are, because if the whole goal is to get together with them anyway, just to give them your presentation, why not just send out the presentation? So that's exactly what they've been doing, and it's been highly effective. Okay.
Like we didn't make the whole thing. So we got like a one that we made with like maybe 26 PowerPoint slices that is not that long, and you can just record it like if you're meeting a buyer, right? It's the exact same thing as when you meet a buyer and you go over the presentation. We just made it a little shorter. In the same,
you just have a condensed video version that you can send out, and it just summarizes the benefits and the people. You know, like you're not going to list them without talking to them or sign a buyer contract, but it causes them to contact you because you've been able through video to communicate some of the benefits. Now, what's interesting is you're doing everything here in English and Spanish. And next, we're going to talk to Bertrand and Argy, and they're doing everything in English and French. So this just shows you how international the Craig Proctor system is. It doesn't matter whether it's in English, it's in Spanish, it's in French. This is marketing that works on human beings. It doesn't matter. So for those of you like, well, I don't know if this would work in my marketplace. You know, I'm in a small town, or I'm in a big city, or I'm on the West Coast, and Myra and Damien, they're on the East Coast. It doesn't matter. We got to stop thinking about our marketplace is different, or maybe this will work there, or I'm a veteran and they're new, or the opposite. All of this stuff, paradigms. We got to get rid of these thoughts, folks. How about it just works? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're male, female, experienced, inexperienced. It doesn't matter what company you're with. It doesn't matter what marketplace. What matters is that we understand what it is that buyers and sellers want. And buyers and sellers, no matter where they live, they want the same thing. So that's the important lesson to take away. I want to thank you, Myra and Damien, for doing a great job and being part of our panel. We got to move on because I'm running late. But thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Let's give them a big virtual applause in the chat. Let them know what you learned. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, we better move along or I'm going to get in trouble. I see Mr. Walters is back here, but we're going to go over to the Montreal area. They're not right in Montreal, but we're just going to say Montreal because everybody knows where Montreal is. Welcome, Bertrand and Argy. Thank you so much for being on our panel.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, well, you guys do an awesome job, and you're always so enthusiastic, which we love. I love enthusiastic people because it's so contagious. You guys have done a great job. Let everyone know, when did you start with your home sold guaranteed? When did you make that decision, and what has happened since?
You want to go?
Well, last February, we were at the Orlando conference, and we went, you guys had the titaniums go in a room, and you were there and you were explaining to us that you were starting this and everything. And once we walked out of there and we went for lunch or supper, I don't remember, we sat down, and my son was there also, Nicholas, and Bertrand and my son go, okay, we need to do this. I don't know how it's going to happen in Quebec, but we need to do this. So after months and months and months of thinking about it, negotiating, going through a lot of difficulties with our board here because of the name, and we had to change the name. Thank you, Craig, Todd, and Catherine. Actually, Nous Vendons Votre Maison was Catherine's proposal because we tried so many names that didn't go through. And
right. My wife speaks a little bit of French, so
Yeah.
we were trying to translate Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. So yes, you guys worked with my wife, and it was a bit of back and forth, and we got it translated and we got it approved. And then you guys have just been recruiting like crazy, like you've got massive growth. Tell us how you're doing that. How are you? Why are agents in the Montreal area attracted to this? How are you growing so quickly?
It's the offer, the benefit, because we listen, we have the plan, we have the system, we have the model, we have, so naturally the agent, they call us because they see what's coming, they see us growing our business for years, so they want to do the same. And what we offer is to copy and paste exactly what our business is. So we don't need to recruit so much. We have been approached with so many agents or team leaders. And what was the more fun? It was not who we hired, it's who we didn't hire, because before we used to hire anybody. Now we just want to have the most successful people with the right mindset and the right vision.
And we have team leaders a little bit everywhere, not only on the South Shore of Montreal, but we have them in the greater area of Montreal. We have North Shore, like in all the areas around. So we're really trying to dominate. And you're going through our ads, and you just passed our celebrity re-endorsement.
I am. I'm trying to pace myself because I'm really running behind here. But so right here, we've got ads obviously in French. Are you running the ads in English and French?
Not so much. Not so much. We have a few because we have an English language agent, but mostly in French.
So your marketplace is primarily French speaking.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you've got some celebrities here. Now, I'm Canadian and I'm a hockey fan, of course. So I know who Guy Carbonneau is. He is a very famous hockey player who happened to play for the Montreal Canadiens. The last time they won the Stanley Cup, in fact, the last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup, he was the captain of the team. So how important is celebrity, and what made you decide to reach out and do this?
Well, for us, it was obvious because we go for testimonials. We want to put, not just the people to hear us, but to hear what the others say about us. And we say, okay, why we don't take a celebrity, a superstar here? And Guy Carbonneau was an excellent choice because, like you say, he won 3 Stanley Cup. He had such a long career with the Canadian. He is, last year or before last year, is a Hall of Fame of hockey. And you listen to this guy, because this guy, one thing you need to know, Craig, he did only 3 publicity in this whole career. One, it was for Gillette, one it was for McDonald's, and the other one for Holiday Inn. The 4th one, it was us. It's amazing because he doesn't want to put his name on, anything.
So that's pretty big. I mean, if he only endorses, big companies like McDonald's or Gillette or Holiday Inn, how did you do this deal with him?
It's with our systems, and we were at the restaurant and talking with him, and he say, your business looks a lot like hockey. Like we talk a lot about the team system. We talk about the guarantee performance and the training and everything. And you say, I love that. So when I didn't put the video because you would understand. It's in French.
I have one of your radio commercials too. We're not going to play it because it's going to be in French. But okay, I want to give some context to this. So for our American friends, if you live in Montreal, Canada, where hockey is massively huge, and you're getting endorsed by Guy Carbonneau, the captain of the Montreal Canadiens, that's sort of like getting Tom Brady. Okay, that's like I'm just trying. Because I know a lot of our American friends are like, who is this guy? I've never heard of him before, but he's a big deal in your marketplace. So that's what you're always looking for. Is the funny thing is if you were to get Tom Brady, that wouldn't be as good for you in Montreal is having Guy Carbonneau.
And the girl next to it, Craig, Chantal Lacroix, she's like the Oprah of Quebec. And because we are now our own brokerage, and you know, once you start, in order to become big, you need to have a lot of credibility. So we took this lady, and she's been doing 25 years of giving back to people and doing shows and sitcoms and everything. And everybody knows her because she gives a lot to the community. So we took her for our Your Home Sold here in Quebec, and it's making a big impact on our clients and on the agents that are coming to our brokerage, because they see that she's not just anybody. She's really big here in Quebec. And the fact that we're giving back, and she says it everywhere, that if everybody in Quebec that wants to sell or buy a property does business with Your Home Sold here, then imagine all the people we could help, because on every transaction that we do, there's a part of our commission that goes for a worthy cause. So she says that on the radio. Well, we have radio ads for that.
That gives you massive credibility that you're giving back to the worthy cause. You've got this spokesperson to do it. Hey, let's bring Todd Walters back in as well, because I see Todd's here. Todd, hope you had a little break there, because that's what I'm going to do here when we're done. And we need to wrap this up in a few minutes, because I think Nancy is patiently waiting. And you know me, I talk too much, so we're like a half an hour behind schedule. So Todd, anything you want to add to our conversation? We're going to whip through some of these marketing pieces and then move on to the next session.
I think it just proves that this system works across all marketplaces and cultures and language barriers. Like, what customers want is universal. So the essence of marketing is to deliver what people want. And so if you're an agent watching right now, or a member watching, and you're like, oh, my market's different, my customers are different. Well, like, you've seen a lot of differentiation here in terms of marketplace, but not a lot of differentiation in terms of application or implementation of the Craig Proctor system.
Okay, good stuff. Let's look at some of the ads that you're running here. Of course, these are all in French. So, but you guys can probably, like, I can translate 27 tips. I mean, you get the idea here. It's just exactly what everyone else is using. Some of you are doing this in English and Spanish. Some of you just in English. Some of you just in French. But it's just a copy. So all of these reasons or excuses you have, you should get rid of them. Okay, like with Bertrand and Argy, their first language is not English. They had to step out of their culture. They had to step out of Quebec. They had to come to a conference in Toronto where everyone was speaking English. They've flown all over the United States to the training, right? They've left Canada. They've exposed themselves to people they never would have met, to ideas and concepts that are not commonplace in their marketplace. But so have all of you. So this is what is very necessary to succeed, is to step out of our own world. We have a tendency, to wear blinders and to, many people are born and raised and die, in the same city. They never explore the world, and that's how you meet people, and you experience other ideas and concepts and methodologies, is by stepping out of your marketplace. And that's why I can't wait to get back to doing our live conferences, so we can all get together and share and get to meet each other. I mean, these are good, but nothing replaces like our live events. I think we all miss them. So that was 4 reasons to hire our team. And you guys are like recruiting like crazy. How many, what's your goal for agents? Like how many agents you want to have by the end of the year?
We would like to finish the year with 150. So that would be 3 times what we have now.
Oh man, I would love that. If you guys had 150 agents, that would be so cool. Now, all the other agents in Quebec and Montreal, they must be like watching you guys all of a sudden, like they're noticing, where did these guys come from?
I think so.
Like, no, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it from other members in Quebec. It's like, whoa, what are Bertrand and Argy doing? Like, they're really doing well. People are starting to notice.
Well, we're working hard on it, and we have a great, like, all of the members and the agents are really proud to be a part of this, right? Like, if they're just anxious that there's a No-SA workshop live because they're so proud to be a part of your system, Craig and Todd, honestly, and they follow the system. They're all coachable. They all get a 3-week onboarding training once they come in the brokerage. So whether they have experience or not, we just erase everything from their mind and teach them the Craig Proctor way of working.
I love that. Remember in the movie Men in Black, remember they had the little thing they put in front of it, like, and all their memory would be gone. That's what you want with the new people. It doesn't matter how many years they've been, you want to hold up that little thing, erase all their memory and basically program them with the right ideas. So who does the onboarding and how did you come up with that onboarding plan?
We have, I took my best OSA that I trained. First of all, I trained my trainer, okay? That's the first thing. So her name is Karel, and Karel is amazing. She knows everything about the system, the way we implement it. She knows about the rules of the board and everything. So we have a 21-day onboarding, very, very precise. And after 21 days, I can tell you the OSA, they gain like 3 years experience. They shadow people, they see live ISA doing their job, the admin, what they do, they know everything about the system after 21 days.
So we could really get you guys to do an entire session on recruiting, hiring, and onboarding. Okay, Todd, write that down. Write that down. We'll get them on the list because, I mean, we just don't have enough time to really get into all the great stuff that you guys are doing. But, you know, so much you've done for the community, your worthy cause, getting celebrities to endorse you and further promote your worthy cause. You're all over the place. You're in the newspaper, you're in radio, your social media. During lockdown, you were doing webinars and you tried to get as many local celebrities on all of those webinars. So you just kept going all the way through COVID. You didn't stop. You actually ramped it up.
No, we had no choice. It's not because it's not enough if the world stopped to stop us. We had to do more, you know, we had to do a lot more to, first of all, to keep in shape and to keep the business going. And you know what, at the end of the year, we did double the numbers we did the year before.
So, and I love this too, because you're using language like this is a French word, right? Other publicities. So we would say probably other promotions. But when you live in Quebec, it's kind of like a mix of like English and French together, right? Some of the, like you could actually have a sentence and some of it would be French and some of it would be English and some of it would be in between. So I chuckled when I saw this. I kind of laughed. I said, publicities. I said, yeah, that makes sense. Look, thank you so much for being on our panel. You guys are an inspiration, as all our panelists are. You guys do such a great job. Love your enthusiasm. My wife, Catherine, loves you guys. You guys do a great job. Great ambassadors to the program. We're so happy to have you part of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. And I'm going to flip it over to Todd here in a minute, and he's going to take us into the next session. But I want to thank all of our panelists. I want to thank Barb for doing an awesome job on YouTube, letting you know that whatever is holding you back, it doesn't need to hold you back. It's not the equipment. Don't be afraid of video. Don't worry about what you look like. Don't worry about what you know. Just copy Barb. Okay, she has some files in the file library that she's made available. Just emulate her. Google Barb. Okay, watch her YouTube. And Barb's advice to you is, hey, I can do it. You can do it. We all start somewhere. Start right now today. Rudy said, hey, you know what? I'm kind of an introverted person, but I've acquired how to be outgoing. And Rudy has been an awesome student and ambassador of the program in California. He was our first Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty on the West Coast. And he's growing in leaps and bounds, over 100 agents. You hear Bertrand and Argy say that their goal for the end of year is 150 agents. That's real cool. Okay. And Myra and Damien, you're just new with us. And that's why we wanted to have you on the panel, because, you know, you haven't been around that long, but we, you know, you're like a Todd Walters draft pick. He's like, yeah, man, we got to have these guys on the panel because I see greatness in them, and they're going to be a a big part of our Craig Proctor movement here. So thank you all so much for doing this. I'm behind schedule by exactly 38 minutes, so I got to move on. Could everyone please join me in giving a virtual applause to our superstar panel? Thank you very much. And Todd Walters, back to you.
Thanks, Craig. Great job, everyone. That was amazing. So, and that's what we said earlier. Part of what makes this system great and what will make you great is the whole personal sharing aspect. So, plus now, as I was watching that take place, Craig, I was like, making notes of, okay, on a scale of 1 to 5, how well is so-and-so doing? People were coming to my mind that I had talked to over the last couple of months about their business on these platinum level consults. So let me say something about that. Every Monday between 4 o'clock Eastern time and 6 o'clock Eastern time, I block out 2 hours to do live one-on-one consults with Craig Proctor system members that are not firing on all cylinders. In other words, they're at a little bit of a sticking point, can't quite figure it out. So I'm like, hey, let's get some extra help. So I do that on Mondays. So Catherine or Craig or Brandon or the coach will send me a notification and they'll say, look, here's a Craig Proctor system member that could use some extra help, or they'll reach out to me directly. I'm like, awesome. Kim Proctor then jumps on the email and she tracks the member down and says, hey, Todd's offering to do a one-on-one live consult with you on Monday between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock. And so that's how we help, or at least give some extra help to certain members that we do it. So I was thinking about some of those people I've talked to over the last couple of months. I was watching all this play out and I was like, this really is not complicated. It's really not complicated. You can just kind of show up here, make a few notes, say, I need to do that. I need to do that. I need to do that. And then just pretty much go and do it. It's the doing part, I guess, that becomes the issue.
Yeah. Well, it's both. It's the learning part and understanding the ideas and understanding how to do it. But at the end of the day, you got to do it. That's the point I made earlier. So many of you know how to do better than you are. I mean, you already know a lot more than what you're doing. So how do we close that gap? That's a challenge for Todd and I as coaches, as your mentors, is how to get you guys. We don't want to just keep coming at you with new ideas. We want you to implement the ideas. So how do we get you to do some of the things you already know how to do, but you're not doing them, while at the same time introducing you to things that you don't know how to do? Because that's, our job as well, is to always be on the cutting edge and to be teaching you what's working for our very top members. So you're not the guinea pig. Like, we're testing out ideas. There's a whole bunch of things that Todd and I are working on right now that we're not even talking about today. But we will be talking about in 3 months from now, because we're testing them out and making sure that they're perfected before we even go to you with these ideas. So we can say, hey, look at how this is working or that is working. All right. So I think we peaked out over 700. We had about 720 on, watching us here live during our superstar panel. And so I'm going to turn it over to Todd now, because we're going to move forward with the agenda. Don't go anywhere. Remember, there are no breaks. Okay. People get wigged out. Well, what do you mean there's no breaks? Well, look, go grab yourself a sandwich if you need to do that, a bowl of soup, whatever. We keep rock and rolling here. So, there would be no one time that we could pick for lunch that would be suitable, because we have people on the East Coast and the West Coast. So at noon East Coast time is breakfast in the West Coast. So we decided when we started doing these virtual events, there just won't be any breaks. We're just going to keep motoring through. So, if you've got to take a restroom break, we get it. Got to grab yourself something to eat, we get it. But come right back. Bring your sandwich to the in front of the monitor, or bring your phone with you. Don't miss anything. We got a lot of great stuff coming up. So Todd, over to you. And I'm going to take a break.
All right, man. All right. So yes, type into the comments in the chat if you've got at least 3 big initiatives on your list today. Like you've already got 3. We've been at this a half a day now, and you're up to 3 big takeaways. Now, I know it's a lot of information. You may be thinking, well, shouldn't there be more than 3? Look, you can have pages of notes right now, but what we're trying to do is isolate the things with the information we're providing that will make the biggest impact in your business today. Okay. And it is true that if you run to the restroom or you run to lunch or you run on an appointment and then you decide to come back in here, of course, you're going to miss something that might likely change your life and a lot of other people's lives too. It's not that you might not find out about it at some other point. It's just that if we can find out about it sooner rather than later and do it now versus later, wouldn't that make a bigger impact in our business? So yes, take a break if you need, but don't miss much here. So it's going really well, but type into the chat, at least your big, if you've got 3, what are the big 3 so far? Okay. All right. So I'm going to segue here. I'm going to use about 20 to 30 minutes of our time to segue into the next session with Kristen and Mark. Okay. So they've done a great job, as I'm sure all of you will agree, bringing us information and data and updates on feeding your Google My Business, local service ads, and other things to do around improving how you show up online. Okay. So I'm gonna segue into that by talking about a formula called EAT. So you can write that down, EAT, or EAT as Google calls it, or other companies that specialize in SEO out in the world call it. So, but search engine optimization in organic and free is rapidly emerging as a massive opportunity for all of you. So let me just ask you some questions right now. Okay. Is it true that it's getting crowded and more expensive to play ball in paid marketing arenas? In other words, direct mail, pay-per-click on Google, Facebook ads, radio, television, billboards, whatever you could invest money on, yes or no? So now you're in a safe place here because we know how to squeeze more business out of whatever dollar will be spent. So I feel pretty bad for real estate agents and brokers outside of our system because I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to be forced to raising fees or squeezing the agents on their team or companies for more and more out of them. And they've got to compete in the marketplace. Like, this is a big deal. So if you knew around there, or you were born yesterday, then you might need to know that, hey, there's a whole new world or a whole world that exists online for free. It's called organic. Okay. And we want to look at that right now. So what I've done is I've put together a little manual for Craig Proctor members. This will be on the coaching site that will introduce you into doing a really good job of taking more and more of an advantage of this organic and SEO side of your business. You're going to hear more and more and more and more about it as we roll forward. Okay. Just as Craig said with Barb, we're going to be on you and we're going to keep bringing it to you until you're actually doing it. Okay. So if your mission lies in getting more buyers and sellers to do business with you and help impact their lives in a positive way, if that's your mission, then just write that down. Marry the mission. Okay. The model, for example, I used to crush it doing several different things with the Craig Proctor system in media that no longer exists today. So let me explain. Back in the day, we had real estate magazines that would sit on the shelves in the grocery stores around town, and I would routinely make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year running these Craig Proctor ads in those magazines. Well, guess what? Those little magazines no longer exist on the store shelves in these supermarkets around town. So if that was my model, was to produce business from those magazines, that was my model, and it goes away, I'm essentially out of business. Yes. So, but I'm married to the mission, just like you guys are. So we want to marry our mission, which is to go and get more buyers and sellers. So it doesn't matter. Okay. If that's our mission, we're going to do the things that we need to do to get to more buyers and sellers, however we need to do it. But as soon as you decide to back up and say, wait a second, I'm going to hang on to my model, and you may very well ride the Titanic down to the very bottom of the ocean if that becomes your mission, is to stay married to an existing model. Everybody got that? So you marry your mission, but you date your model. Just as media will change over the years as we move forward, it's likely Facebook in the future doesn't look like Facebook today, just like it doesn't look like Facebook of a few years ago, as an example. Medias do change. Okay. This is an emerging trend that we want to encourage you to get really good at. So I'm going to move through this really fast so we can move to Kristen. I did some Google searches with some of the more popular real estate companies in the world today. So this is not a good or bad anything. This is just what it is. Okay, so I don't know how much research you do or how much you guys play around with working on your business, but this is pretty educational here. I went to Google, okay, and I typed in Keller Williams, very popular real estate company in the world, one of the top brokerages, real estate companies in history. You can't argue that. We've had Gary Keller at our conferences before, and Gary says great things about the Craig Proctor system, such as there is no better system. All right, that's Gary Keller's words, and that Craig Proctor is the coach in the Hall of Fame of real estate coaches. Those are Gary's words. So again, this is not a knock. This is just data. So I went and Googled at Keller Williams. There's 198 million search results that popped up there. So if you're a Keller Williams agent right now, you're probably thinking, hey, that's pretty good. I would say so. Okay. I went and Googled RE/MAX. And you may not think that Google would have 126 million search results for the words RE/MAX, but it does. Okay. All right. So stick with me. I'm just typing words into Google, okay, that you may or may not know that people type in or not, but there wouldn't be 126 million search results for the words RE/MAX if people weren't looking for it. Okay, Google builds search results based on demand for things. Okay, in case you didn't know how search works. Okay, so that was pretty interesting, right? So if you're a RE/MAX agent, you're probably like, wow, that's pretty good. Okay, check this out. I went and typed in EXP. You know, EXP kind of a new kid on the block, and they've got a different model. 352 million search results. They're a public company, and it's, I get that. So 352 million results. That's more than twice the Google search as RE/MAX. So if you're an EXP person, you may be saying, look at that, that's pretty good. So, but be really careful. Be really careful about prejudging anything based on what you might see here without full data and research. Check out this. I went and typed in the words "your home sold." 2.4 billion search results. So what you want to know about when it comes to search engine optimization in organic search is that people primarily will look for themselves. In other words, customers are going to look for what benefits them over and above anything else. And you cannot argue with Google building out a search result of 2.4 billion results. And that is several times any of the top, quote, real estate companies and brands. Now, what's the point that I'm making? The point is that people look for what benefits them. Your customers are humans, and they're going to look for their own self-interest. Okay. So on a side note, brilliant move by Craig Proctor licensing those magic words as a real estate company brand, because that helps automatically improve you being in the mix on search. Okay. So, but 2.4 billion. I went a step further. I even typed in the word guaranteed to narrow the search. Okay. And still came up with 665 million results. Okay. So that's all you need to know right now about how search engine optimization works, is that your focus is on what the customer would likely or most be interested in. Okay. Isn't that profound? Pretty good stuff right there. All right. So I'm not throwing Seth under the bus. In fact, I actually like this guy. He's a RE/MAX agent that got into the business about the same time I did, a long, long time ago in 1992. He works really hard today. He's in his 50s. He works really hard. Okay. He's not a Craig Proctor system member, but he's a hardworking real estate agent. So when I Google Seth as a hardworking real estate agent, Seth shows up online. Okay, as you would. So I want to encourage you right now, go Google you. But are customers really Googling you? I will admit they probably do, but they probably don't do it until they're close to making a decision about you or someone else. Does that make sense? So in other words, you're in the mix, but you first got to get into the mix in order to end up on a specific Google search specifically. Does that make sense? Okay, so I'm just going to compare here how a real estate agent who doesn't understand, who doesn't work on, or is not part of the Craig Proctor system when it comes to direct response marketing or online marketing may show up compared to someone who does. This is Bill. Okay. Bill hasn't been in real estate as long as the other gentleman has, but Bill's a Craig Proctor member. Okay. And Bill knows a thing or two about just how do I get the magic words that a customer would want to show up online wherever I go. So Bill, you've done a really good job here. And Bill will tell you that he pretty much just gets business from people finding him through online. He'll consistently sell a few homes a month by doing nothing but existing. So you'll see right here on the screen, there are no paid ads, 0 paid ads on this screen. And I'm going to talk to you more about that in a minute. Okay. This is a paid marketing. Now I was shocked by this. This was a surprise for me. I didn't realize the number of people that go online and actually look for a real estate agent. I thought that everyone knew a real estate agent. So when you go online and type in Buford, Georgia real estate agent, there are over 3 million search results just for those words. Okay. So I was like blown away by that. Okay. So there's Jamie. Jamie's a Craig Proctor System Platinum level member. Hello, Jamie. I'm sure Jamie and her husband, Chris, are watching right now. So when you're competing or when you get into this area of competition, so Google is on purpose taking Jamie and these other peeps and putting them in a position to compete with each other. Okay. But you've got to be in the mix. Okay. So how you show up matters, because you can see this is a template. So how you use templates to show up to attract more buyers and sellers is as important as actually showing up. Okay. So Jamie here can be in the mix automatically because she's using Craig Proctor words that have been licensed to her to use, okay, to compete with these gentlemen that are pretty successful as well. Like one guy's got 162 reviews, got another person's got 113 reviews. How in the world does Jamie compete? How does she get in the mix? How can she be chosen? By talking about the customer. All right, so the most important word in marketing is the word you. Write that one down. Write that down. Most important word in marketing is you. Okay. So when we use the words you or your, see, that's a lot different. Craig Proctor could have a long time ago used these words. I promise to sell your home. And if I don't, I will buy it. He could have used those words, but he didn't. He used the words your or you. Does everybody understand that? It is a profound difference talking about the customer versus talking about you. So if we're going to go down the road of dominating online, okay, the first thing you must understand is this: the word you or the word your are the most important words in marketing. Secondly, there is no such thing, write this down, there is no such thing as words will not matter. Every letter, every word, and every arrangement of word matters in marketing. There is no piece of your ad, no part of it whatsoever that will not matter, okay? Especially as it becomes more and more competitive in the world or the arena of competing with buyers and sellers, okay? And everyone is well aware right now of competition. There's Ira. Hello, Ira Miskin. So Ira, like, how do I get in the mix? How do I show up? So he just used the magic words, all right? But I was amazed. Look at that. I typed in Marietta, Georgia real estate, 7.4 million search results. I was blown away by the search results or the list that Google's created. Google does not create a list of results unless there's demand being made for it. So I can come back here probably in a month, do another Marietta, Georgia real estate agent search, and it may be 7.6 million search results. It keeps growing and growing and growing. Okay. So I thought you guys would be pretty amazed by that. But let's drill down on this. Again, this is what we're offering you, what we're giving you here is the manual for how to go and work and dominate online. Totally up to you, whether you do it or not. But the first point is we got to learn how to compete online because our number one competitor is Zillow. So let's pause there. If Zillow's your number one competitor in the United States online, and I would for sure say they're in the top 2 or 3. If that's your biggest competitor online, how are you going to compete? How are you going to compete? Like, think about it. How are you going to compete with those guys? Okay. And our answer would be like we answer everything else, play the game a different way. play the game a different way. Okay, so write that down. And what we're doing right now is we're showing you how to play the game a different way. Did you notice something from all the searches that I did? Who and what was curiously missing from those screenshots that I provided to you over the last 10 minutes? Right, Zillow didn't exist in any of them. Okay, right. So you can play the game a different way and compete, not just compete, but dominate. Okay. But search engine optimization, as many of you know, is essentially the practice of increasing both the quality and quantity of traffic to you through non-paid results. Got it? Non-paid. Now, type into the chat if you like the idea of generating a flow of business without investment of your capital. What would happen if you could combine both? Great investment in marketing and having it work through paid media and simultaneously using free or SEO or non-paid. Yes. So now you're starting to see like where this thing goes and where we're going with it. So mastering search engine optimization will scale up your business faster than anything else that you can do today. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. So while paid advertising, social media, and other online platforms can generate traffic to a website, the majority of online traffic is driven by search engines. Okay. Organic search results cover more digital real estate, appear more credible to savvy searchers, and receive way more clicks than paid advertisements. For example, this is Google's stat. Of all US searches, only 2.8% of people clicked on the paid advertisement. So think about that. If you're only doing paid marketing on Google, for example, then you're not getting 97% of the actual prospects. So imagine how good paid media, paid marketing is working for many of you right now. What would happen if we also leveraged the whole free aspect of it all? Right. So in a nutshell, SEO has 20 times more traffic opportunity than pay-per-click on both mobile and desktop searches. Okay, so ever since Google realized that building blocks around which its ranking algorithms were built, links and content, write that one down, that's a writer-downer, links and content, were being gave for a profit, they have increasingly focused on identifying and incentivizing you if you provide beneficial and contextual information to your audience. Okay, so they're making every attempt to reward you, okay, if you're building a brand with SEO, okay, by chasing users that way versus trying to game their algorithm system. Now, the reason I bring this up is because many of you have paid or invested in outsiders, okay, to help you with your SEO. And they come to you with a pitch of gaming Google's algorithm. Now, I find that that just is a big question mark for me, because my response will be, is that what Google wants? You know, they're pretty smart people over there. So if we're going to build my business around gaming their algorithm, what happens when they change the algorithm? Like, what do we do then? So you guys got it? So you don't need to engage in those kinds of practices or invest money into these outsiders, but you do need to understand how to show up in search results, okay? And understand that any part of the equation that runs contrary to attraction will likely end up in the customer clicking on somebody else versus you, okay? Words matter. All right, so EAT, E-A-T, to provide a high quality and highly relevant search results across the board. We've zeroed in on this paradigm called EAT. Now, I mentioned that to you earlier. It's expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. Expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. Stop right there on the trustworthy part. So when you're in a search game or you're showing up online, okay, well, let's just give an example. Let's say that a customer decides they want to sell their house, okay? And their neighbor, a year ago when they sold their home, had all kinds of problems with their home inspection. Okay. So the neighbor's now like, I want to sell my house, but buddy, I don't want the problems that my neighbor had when they wanted to sell theirs. You're like, what am I going to do? So they would go to Google and they would just type in how to avoid home inspection problems when I go to sell my house. Click. Right? So imagine right there that you're showing up in the search results. To think that you're the only one that will show up in the search is a mistake. You won't be. There will be blogs, there will be home inspection companies on there. There will be videos from YouTube that will show up on there. And let's say you're able to get into that mix because of something on your website that allows you to show up in that mix. Okay, now what? How will the customer decide whether to click on your ad that's popping up, if you want to call it that, your result, or someone else's? Once you make the expertise and the authoritativeness side of the equation by showing up in the result, the next piece of the equation is being trustworthy. And how do you know if someone's trustworthy or not? Okay, so pause there. Remember, we have one chance. We got one shot to get a customer. You got one shot, because when the customer goes to somebody else, it's unlikely we'll ever have that customer. It's a one-time shot. So the margin for error on marketing is smaller than it used to be. So you're in a safe place here being in this system. And this is why we encourage you that if you like it, you go further in. Go up the ladder as quickly and as concisely and as proactively as you can, like move. All right. So that you can learn more and implement faster. So you can go further faster. Okay. So trustworthiness is a factor here. So our answer to trustworthiness, for example, would be like the use of risk reversal. That's why we like Your Home Sold Guaranteed, or Your Home Sold Guaranteed, or I'll buy it. But some sort of a risk reversal offer bridges the gap of trust. Okay. Imagine the customer's on one side of the bridge and you're on the other side of the bridge. And this bridge is called skepticism. How can you overcome skepticism? Right? Well, we got one shot here. We don't want to lose the customer to somebody else. So what do? Okay, so that's why risk reversal or risk removal altogether works. All right, so hopefully this is helping you guys. Now we're going to spend a lot more time on this. I'm going to bring Kristen here on in any minute. She's going to be on here with me, and we're going to transition right into more on this detail. But expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness are the key three words when you're going about this. Let me show you guys. Pull up your website. Go ahead and pull up your website, for example. And let me show you how it's almost like, as a matter of fact, I'll just go pull up a website here. All right, I'm going to go. But if you can, you have another monitor up, go and pull up your website. Okay, now, when it comes to search, like what is it that customers will go online and look for? How are we going to compete with Zillow? Well, it's no problem. People do go online for things. I gave you the home inspection issue. All right. So I'm going to leverage the content from my website. It's almost like Craig Proctor knew that searches and SEO and all of these things were going to be a factor as we showed up here in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. It's almost like he was from the future, because he's already done the research a long, long time ago on the things that bother buyers and sellers, the things that they're most interested in. Okay, in other words, what will they most likely to respond to has already been tested by Craig. So here I am on the coaching site. You can see it right here. Okay, all of these landing pages, okay, there's the home inspection. All of these ads and landing pages that have been vetted a long, long time ago were based on demand from buyers and sellers in the marketplace. What are their fears? What do they most want? What are they nervous about? What would they like to gain? Okay. And all of that was put into landing page templates for you to use. Here we are now in a search engine world, and you're like, well, how can I show up in all of these SEO searches? Okay, well, there you go. We already have the content for you that people will look for. So you can compete against Zillow. You can dominate your marketplace. Okay. Now we just have to connect the dots. But remember, just because I might show up with these words on Google, the information about this page on Google, if the customer has never done business with me and doesn't know who I am, or I'm associated with someone or something they have done business with in the past or heard about that they're nervous or skeptical about, those are all problems. So I've got to somehow insert into the equation something that will build trust. All right. And our prescription on that has always been risk removal or risk reversal. Okay. For example, your home sold guarantee. So hopefully that helps you. At least gets us on the right track here of moving down the road on search engine optimization. Okay. Now, let me see. Do we have Kristen on? Yeah. Let me see if I can do that here. Let me pull up my PowerPoint file and,
you want me to go ahead and admit them on?
yeah, let's bring them on, man. They're the experts. I'm just a humble Craig Proctor system coach. Hello, Mark and Kristen. How you doing? So I'll let them get their mics on and get situated in there. All right. And we'll go through a couple of more points on this. And I'm going to let them basically prove to you what we're talking about and how it works. Okay. Now, Google, as well as the other search engines out there, pretty much all operate, the same way. Okay. They have their quality rating guidelines. So if you're really into this or you want to know how to dominate SEO, go and pull the search engines quality raters guideline, and you'll see sort of how they lay things out. Now, your eyeballs will roll back in your head, for example, once you start going and look at these things. But this is just one little section, okay, of Google's quality guidelines. And you can see that the whole expert, the authority, and the trustworthiness become real things when you go down the road of trying to dominate free. Now, you may be thinking like paid media has investment of capital. SEO and online, a lot of it has no investment of capital. So the whole concept of free, I certainly understand it. But the reality is it's not free. Someone has to know how to use those platforms in those search engines. Okay. That's going to require time and commitment or investment from someone to become pretty smart. So I can exchange dollars for optimum ad space and paid media. But when it comes to free media, I'm exchanging labor. And labor, as we know, does have a cost to it. Okay. Do I have that right, Mark and Kristen?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Okay. So pretty good stuff, man. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Wow. What an amazing first half of or 3/4 of the day.
Yeah, it has been actually. So, and I can't say enough about the everybody who's on the panels there, and and making all this roll.
Great.
Yeah, so for sure. All right, so I picked this up. We basically have a working manual going for Craig Proctor system members. So I know platinum members, we've been spending a lot of time on this on platinum webinars and the like, and some of our breakouts and discussions. And we're going to continue to do that at the platinum level. Okay. So if you're a coaching level member, just understand there's more going on behind the scenes. So if you have some interest in more, then you're going to want to find out. Okay. Nobody's eliminated from the learning side of the Craig Proctor system for sure. Now, this whole SEO thing and organic search, it's a really big deal. So Kristen, it's almost like it came out of nowhere, just almost literally overnight, but it's not like brand new. I mean, this has been going on for a bit. It just might be new to real estate agents out there. But is it true or is it not true that there are companies out there that will try to take advantage of real estate agents and brokers by telling them that they can come in and help them with their SEO by leveraging or taking advantage or trying to game Google's algorithms and things like that. All right. Have you heard that before?
Absolutely.
Yes. Now, Mark, how often does Google change things?
Like every 2 to 3 days.
Right.
Like their Google My Business, they did I think somebody said they did 84 updates in 2020 just on Google My Business. So that's like 2 every other business day. So.
Yeah. So there you go. So now it's like, okay, well, how do I compete? What do I need to know? Well, here's what we looked at so far. First, there is a real thing. Like people are looking online for answers and solutions to their problems. And 97% of all the searches result in a click on something other than a paid ad. That's the first thing that we realized. Next thing we realized is that, okay, this is marketing. This is pure unadulterated marketing. And in marketing, every word matters. So the margin for error is small. Okay. Every word matters. Every letter, every word track. Okay. So we've got to get all of that right. Okay. Next, here's what we've learned is that we want to focus in on the customer. Anything that we can do that focuses in on them, all right. And then the last thing that we put together here was there is a formula for SEO and organic: expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. Okay. And how can you get trusted? How can you get clicked on when you're sort of like obscure? You're a real estate agent. It's not like everyone knows who you are. Okay. Well, risk reversal or risk removal. So that's a pretty good segue into what you guys are going to drill down on now, which this whole Google My Business side of the business, which does have a pretty big impact on SEO and organic. Do I have it right?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So I'm gonna flip it over to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. What a great day. We're so excited to be sharing about Google today. We're going to blow you away with all the things that you can do on Google. So much of it you can do for free. So we are just get your pens and papers ready to write a lot of information down. Real quick, just how Mark and I got started together. So we're both basically Mark's from Illinois, I'm from Michigan. We both moved down here, didn't know each other. We both moved down here and met down here in Florida. Basically, you guys, most of you know that at the age of 40, before Craig Proctor, I personally was bankrupt and broke and had to start my life all over again, which I did in Florida. And that's how I got into real estate. So I didn't do real estate in Michigan. And Mark and I had met along the way. So I pursued real estate and Mark was in mortgages. So when this all first started, it was just me. And we ended up joining forces. And as you guys know, I was working 2 jobs when I first started in real estate. I didn't know anybody in Florida. I fortunately came across the Craig Proctor system, which I probably wouldn't be in real estate today if I didn't, because I don't know how it would have been successful. And basically, once we joined forces, we were able to, and I know a lot of you out there that's either working with a spouse or significant other can relate to this. So we had to really figure out what we were both really good at and how to utilize our strengths with one another, and also how to make sure we weren't going to, so we got obviously married along the way and how we're going to stay married. So there's obviously been a lot of challenges when doing that. So today our mission is to help you grow and get more closings through Google. And what we share, literally a lot of it, we're going to share so much with you, but you can get started with so much of it tomorrow. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and let Mark, he's going to start with it, and then I'm going to, with the presentation, and I'm going to chime in and ask questions and things like that. Also, if you guys have questions, you guys can type them in as well. And if I see something, I will, we'll answer them as well. But go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so we're going to talk, we're going to go over a little bit Google My Business. We've gone over it before, but we're going to go a little more in depth to show it. And then we're also going to touch on some ways to track in Google My Business. So you're getting people to come there. So if you guys are all checking your insights from the last time we had, you're probably getting 800, 1,200 people visiting just to your Google My Business. So when you're doing posts, you're obviously want to be able to track it. So we're going to show you a little something with how to put a UTM code on the post that you do so that you can see how many people are actually clicking it. And then we're going to go over local service ads again, which Todd showed, to get it there at the top to make sure you guys are involved with that. Google pay-per-click, some free marketing Google stuff, and then some non-Google stuff to use to help you through this, help you with the SEO and everything else. So Google My Business. So it's a free and easy site. So we got that set up. So anytime you're looking for a business, understand this: Google wants to be your homepage of your web. Like, they want to be your homepage. That's Google's goal for everything. So if somebody wants to search you, it's what they're going to find. So that's what Google My Business is, just a free thing they can set up. It's a storefront.
Yeah.
So it's like your digital storefront for it.
And the thing is as it's your storefront for your business, what do we all do? When we go to a new area, when we're looking for a restaurant, anything, we're looking for businesses, what do? We go on Google, right? We go on Google and we Google the businesses. So that's what Google wants us to do. They want you to have your storefront through Google so that people can find you through Google, but they also want you to make sure that you're feeding your storefront every day. Okay, so that's big, to make sure that you're adding. They love videos. You know, Barb was talking about videos and YouTube and everything. They love videos. So you want to add things just like you do to your other social media sites. Make sure that you're adding it to Google as well.
So we'll talk a little bit about the benefits. Go on to the next. It's free. Completely free to use. You can do all the options to it. You can put in, if you're having products, you can put offers in there. You can put your open houses, put everything in there to show it. So when you set it up, you're going to set it up. You're going to want to make sure it's visible. So you're going to have your, if you haven't set one up, everybody should have this set up. We also try to set it up in our name also, so a second one which we can manage together. So you have your full Google My Business set up, your whatever the name of your company is, your address, where your location. You want to make sure it shows up on the Google Maps so that like people will do it, because this is your local service. So understand what we're doing with this is your local services. So if I'm looking for a realtor in Boca Raton, Florida, and I'm going on Google, they're pulling this up. So Google's pulling it from their phone, their computer, where they're at. And so you want to be right there with them. So go to the next.
And well, hold on just a second. So here, when you're Googling real estate companies, guys, are you going to pick Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty? Okay, that is like, use that, right? So Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is using that before our name. The other thing, the reason why we have it set up as in our business name and in our personal name, because when, you know, it seems like obviously when you are doing listings, most sellers are Googling you before they hire you. So do they know you by your business name or by your personal name usually? And it's by your personal name. So what you'll find a lot of the time is you won't come up, and we connect them together, right, Mark? So we connect the two Google pages as one.
Yeah, they're managed by one login. So it just gives us an option of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty Services, and then we have Kristen Stampini. And so we post them on both, because in case anybody finds on both. So you have the same analytics. So ensures consistency. You want to make sure you have the same phone number, the same web address that you have on your website. Everything is considered the same. So if you ever change anything, you want to make sure you change it on your website. You want to change it on this, etc. So you want to keep everything flowing.
And this right here, I would put, because they allow it, Your Home Sold Guaranteed, right? So put it on your picture. Put on your picture, you're guaranteed. And then look and see what your picture is on your Google My Business. So setting up Google My Business is really important, but it's not hard. Is it, Mark?
No, Google My Business is very easy. Like you can walk through.
Because a lot of people reach out to us, a lot, guys. And really, if you Google it, it's very simple to set up. Just Google how to set up Google My Business, and it comes right up. Okay, so just it's simple. It does not take very long. You don't have to be tech savvy to do it. One of the things that you want to do is make sure they send you a postcard, right?
Yep, they're going to send you a postcard. It's going to have a code in there. I actually have it at the other desk, where it just tells you 1, 2, 3, 4. You type it in, it's live. In the meantime, you can be filling it, getting it set up. The other thing is those pictures. So we talk about the photos. Google does pick up. The reason why you want to put the Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty in those photos is they're finding that what you're putting in the pictures, Google's somehow picking that up sometimes. So when we talk about the SEO portion of everything, there's a reason for it. So if you can put Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty on that, the artificial intelligence that Google is using sometimes is picking that up. So it's just getting it out there to where it can be seen. So that's why you want to do that. I mean,
and definitely everybody, you will have these slides, 100%. I will share them with Andrea and she will get them up today. Okay, so you will have these. Now, when you're setting up the Google My Business as well, make sure that the address that you're using and the phone number you are utilizing on all other sites. Okay, it's important. Google wants to make sure you're a business, and to make sure you're a business, to them, it's like, is their address the same on, when I put in Kristen Stampini, is her address the same on everything? Is her phone number the same? So you want to make sure that you're showing up like that, because that's how Google is determining if you're an actual business and if they want to stand behind you and really promote you. The more that you feed Google, the more they're going to promote your business when people Google you.
So the phone number, so in the back, so anytime, think about this, anytime you're ordering takeout or whatever else, what do? You may order from the same restaurant for the last 20 years. You may know their number by heart, but still to this day, I go online, I Google the restaurant and I click call or Google My Business. Well, people are going to do the same thing. They're going to call. And if you look at your insights, you're going to see, like when I just looked at my insights today, we've had 8 inbound calls. Now I don't know if I talk about this on the other one, but there was something I was going to talk about with the calls. But so you're getting inbound calls where people are finding you just online. You'll look at your insights. Most of them are random or search criteria, and then they call. So those are obviously leads, because most people are going to call you. There's a reason. Like if they're going to click the call button on their phone or on the phone twice to call you, it's got to be something.
So how do people find out where they can see their inbound calls? How do they find that?
The insights?
Yep.
So that just in the insights. So in the back, when you're in the back office of your Google My Business, I don't know if we have the slides where we have them in the back office, but in the insights, you'll go in there. It'll show you the activity, how many people have visited your site, how many people have logged in, how many have done whatever. And it'll show how many calls you've had. You've had 27 people in the last 28 days visit your website. You've had 8 people call you. You've had 1,200 people find you on Google My Business. So, one of
the things you want to do is you want to ask people, how did they get to you, right? When they're calling you on Google My Business, guys, that's big. Where we find a lot of people are getting it is with radio. So if you have a radio show or you're doing radio, a lot of people are actually, because I can't remember, but they go on to Google My Business to find you because of your radio. Okay, so you want to know where and why these people are coming to you. A lot of the time people are Googling real estate agents and we're coming up high, and that's why they're calling us. So on Google, through Google. So it's important, and know that Google, what we're talking about with Google My Business is completely different than the Google screen that we talk about, which we're going to talk about a little bit again, but it's completely different. Okay, so this is your storefront of your business that you want to make sure looks amazing all the time, just like your reviews. Yes, and I see people do it all the time. Guys, they take down our reviews all the time. They do not put everybody's up. And there's a lot of reasons why, if you do too many or if they think they're fake or whatever else. But whatever reviews you do have there, make sure that you're responding to all of them. Okay. So anyways, just keep feeding Google My Business, go into the insights, look at to see what, who's calling in. You're getting free calls. We're getting come list me's. People are coming to our office because of our Google My Business. It's so important that you guys utilize this, and that so many realtors have no idea how to do it or don't even know they should be doing it or anything else. So you make sure that you aren't one of those, and that make sure that you're putting your Google My Business together.
Can I interrupt with a quick question? Yeah, so you've talked about this before, but I think it's worth saying again. When you're setting up your Google My Business page, the number of categories or the categories that you're listed under.
Yep.
How many, like, you guys pretty well have this templated out because you're helping people with their Google My Business page. Do you know off the top of your head, like, what the number of categories should be and which categories people should be listing themselves in?
Well, you want at least 8. It's going to also, it's different than in Canada than in the United States. They have different categories for it, but it's at least 8. So some people will put mortgages. Like I believe in putting mortgages. Some people won't, because I'm like, if you're looking for a mortgage, chances are you're going to be looking for a house. We have a mortgage lender here to do that. We don't put title or we do put title services and whatever else. So like I put everything that has to do with real estate. If you find it's not something that you like, because it's easy to go delete them, delete the one you don't want. Like we do new construction. We do, let me see, how many categories do we have?
Can you go back and add them after you've set up your business page?
Oh yeah. You can add and change them all the time.
Hey, Mark, so many people are asking about the insights. Can you share, if I stop this, can you just show your screen and show it real quick?
Yeah.
So let him show you guys this back, and he can show you also the categories. Okay. Because a lot of people I see a lot of people asking.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah. So what Todd's talking about here is the categories. So like you can go in there, you can add everything that has to do with real estate agency, etc. You can add more to it. They add to these, so you have to go in and constantly check to see what ones they've had added.
So they add additional categories.
Yeah. To them. So that's what you want to go in and look at. You can go in at any time, add them to them. You want to make sure this is what we're talking about. Kristen was talking about with insights. So with insights, we have this pulled up where users are coming from. So we've had 814 people have found us in the last month. The views, they either 344 have seen us on the map, 538 have seen us just searching it through Google. We've had 22 people go to our website. We've had 7 people call us. So you can see what we're talking about with the insights. You can go up here to see the new performance profile on all your stuff, and it'll keep track of the interactions. It'll show you what they're searching for. So Zillow is one of the top 5 search, or what the top search for how they're finding us. Kristen Stampini, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty Services, etc. And it just kind of goes through. That's for the last 6 months. So that's how insights are set up.
Now, did we add the call button, Mark, or was that automatic?
Oh, it comes there. They've added it. As you guys have known, like, I don't know how often you guys are in here, but if you guys were in here on, what's today, Wednesday? On Monday, you saw a thing in here, or last week, you saw an item in your info, or probably it was on your homepage, where they were taking calls. So Google was actually calling you with leads. So like if they found somebody looking, Google would call you. If you were from the United States, it was a 650 number. If it was from Canada, 704 number or something. But they would actually call you up and say, hey, we have a client looking right now in Boca Raton. Can you help them? So if you answered it, you got it. But if you notice, it's no longer appearing here. So there was a tab here. So what I found out is Google is now running a test where anybody who clicks the call button, they're giving you their phone number. So they haven't done it with real estate agents yet, but they're doing it to different industries where if you are on your Google My Business, like they just started running this yesterday. Yesterday was the first time I'd seen it. And so clearly that's what Google's going to do. Like it became too much for Google to call everybody with a lead. They're like, hey, why don't we just give them the phone number? Yeah. So they're running a test. Like if you click the call button on the Google My Business, like where Kristen had that up, Google's going to start probably within the next month. Every industry is going to get it where you can see the phone number. And if they've got their name, that they click to call you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
They did call you. But they did.
Yeah, and yes, you can, you can use your home address, guys. If you work from home or whatever, and you don't have, absolutely, you can use your home address. But you want to make sure that everything.
You can also do it as a service area business, which means it just does an area and it'll hide your home address. That's a whole other thing. That's a whole nother %. But you can actually do that.
So you can put your home address on there.
Yeah.
And then make sure you fill out your hours of operation and every single thing you have filled out back here. Is there anything else that you want to show back here before we go back to the presentation?
Hey, let's ask a dumb question. Like I just showed up today. How do I access my Google My Business page? Like what's the first thing to do?
Like I just tell people, just type in Google My Business.
Yeah.
So just go into Google My Business and it'll show up. It's right here, Google My Business, and then it'll manage now.
Wow, it's that easy?
And then you go from there. And then they're going to send you a letter, or and don't throw it away. Like it's going to say Google on it. Like it's literally going to be great big letters. Google, do not throw it away.
And what that is for is it's verifying your business.
Yeah.
So that's when it verifies your business, that you're an actual business, and it's going to send it to the address that you have on there. Okay. How do we get that? How do I get to that screen? You just Google My Business, Liz.
So right here, it's going to take you to when you click manage, once you've set it up and you click manage, it's going to go to your Google My Business. So like what we were talking about, like I can show you, I'll just show them now. So like we were saying earlier, how we have 2 accounts. So this is what we do. You just click and it goes to 2 accounts. So we have one that's Kristen's name. We have one, which is our primary name. And, I don't know what it is, but once in a while we've had, like I was talking to Todd at the Titanium conference, our account got suspended for 24 hours. And then you got to go in and they put it back active. It happens, but you want to make sure it's active. That's just,
and it's nothing like Facebook. So this is much easier. They actually will communicate. They actually have, where's the phone number here while you're back here? If they're having a problem, where do they go to call Google? Because people call us and message us.
So for Google My Business, not too many people have any questions about Google My Business. Where people have the question is the local service ads, which we're going to talk about later. So local service ads is what we get messages on Saturday nights at 10 p.m. like all the time. So
people are home thinking about it.
Yeah. So we'll show, once we get to that point where the local service or the Google screen, we'll show you the number. There's a number. Nobody sees it. It's down there. It'll be down here in the bottom left, and it'll show you everything for it.
And then how do people add their social media sites?
It's a JSON code that you email to whoever your website is. So
how do you get that? Do you know, or does
I'll be honest with you, I give it to our VA. I say, hey, I need a JSON code, and I make them figure it out because it's a pain in the butt. So to do it, but if you have a website, people like whoever your website is through, I would contact them. You can also go online. You can Google how to get a JSON code, and it's the dots and then splashes and all that stuff to do it. But yeah, and then you just send it to them. Now it doesn't happen right away. So you send it to them, and if they do put it in the back office of the coding of your website, it takes a little bit for it to pick up. It doesn't like happen tomorrow.
And then on both of them, does it have the same address? So on Kristen Stampini, and then on both of them, does it have the same business address?
Yeah, because it is the same address. Like you're the same address.
Okay.
Okay. One more question.
Yep.
If you'll go back one more, if you're backspace one there, Mark. Down there, it says advanced information, and you have labels.
Yeah. So I put those in. I put them in just because they allow us to. I'm still not sure how much it helps us. I will tell you this, to help with mobile, you need to put in your services. So services, you can put in everything. So when you're looking at a desktop, like right now I'm on a desktop, so I'll see no services. Like if I Google something, but if I look on my phone, and I click on a Google My Business, the services will show up.
Mm-hmm.
So I recommend, because more people are looking at it on the phone, you want to add the services, but with the labels, I add them. I don't see them helping.
Don't you guys do real estate? Don't you guys do real estate investing?
Yeah.
That could be a service, right?
Yeah.
What about, are you guys doing property management or no?
We have property investments. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So these are all your, all of this is what you've added?
So these categories, they gave them to us, and then
Okay.
we've added words to them. So like,
Now, those words you added are your own words. Like
Yeah,
you're not selecting from a group of words on Google.
yeah, I just added them. Like you can see, they knocked a lot. Like you can see this one was just cut. They crossed it out. Like I add stuff and then it gets crossed out, and then I add stuff. And so I just, every couple of days I'll go in, I'll add, if something hits me, I'll go and I'll add it. And then it may last. If it sticks, it's great. If not, they end up getting rid of it. So.
Yeah. Good job. Thank you, Mark. Anything else before we go back, Todd?
No, that's good. That's a big,
Yeah, 'cause
big.
I know a lot of people get confused, and a lot of people have a lot of questions, because this isn't like, this is new. This is new to a lot of people. It's not like Facebook that's been around for years. So we understand that you guys have questions. So we'd like to be able to answer those and show that information to you, because trust me, we do. We get a lot of people that reach out and ask us questions. And so we know a lot of other people that have the same questions as you do. So, okay. What's this, Mark?
Oh, so this is just the products. The products are going to show up. It makes it show up better. So now once they get there, you want to work on the conversion. So the products and the posts are how you're going to convert while you're there. It's not really going to help with SEO at all, but once they're there, it's like your windows. So like when you walk into a McDonald's, they offer everything, $2 for this, dollar shakes, whatever, but it's all big. And this is the same thing. This is the McDonald's windows of what you want to offer. You can put the properties in there, divorce sales. So, whatever it is you want to put in there, you can put as many products as you want. And it actually works a lot. It shows up a lot better, I think, on mobile, but it's fine on desktop also.
Yeah. And it's called Jason code, everybody. Jason code. I think it's J
and then S-O-N.
JSON, right? Jason code.
Yeah.
That's what you have to put in, and you have to give it to your web designer or your website, and they will do that so you can get your social media on there. Now on these guys, take the Craig Proctor stuff that's already done for you. If you go look at ours, so much of our information is directly from Craig's site. It's not reinventing. It's basically taking the content that's already created for you, and it looks great. So just feed it. Just like when you're feeding your other social media sites, this just needs to be one of them. Okay, here you go.
Yep, go to the next slide. So yeah, it improves the SEO. You want to get reviews. You want to constantly be getting reviews, as many as possible, and do it. Now, Google will tell you that once you get to a certain point, they don't care anymore. Like there's no difference between, 500 and 5,000, but I don't know what it is.
As far as they're concerned, guys.
Yeah, as far as they're concerned. Yeah.
So obviously not in, not in somebody who's going to visit your business, but as far as Google's concerned, they don't, once you get to, I don't remember, it's not even that many. I think it's
only like 10 or 20.
Yeah. They'll still rank you as high if you have 10 or 20 or 500, but obviously you want to get as many reviews as you can all the time. Okay, here we go.
Yep, this is where we talked about the insights, so you can see where they're come directly, where they typed in your name, discovery, where they typed in Boca Raton real estate office, branded where they actually went right to you directly. So that's always going to be the smallest. So that's, you want to track it because one, they'll end up sending you these. So once you do it, once you're going there, they'll send you updates, but you want to pay attention to them. Like this month, we found out we got our views on Google Maps dropped by 14%. I'm like, well, what happened on Google Maps? Like, why did we drop? So like this week, we're going to be trying to figure out what happened.
Now you're saying it dropped over the
previous month.
Previous month, yeah. Is that how they measure it month to month, day to day, week to week, or how?
Yeah, they can measure month to month. You can even go in and you can see everything with it, but it's like you want to keep track of it because if you're not getting, like, if something's happening, and sometimes it's Google, sometimes Google just messes with everybody, but you know, you want to go with it. It could be it's getting warm here, so there's not as many snowboards in Boca, so maybe there aren't as many people searching. So that could be
But we'll figure it out. I mean, it's more necessary for you guys just to look at your insights and to know if you're getting calls, you know, where are those calls coming from? All this other stuff. If you have an assistant, they can help you, but you know, I wouldn't worry about that so much. What I want you guys to do is feed it like social media, have a storefront, make it look good, get the reviews. Okay, get the, make sure that you're responding to the reviews, look at your insights and know where the calls are coming from. When you're getting incoming calls, guys, as Todd and Craig always talk to us about, what do we want? Incoming calls. That's the goal, right? So we want to know, what can I do to get more incoming calls? And what am I doing to get those incoming calls? So that's really what you want to do. All the rest of the stuff, I wouldn't worry about so much.
Scroll down.
Yep. So this is a website?
Yeah. So they give you a free website too. Like once you set your Google My Business up, you'll see at the bottom website. That's actually the trick on how you change your logo. We talked about that on the call in March. Like if your main picture, you ever want to change it, that's the way to do it, is through your the website they give you, etc.
Yep.
Getting your social media platforms is what we talked about earlier, the JSON code and getting that sent down, sent to your website person to get those to show up. That's pretty much it. It allows them to click. It makes it easier. So like when I look at people, to me, it's just easier for me as a consumer. I'm not sure. It just helps with everything. Okay, well, they're legit. Well, let me go see what they do. Oh, they have a YouTube channel. Awesome. Let me go check it out. What are they talking about?
The only way that you can tell where the calls are coming, by asking. Just make sure that you're asking everyone when you get an incoming call.
You can also, there's a little tip you can do. You can actually change the number and keep the number. So they allow you to have a display number. So we can talk about that some other time, but like you can get a display number that can show up so that you'll know if somebody's calling from that, it's calling from Google My Business. So you keep that. So for the NAP, the name, address, phone number, which is what Google wants, you can keep your same phone number, but the display, which is what's actually being called, is actually a different number. There's tons of companies that will give you phone numbers to use for that.
So recap the benefits of using Google My Business. It's free. It's your storefront. It makes you visible as a company. It ensures consistency of your business. It makes people believe in your business. When they Google you, and if they're Googling, let's say they're taking 3 agents that you're up against in your listings, and they're going to Google all 3 of you, and you're the only one that comes up with Google My Business, because you guys know when it comes up on the right-hand side, when you're Googling, it looks great. And you look so much better than the other realtors you're going against. Because just like what Barb was talking about earlier, everyone says, I Googled you, right? When you're going on a listing appointment, I Googled you, and they do. People Google you for listing appointments all the time. So you want to look great. People will actually pick you from your presence online now. These days, presence online is so important when you're competing against listings and everything else. It improves your SEO, definitely. It easily hosts customer reviews. What did you say? How many reviews now? 89% of customer reviews go through Google?
Yeah, so there was a company that did a site did a study, and they did it for the last, whatever it was, 7 years. And then just in the last, since 2018 to the end of 2020, of all the businesses that they had studied, Google, 89% of all reviews done were done on Google. Like in 2013, when they started, there was a company called Zamad or something like that. It's gone. Like, and Google's just ate them all up. And like, TripAdvisor was 2%. Yelp was like 5%. Like, it was just tiny numbers, just all in the last 2 years. Google's just.
And you want to make sure when somebody Googles you, when they go to you, when they see you, they know exactly who you are and what you do. So that's why it's important that you're going to add videos, just like Craig and again, Barb, we're talking about videos, and people say, I feel like I know you. I get that all the time. I feel like I know you because of this. So, make sure that you do and set this up 100%. And these are about phone calls, basically.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. So Google Assist, which they just took it down on Monday, but I'd already done the slide, so we left it. So it may come back. So you can see the 650, and then the Canadian is the 780. So I think they're getting rid of this, and I think they're just going to tell you, hey, this person clicked on your phone call. Like, I think that's where it's going, because this was going on for about a month, where if Google would call you up and say, hey, we have somebody who wants to meet a real estate agent in Boca Raton. So
we don't know if it's coming back or not.
Yeah, I think
okay.
So this one is, so now we talked about earlier, when you do a post, so you do a post and there's that button there, learn more, whatever you want to do, where, 11 inspection tips on your Google My Business. So Google allows you to do a UTM code so you can track it. So, because you want to know, well, they got to my website, they registered, how did they get there? Where did they come from? And so this right here, this website, it's a free one. Google offers it. It's from Google. You can go in there, you can add your URL, you can get it set up to wherever your landing page is, and then click the next slide. So this is how you do it. You set up your URL, so that's where you're going to. You add the stuff on there. You can click it down there at the bottom, sets it up. You put the link in, boom, like you just walks you right through it. Perfect for your Google Analytics, so you can see it. Again, it's free. So
guys, this is awesome. We always want to be tracking, right?
That's so because the hard part is you want a UTM code, or you want to be able to track it. Like, yeah, they went to my 11 inspection tips, but like, how did they get there? Like, where did they come from?
Does that make sense, Todd?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
100%, man. Like, here's one of our rules in the Craig Proctor system, which is if you can't track it, don't do it.
Yeah. So, and then this is just how you do a post. So you do a post, how to stop paying rent on your home. You can go in there, they'll learn, however, add the add button there, whatever you want it to say. Mm-hmm. And then your link, which is where you're taking it from that previous slide where they give you the UTM, you put it in there, boom. So go to the next one.
Yep.
And then this is where you go to try to find it. So this is just your Google Analytics. Does everybody use Google Analytics? If you don't, you should. It's like a rabbit hole that you can go down, and it kind of takes you into everything once you hook up your website. So this is what you do. You go to acquisition, all traffic, source medium, then click the next slide. And boom, you can see like 5 best single families in Deerfield, where we got 3 clicks on it. 9 buyer traps, we got 3. The free report, we only got 1. And then this is what happened. And then you can see this is from our other site, or this is our other site's already in there. You can see where it all came from.
We've talked about feeding your Google My Business page daily.
Mm-hmm.
So is it really daily? Like, do I need to be posting and putting a product up on my Google My Business page every day for optimum result?
Posts, yes. Products you could probably get away with not every day. Photos every day. Photos. So photos, you want to do photos. Like if you're a business, you want to do photos. And then the products and the posts are how you're going to convert them.
Mm-hmm.
The posts should be every day. I prefer at least 2 a day. Maybe not at the same time.
But guys, all you're doing is hopefully you're doing omnipresence and you're doing social media anyways. So all you're doing is adding this to your already list, right? So for example, Barb is, when she goes to YouTube, her virtual assistant is taking it and they're putting it on her Google My Business, or putting it on her, making little snippets. They're literally repurposing the same thing over and over again. So I don't want you guys to freak out and go, oh my gosh, I can't believe where am I going to find time to make all this time to do all this stuff? No.
Well, the good thing is the ad generator is the easiest thing going. So you can just go to the ad generator and it's done in like 10 seconds. And then you just, Control-Shift-4, and then it's done.
It's all done for you. So we use a lot of the stuff. I mean, so much of the stuff that we use is already done through the Craig Proctor coaching website. And we just take that information and then repurpose it along all of our social media accounts. I think that you realize that, guys, social media is so important that people that are going to be in business in 10 years from now, you got to be on social media. You got to be on social media. I know that we started late, and probably a lot of other people are like, you got to be on social media. You got to be doing this stuff. Okay. But we don't want it to make you freak out. We want you to just repurpose stuff that you already have.
Amen.
Okay. So Mark, talk also, when you go into the local services ads that we're going to do real quick, what are the questions? Because a lot of people, guys, are reaching out with questions to us. So the big thing is, like, I haven't gotten leads. Some of the people have gotten, even in the same market, I have one that's gotten 2 leads and one that's gotten 70 leads. Okay. And that has to do with their reviews, honestly. Okay. We are in the same market. Obviously, we have a Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, right? And all the people in our brokerage, and we're all in the same area. So we get a lot. Some of the agents in our area don't. Why? Because when they pick you guys, they pick you. Okay. So you want to be ranked as the top 3. It's like, on Zillow when, well, Canadians aren't going to relate to it as much, but it's not that you just show up. The consumer picks you. So all these people are there, and for whatever reason, they're picking other people. So you got to make yours stand out better than anybody else's. And that's what you have to do, because they're picking you. So we get a ton from Google services. And
so Kristen, let me share my screen, because you wanted me to show the phone number for this.
Yeah. Yep. So instead, because we're not Google guys, we can't help you a whole lot. So these guys can help you. So what you want to do.
So you guys all know, so this is where you're getting set up. So if you've tried to set up local service ads, you've been here. You got your headshot and everything else. Like, just come down here. You have it right down here. They tell you 9 to 9, Monday through Friday. There's the phone number. Can you see it? The 844-263. You may have a different one. But like, if you're having problems getting approved, that's usually the best number to call.
And don't email them. We have people that go, oh yeah, well, I've been emailing them back and forth. No, call them.
Yeah, just call them. They give you it right there.
And they also will analyze your account for you. Sometimes they're more helpful for some people than they are others. Some people, they're not as helpful to others. But I'm telling you what, most of the people that I know are doing extremely well with this. So what do you need to do to change yours? What I've seen is reviews. What does yours look like? You got to rank at the top 3. Look at your picture. Look at, so they're picking you for some reason or not picking you for some reason. Okay. You definitely want to look and see what other people are doing on theirs. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is the top part of the page. I don't know if you've shown it, but you can just go to the next slide.
Oh, this is the other thing. So people will ask us, what's your budget? So our budget, what do we do our budget? We do it real high now, don't we, Mark?
Yeah, do it like $150 a week. So.
But how much do we spend a month?
Like $400. You never end up spending it all.
So, but we'll go as high as they really want, because remember, you can turn back the leads that are not actual leads. Okay. The ones that if you don't do like we don't do rentals, you can give those back and they won't charge you for the lead. So that's what's amazing about this whole thing is you're only paying for leads that are actually true buyer or seller leads.
Yep. So there you can see it, like Todd had it up earlier, the top of the page, looking for Deerfield Beach, looking for Boca Raton, looking for Buford, Georgia, wherever they're typing it in, you want to be at the top. And then this is setting it up to they're showing you as screened. So the good news is they're doing this with more and more industries. So the consumer is being trained also. So that's where this is going to be really better is once the consumer gets more trained on what they're looking for. Because in other industries, if you're looking for a plumber, you're only going to use, Google wants you only to use one that they've screened or guaranteed is what they call it for a plumber, that your work is good to go. They're going to do a good job for you. They're legit. So that's the same thing. That's what the consumer, that's what makes them so good and why this is going to be great is the consumers becoming more and more educated on what these are. So.
Okay, one of the things is when we first did ours, it said I'd been, just because we had Your Home Sold Guaranteed in our office for 1 year, it said I had been in business for 1 year. So we had to go in and get that changed. But if you look at this first guy here, he's only been in business for 1 year. So I guarantee people are going to click me over this first guy right here. Okay, that on the screen here, whatever his name, Bruder. So anyways, and you see how ours is Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is our name. So that's huge. And we get, like I said, the big thing is to answer those calls if you can. Get those calls answered. So we get a report every week from one of our assistants that shows me what percentage are they answering live. And Google they keep changing. So Google Local Services Ads, just like Google, is changing their criteria of what is going to make you show up as the top 3 all the time. Get those, if you can answer them live coming in, please answer them live. Okay, because that's another reason why. So there's all sorts of different things that you want to look at. Anything else here, Mark?
Nope.
Okay.
So to get there, obviously we talked about the background check and everything else. We talked about that on the other call, but like if you haven't set this up, you have to do a background check. I had it pulled up. You guys could see everything that was going to be there.
So you walked them through everything and how to do it on a call in March, was it a platinum call?
I think
yes.
So.
Yeah. So maybe Andrea could let us know when that was, and you can go back and look at it. If you need to go back and learn how to set it up. Okay. It's not hard, guys. It literally, the thing that you do is they want to make sure that if they're putting their name, Google's putting their name on you, that they certify you. And what that means is that you have insurance. And I remember like one person, they were moving their office, so they were having a problem with their insurance. If your name
insurance has to be active. That's a big one too. People turn in old insurance that's expired and then they can't figure out why Google's not approving them. Like your insurance has to be active.
Yep. And also you got to make sure that everything that you're giving them, they're going and doing the research. If you have a common name, it is going to take usually a lot longer. It can take a while. I have some people that said, it's been 3 months. Well, what ended up happening to that one, Mark?
I don't know.
Anyways, but it's simple stuff most of the time.
A real quick question on the insurance. What kind of insurance are you talking about? Are you talking about, insurance or
I submitted insurance and it was fine.
Okay.
Yep. But it has to be active and it has to be not expired. Okay. So anyways, here we go. What's the difference? So Google Guaranteed and Google Screen, what's the difference?
So the big difference is the industries. So for real estate agents, we get Google Screened. For other industries, plumbers, housekeeping, whatever else, they get Google Guaranteed. The guarantee means that Google is actually going to guarantee their work. So if there's a problem, Google will actually pay the customers up to $2,000 or something, like some crazy amount of money. That if they are something that goes wrong with them using somebody Google Guaranteed. Google Screen just means we've checked them out, they're legit.
So it's the same thing whether you're a real estate agent at a real estate company or the actual real estate brokerage. Still under Google Screen versus Google Guaranteed.
And I'm telling you, in Canada, guys, be ready. Like, be ready to run, because it's going to be coming out anytime. This is how they rolled it out in the US, and they're adding more and more industries in Canada. Real estate should be anytime.
So,
okay. So local
$2,000. Yeah. So.
Yep. So go ahead. How local service ads work?
Yep. So the customer clicks. My guess is that half of the people will just click anybody, and the other half will probably do some research on you. So that's where we're talking about how Google is your homepage, and like, you've got to make sure, because if they're on Google looking for this, they're not going to go research you on some other website. They're going to do it right here on Google. So with it, so that's going to help. The reviews, obviously, get as many reviews as more specific they can, the better. So if you're specifically mentioning, thank you for selling my house in Deerfield Beach, my kid just graduated and we're downsizing,
Tell a story. If you're getting your customers, your past customers, you can write it for them. So what we like to do, especially when we were building Zillow, is I would write the reviews, and then I would say to them, either you can pick this review, you can write your own review, or you can change this review. So I found when I did that, a lot more people would give me reviews because I actually wrote it for them, but I always wrote a story. So that's what they love, is a story. And that's, I think, a lot of the reason why they turn down your, they deny the reviews a lot of the time.
Yep. Just an example of it, of what, like, this is a message. So they can either message you or call you. This is an example of a message for somebody looking to buy.
I posted, it was just, somebody said, oh, I think I'm going to sell my home. Can you come out? I posted, I think, on the Platinum group, and made an appointment like that, you guys. These are like, come get me. Yep.
With it, reply in the app, this just allows you to respond. You want to just do it quickly. Like, if it's a message, you don't want to wait. And then you also want to do it in Google so they know that you're actually working it.
And also, you want to update the messages in Google. So you want to update.
So yeah, so Google's going to track everything. Like, if it's an inbound call, Google's recording it. So if they call you up and they're like, hey, I'm looking to rent for $800 in Toronto, Canada. And you're like, you ain't renting anything for $800. Like, you just got to tell them that on the phone, and Google's fine. And then they won't charge you for it.
Also, put your notes in, though, guys. They want you to be updating it in Google. Okay. And there's all sorts of different things that they want you to do, but that's one. So how much is it?
It depends on area and obviously the business type. So for realtors, it can be anywhere from, $30 to $50 per lead, but you're only paying per lead. You're not paying per click. Mm. So you're paying per actual lead to it. So
yeah. What about, okay, so the maximum bid amount a business can select is typically 2.5 times the minimum.
How often is this changing?
A lot. It all changes a lot. That's why we stay up on it.
Yeah, because it seems like you could probably go in for an ad spend today, and if you're not really paying much attention,
yes,
it's changed over the next 3 weeks or a month. And then it's like you before you know it, like, you're getting leapfrogged by your competitors that are on it. So how do you recommend dealing with that?
Well, when you log in, so to log in to get the calls. So if you're going in every day, because you're going to go in every day, if you're getting leads to send them back, the budget's right there. Like, it's literally all on the same program right there for you for Google. You just want to update, go in there and take a look. Oh yeah, this says I'm only getting 1 to 3 leads a week for this spend. Well, then I want to pay more. And then Google will tell you, oh, if you raise it $40, you'll get 3 to 7 leads.
I've had a lot of Platinum members say that this is a better deal for what they're paying than what they were doing with Zillow.
We actually took Zillow, and we didn't do a lot, but we dropped them when we started this. That's how much the difference is.
Yeah. Like Zillow, I think, you're going to pay them a referral fee of like 35% or something like that?
Well, no, you can still pay, but it's like a couple $1,000s.
Oh, you mean like for the leads?
for-
Yeah, if you're premier agent.
Yeah.
Some areas though that you're forced into having
Yes,
to buy the
like
referrals.
Rudy's and yes.
Yeah. So, so yeah, but this right here is sort of the antithesis to Zillow and the leads. In other words, let's say that my ad spend. What would be a typical ad spend week, Mark?
I would do as much as you can because you're only going to
Like
spend.
they can tell you can get it down to like $75 a week.
Yeah.
But the thing is if your ad spend is gone and you haven't disputed your lead,
Mhm.
and your ad spend is gone, you will no longer show up. So my recommendation is, because you're only going to be paying for good actual leads, is to up your ad spend as much as you can, and make sure that you're disputing. Okay, and everybody I think knows how to dispute, right?
Mhm.
How to dispute.
If
a
I,
lead.
but I'm hearing, Kristen, that, again, from Platinum members that we're talking to and working on this, some of them are getting 2 like listings a week from this,
Yes.
on an ad spend that is like next to nothing, versus what I was just talking about, a 35% referral fee to like Zillow. I mean, like that's off the chain more economical. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we're getting a common question now from Platinum level members that have been getting some business for Zillow, and it's been getting more and more expensive, and they're trying to like overcome that or diminish it or look for replacements in there because it's not a good trend. So we certainly understand it, and we wouldn't discourage anyone from getting business from really good sources of getting business. But I think you're seeing right here the emergence of opportunities to really, really get more business at a much, much lower ad spend. And tell me if I'm wrong. Like these are people calling into your business. Like they're just picking up the phone. They call, "Hey, Mark, I want to talk to you about selling my house."
Yeah. Yeah. So they're all the same way. They're either, "Hey, Mark, I'm flying in from Pittsburgh on Thursday. Can you come list my house? Cause I'm going to buy something bigger." Like that's usually the call. It's like, okay. So.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that, like Google wants to rule the world and they want Zillow gone. So they're going to do whatever they can to push them and to rank and to get you guys up there. So everything that you can do through Google, do it, guys. All I can say is do it. Real quick, Google pay-per-click too. Are you using Google pay-per-click? Okay. I feel, are you using Google pay-per-click? And Canada, I think Facebook does really, really well from the people that I talk to. But in the US, Google pay-per-click for sure better than Canada.
Well, it's a searched media. Hopefully everyone knows the difference between a searched media and an unsearched media. Let me give you an example. You typically don't go to your mailbox at the end of the day, coming home from work, to look for ads, right? You're not really going to Facebook, Facebook social media pages to look for ads and look for advertising. Okay. You don't even cut on your television to look for ads and advertising, but people do go to Google to look for ads and marketing and advertising, help or searches on something. So that's an absolute fact. So not being in a place where people do go to look for help, probably a mistake. Now, I got a question for you guys on Google pay-per-click. If I'm spending money on Google pay-per-click, do I gain a foothold or do I get any favors from Google on the SEO side of things from Google My Business? Is there any connection or correlation at all for doing that?
We don't know that for sure.
I don't see any. I mean, there's 2 different departments. I'm not seeing any
later.
With.
Sure.
Yeah, they may reward you for spending more money with them. Is the point I'm making.
Not at this point that we know of, but Google is adding.
Google will never tell you that. Like Google will never say it out loud.
Google blows us away with everything that they're adding to it. And at one time, I'll show you a lot more. Obviously, just the Google ads, guys. How do Google ads work? You guys know by displaying your ad when people search online for the products and the services, and do them. Google, be in charge of your marketing. You are your marketing director, right? Make sure you're running Google ads, make sure that you're looking at the insights and the results, and basic setting up your ads. What are the different types of Google? And there are 3 basic types of Google ads. Do you want to talk about this real quick, Mark?
I mean, yeah, just the types of Google ads, you search, campaign, display, and then your videos. Yeah, I mean, it's just where you're going to show up in terms of what you're going to run it for. You can do different things. So you can actually do a YouTube. So if you do a YouTube video, you can actually pay, and then they'll actually it'll increase your views, number of people seeing it. That's actually pretty cheap. Yeah. The conversions where we try to work on that to be, but I mean, the conversions are like
so cheap.
Like you're talking pennies to do that. So for the campaigns to do it, I recommend if you're going to do it, you need to probably do like a SpyFu or something like that that'll help you with it. So if there's a competitor, so what you find is like a competitor runs an ad, you always want to get a program that can help you with what the pay-per-click is that competitor's running on you to get it to show up. And like we use SpyFu, there's other ones for it. It'll also give you some SEO stuff, words, what people are searching to do it. So go ahead. Yeah.
No, so definitely be doing it. I would definitely try video. Google is great to run ads, especially in the US. Do not just count on Facebook. I don't know why people just count on Facebook because there's so many other things to be doing.
The other thing is like we had Google My Business. You also need to do Bing My Business. I know it's not as big as Google, but there are a fraction of people that use Bing. So you can do a Bing My Business, just like Google My Business. You got to do it. Like it's free. Take the 5 minutes, set it up.
Bing My Business, Bing, Bing My Business.
Just a search. It's just another search one.
So how much does Google ad cost you guys? It's not just determined on how much you're spending, but it has a lot more to do with a lot of other things. Budget. So you want to just test and try in the ad generator. I think there are, maybe 20 Google ads? Todd, you think?
Oh, for sure.
Okay. And basically there's different factors that are affecting your pay-per-click. It's not just the amount of money that you're spending, it's your quality score, your ad rank. Okay, so it might take somebody that's only spending, $1.50 compared to your $2, depending on the ranking. So, I mean, use the ad generator from the Craig Proctor system, set it up. We love 1050. We always tell people use 1050 and make sure that you're using the benefits of Google AdWords is increasing brand awareness, research more customers, connect, measure, explore your ads, and tackle your competition better. Okay. Thank you. Anything else you want to add, Mark?
Nope. I think that's it.
Well, you guys are doing an outstanding job. I'm really proud of the work that you guys have done right here. I just can't say it enough. And you're so eager to get on and share and help everyone with it. So I can speak for like everybody watching here that we're very appreciative of you doing the work that a lot of us are not able to do or can get to here and continuing to update and bring it to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for always having us. Thank you.
Yeah, type into the chat, type into the comments if you enjoyed that session from Kristen and Mark. I'm sure that you guys have because you've been tearing the chat up on it. But also type in if you really like Kristen's dress that she's wearing today. All right. If you like that outfit, then go ahead and say it. It looks good. I like the colors. Yeah. So, and at least Mark is not working from the bathtub today.
That was so funny. You remember last week on Friday when when Craig's like, "Oh, Kristen, can you hop on the ad clinic?"
Yeah.
And so I did, and Mark was getting ready to train. And so anyways, I'm loud, right? So we just happened to be in the same place. And he's like, "Where am I going to go?" We were up at our condo and he's like, "Where am I going to go?" After I got off the ad clinic, I'm like, "Where's Mark?" I know I'm loud, but where is he? He was in the bathtub.
Yeah. Hey, Mark, whatever works, buddy.
It's the only quiet spot in the whole place.
Yeah. Hey, great job, guys. We appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. We'll see you. Thank you. All right. So let me give you guys, as we transition from that session to the next here called Worthy Cause Wednesday, which is a huge marketing asset system for Craig Proctor's system platinum level members. So if you're a platinum member, what you're getting ready to see, you're very familiar with. Now, to the degree of implementation, we're going to find out. If you're a coaching member, you're going to see something here that I believe will make your business better as well. So I'm going to take you first, though, to the coaching site. So here I am right here, and I'm going to go to the library, and I'm going to click on File Library. Okay. Now, the File Library is where we like to update and put files and materials as they come in. So when you get into the File Library, the most recent materials that have been added to the File Library will show up at the top. So if you're a platinum level member, you can see that the most recent upload had to do with the referral marketing system that platinum members get handed to them every month. Okay, you can see all of the materials that were added there. Okay, coaching members, you can see what you've got access to as well as it comes in. So I'm going to take you first down here to a library down the right-hand side of the screen. So if you're following along, feel free to do that. Go to the coaching site, click on Library. Okay, just like I did, Library, and click on File Library. Click. I'd highly recommend that if you got two monitors up right now. Okay, so when you get into the File Library, down the right-hand side of the screen, everything's in alphabetical order. So if you're a platinum level member, remember you've got about 70 other libraries that have been added to your access as a Craig Proctor system member. So that's pretty cool. All right. So down the right-hand side, though, remember they're in alphabetical order. So, you know, like we were just looking at Google. So I would come down here and there's Platinum, Google, Marketing, Library. See right there? So I click on that. And when I do, it's the same thing. The most recent ID numbers up at the top will be the most recent materials that have been added. And you can see too, like here on this piece of content here in this Google Marketing Library, also shows up in two other libraries. See that? Shows up in Google Marketing Library, shows up in a USP Brand Building Library, and it shows up in the Facebook Marketing Library. Now, why is that important to you? Because specifically, this might be really good for Google, but it also has to do with other places or parts of your business. And those other parts of your business have materials in that file library that may absolutely provide value in addition to what you're doing right now. So hopefully that makes sense to you. So if I'm looking at this, I'm like, I can also use this material right here, like the Google services ads that we just looked at. I can see it's in Google Marketing. I can also see it's in two other libraries I've got access to. What else is in those libraries that can help me in this area or be a great segue or brother or sister to what I'm already doing? Okay, so I wanted you guys to take a look at how we had that set up for you. So just in the Google Marketing Library, there are 26 files. Okay, now we're getting ready to segue into database marketing, specifically targeting referrals. So I'm just going to click on this library, for example, Platinum Referral System Library. You can see there's 59 files in there. So that's a lot of material. The most recents will be at the top. So we're going to bring Michael Zakos on right now. Let's get Mike on there, Andrea. And Mike's going to take us through part of the referral marketing system where we actually solicit and market referrals as part of our content calendar every week. Okay, every week. I like to call it Worthy Cause Wednesday, but Mike's going to pick it up from there and also talk to you guys a bit more about just the whole concept of cause marketing. Hey, Mike, what's going on, big dog? Looks like you're muted there. Let's get you unmuted.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Hey, my man. How you doing?
Good. I'm just up the road from you. I'm in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Knoxville, Tennessee. Man, that's a great part of the world. Tennessee is a great state. There's no question about it. Here's a little statistic that a lot of people don't know about Tennessee is that the Great Smoky Mountains National Park is the most visited national park in the United States of America. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it has more visitors than even Disney World does every year. So a lot of people don't know that. The real estate landscape around the Smoky Mountains is like just off the chain. Okay, so I know Kristen has multiples of investment cabins there. The Pujols out in Washington have them there. I know Tracy King, that's his backyard, obviously. So pretty slick. Now, what are you doing all the way from the West Coast into Tracy King's, the Kings of Real Estate, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, Tennessee? Like, what are you doing there?
Well, like you guys have talked about, not only do we get your help, Craig's help, but it's the network that's involved in this group that's amazing, and how everyone is just all about sharing. So I came here and had a meeting with Tracy's team earlier today, talking to them about a couple of specific things, because my business is based in Ventura, California, which is just north of Los Angeles. But starting in September, we're going to have a branch in Nashville, Tennessee.
All right, so let's talk about that for just a second, and we'll turn you loose on helping us get more referrals. First of all, type into the chat if you believe it's possible to get at least one referral a year from every single client, like forever. Type that in. Is it possible for you to pull that off, that you can get at least one referral from every single client a year for life? You know, so if you sold 5 homes this month, I can get 5 referrals this year from these 5 clients over the next 12 months. Well, I can assure you that there are entire industries that have been built on that concept. Okay, so that's not a foreign concept. Real estate agents just don't necessarily have systems to do it. We do. And we're going to walk you through that here in a minute. So, Mike here has decided to do what a lot of people think about doing, Mike, and that's expand their business from one market to another market. Okay, now you're pretty motivated to do it. You and I have been working together on it. Pretty excited for you on it, but you're no foreigner. This is not a foreign concept for you to essentially run your business from afar, right? A couple of years ago, was it 3 years ago now? You spent time in Ireland almost for an entire year and ran your business from Ireland. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so from 2018, the summer of 2018 to the summer of 2019, I ran my business. Again, located in California. I was 5,000 miles away on the west coast of Ireland, in Sligo, Ireland, and I ran my business there. That was a big test. I wanted to see if I had a business, right? Because I couldn't be there to meet with clients. I couldn't do stuff on the day-to-day basis. And because of your help and Craig's help, like, I had a business. And I was like, okay, that changed my mindset of, okay, I actually have a business. So now what else is possible? And it was kind of a dry run for something like this of actually making the move. So I'm physically moving my family out to Nashville area. I'm going to expand. So we're going to keep the California branch. We're going to have a Nashville, Tennessee branch. And we're really excited about it because, you know, I've proven that it can be done. And again, what I said a couple of weeks ago, I think when you talked to me, because of the Craig Proctor systems and actually direct response marketing, we work with strangers, right? We work with strangers so that we can get up and running fairly quickly. But now what I'm going to add on to it today is then when you meet those strangers, how you can get referrals from each one of them, like you talked about. And then that's powerful. That's some powerful leverage there.
Yeah, great job, man. I'm excited for you to expand your business. Now, you're all in with the Craig Proctor system here. You're not nibbling around the edges on this thing. You're all the way up the ladder. Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Just give everybody let's give it a little plug for the value ladder. Is it made a difference? Have you seen it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
if you're like me, like, let me say this. If you're like me, when Craig says jump, like I jump. So I've experienced so much success with Craig that if he said, hey, you should go jump off the Freedom Tower in New York, like, you know, I may consider doing that, you know, because he hasn't steered me wrong yet, but you're like that, but you've actually seen tremendous benefit from doing it.
It's amazing every time. So when I ascended from coaching to platinum, boom, there was a big jump up. Then I went from platinum to titanium, massive jump up. Then when I went all in with Your Home Sold Guaranteed, a big jump up, which is expanding, right? So since I got the Your Home Sold Guaranteed licensing agreement, I can expand to Nashville and have my California office, have my Nashville office. And who knows beyond that? I have team members now saying, well, shoot, if we can go there, let's open a Hawaii branch. Like, I want to get to Hawaii.
You know, when you get there, we'll all head to Hawaii and have a big party. grand opening celebration. That's good. All right. So what are you going to talk about today?
All right, so I'm going to talk about Worthy Cause Wednesday, intent-based marketing, and just share kind of some personal journeys that I went through, some discoveries, some paradigm shift. Bear with me. The first part's going to be mindset, and we're going to have to build a foundation that we can then go up from. I will then talk about the specific marketing things that we're using. I'll give you examples. You can take a look at my stuff, follow us on social media, copy anything you want. I don't care. That's totally fine. And then lastly, I'm going to have a big reveal that you all inspired that I would stick around for, because it's going to be pretty exciting news. And everyone's going to be a part of it who sticks around. All right.
Okay, Mike, do you want to share your screen?
I'm going to. Yep.
Okay.
And while I'm getting set up, so this Californian forgot that Tennessee has 2 time zones. So when you're leaving Nashville and you're driving east and you get to Knoxville, if you have a meeting at 10 a.m. Knoxville time, that's 9 a.m. right? Yeah, Tennessee, Nashville time.
Yeah,
you gotta account for that. I did not, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. So that was fun. So already some fun learning experiences being out here. All right, here we go. You can see the screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so Worthy Cause Wednesday. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about the omnipresent system, the stuff you were just talking about in the Craig Proctor library. So here we go. So my story basically is I was getting married and buying a house in 2004. In the same month, I was trying to get married and buy a house, and it was extremely stressful. 2 major life events at the same time. I did not have my real estate license at that time, and I was working with a couple real estate agents, and I went through a bunch of them. And I could tell they were just all about the money. They could have cared less about us. They had no empathy towards us. They had no sympathy, no compassion for the 2 major things we were going through. And, we successfully got married. We successfully bought a house. And afterwards, I was just kind of complaining, kicking a can around the house or so. And my wife was like, hey, shut up about this already. Like, get over it or do something about it. And I said, hey, you know what? I've been talking about getting into real estate for a long time. I really want to help people. I was, prior to that, I was working in computer software, kind of sitting behind a desk, not really feeling like I was making an impact on the world. And I'm like, I'm gonna get face to face with people and help change people's lives. And I'm going to base my business on that. So why I bring that up is because that's how I started the business, was about changing people's lives and really about focusing on them and their needs, because that is not what we got at all. That was not my experience. And it's been common over the last 17 years talking to the general public that the majority of people get subpar service from real estate professionals, to be honest. All right, so our vision as a company is to be the best place to work in Ventura County in all industries. We're going to change that to the world now as we're taking over other areas. We have a mission to change lives in the community every single day. Our core values as a company are contribution, appreciation, growth, and engagement. And we exist to give back. All right, so these are the local charities that we support. We support Clean International, which they have a mission of eradicating waterborne illnesses. There's 800 million people in the world right now. In the year 2021, there's almost 1 billion people who don't have access to clean drinking water, something that we take for granted here every single day of our lives. And then James Storehouse, which is a local foster youth group that helps kids. There's 1,200 kids in the foster youth system in Ventura County in our own backyard. All right. So, this is what we talk about. We donate for every closing. We donate towards these 2 worthy causes. All right. And then also for every referral we get, we donate towards these 2 worthy causes. Right. So why did I want to lead with this is because this is everything. These first slides that I just showed you are everywhere, every presentation we do. So when we do a VIP meeting with a buyer, we lead with these. When we do a seller presentation, we lead with these. When we do OSA, ISA presentations, we lead with this, and also admin, because this is who we are at our core. This is what we're all about. And we want to attract other people who believe in our mission, our core values, what we're trying to achieve in this world. And we'll repel the people who aren't into it. And I'll get a little more into that a little bit later. All right, so how it began, didn't always start this way. All right, I was raised to be generous. All right, but we always gave anonymously. You didn't get recognition for it. Like, you didn't put your name on the envelope in the collections basket at church. You volunteered, but quietly. You're involved in the community, but not in a bragging way. Okay, so that's just how I was raised, and that's how I operated for a really long time, both in my business and my personal life, up until about 2 years ago, when you, Todd, and Craig kind of pushed me to expand out of my comfort zone. I'm a pretty private person, And I just didn't think that was anyone's business. I didn't see the value in it. Okay. Again, we're building the foundation of why this is important. Okay. So I gave time and money, but I didn't make a fuss about it. I saw the other side of it where people were giving just to get. They were giving strictly just to get. For example, there was charity auctions that we're always a part of. And people would be like, oh, I just want a trip to Hawaii. I just paid $5,000. I just got a trip to Hawaii. And I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. But where's the $5,000 going to? The $5,000 is going to kids with cancer. Like, why aren't you talking about, I just really helped a kid with cancer by giving $5,000. Now I got a trip to Hawaii. So we had to participate in those events, but I would always way overpay, honestly, on small things, because I didn't want the stuff. I wanted it to be about the charity event. And that actually pushed me farther away from like, this is a whole scene. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this public because this is kind of crazy. So, that's where I was at. So that's how it began. And this was up until fairly recently. That's how I operated. I just did stuff in private, didn't see the value in sharing with the omnipresent system, with the Homeward Bound, with all the different systems that Craig and you talk about all the time. I was like, I'm just kind of not into that. I don't really want people to know how much I do or don't contribute. All right. So then I had a paradigm shift. We've been talking about that today. And it was actually when you were talking about Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, and you were talking about a specific girl. And I think it was your wife's friend had a kid who was going through a really tough spot and was at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And I was like, that had an impact on me. I was thinking, wow, okay, you are talking about that. And now that's inspiring me to do more. That's inspiring me to get involved. Okay, I kind of see how, if done the right way, it can be beneficial. And it cannot be about getting stuff and about me, but about the actual cause. Because you and your wife were just like a side note in that story. It was about that kid who was going through a really tough time and how you're helping specifically with that, and through your business being successful, how you're helping with that, right? So I decided to go all in on helping others. Then I was like, all right, let's do this and lead with the worthy causes, right? But you have to be into your cause. You have to be passionate about it. You have to be authentic about it. Otherwise, people will pick up. And this was a mistake I made in the past of picking some charities I kind of were into, or seasonal charities. So we had a great kids program out in our area that was summer camps. It's all about summer camps. And during the summer, May, June, July, August, we were way into it. We're way passionate about it. We're promoting it like mad. We're, spreading it everywhere. But then in the winter months, fall and winter months, it was kind of a little bit dormant. And then we're doing a big push for the summer again. So when you're looking to get involved in a local charity, definitely pick something that speaks to you. I would say pick something that is year round, right? And I'm going to talk about my charities that are like every hour there's a need for that. So another example is cats. Like, I may offend some people here, but I'm just not into cats. Everyone on my team knows that. And if I was just like, hey, I'm going to sponsor these local cats so they don't get, put to sleep, then it just wouldn't resonate. And then if people were like, oh, Ray, that's great, you're passionate about cats, and say, not really. Do you have any cats? I'd say, what kind of cats do you have, or what kind of cats do you help? I'd be like, I don't know, ones with 4 legs. I don't know cat breeds and all those different things, right? Because I've been a dog person my whole life. So it just wouldn't resonate the same way. Like, you have to be passionate about it. It makes a huge difference. Okay. So I'm way into helping kids. I have 4 kids myself. I've adopted a kid. I coach youth sports. I love helping kids, right? So the 2 charities we picked so far are about kids in it. And it really resonates with me and with the team, right? So we hire around that. So again, we use those first slides to tell who we are, what we're into, why we're into it, kind of as a litmus test to see, okay, are you into the same stuff we are? Are you going to be as passionate about this? Because the energy that's created when everyone is passionate about it is amazing. Okay. They can be into causes of their own, and I really want them to be into their own causes, meaning team members of mine. And we'll support that. So we have like the top sales agent each month will make charitable contributions to their charity of choice. If they want to pick one of the 2 that we sponsor, great. If they want to pick their own, that's awesome as well. And that's a way that we can help support them. And then we have an impact award each month of the person who made the biggest impact on our business. And we'll contribute $100 towards a charity of their choice. Again, they can pick one of ours. There's no pressure to. If they want to pick someone else, that's totally fine. All right. So continuing the paradigm shift, you need to give your time in addition to the money. So it brings it to a whole another level when you actually see who you're helping. Again, if I was into cats and I didn't just writing checks and sending them to a charity is a different level than writing checks and also going and volunteering your time and seeing the people that it actually changes. So again, you just kept kind of pushing me out of my comfort zone of, hey, don't be so private about it. You're doing a lot of great things. You can inspire others. So I appreciate that. In 2020, charitable contributions went down by 70%, right? With everyone getting hit by the pandemic and different businesses closing, people just having a tough time. At the same time, we gave over 300% more. So we tripled our charitable donations last year during the pandemic in a state, California, that was the most locked down. I know Nancy will fight me on that with New Jersey, but it felt very locked down out in California. And we were able to give 3 times as much as we did the previous year. Right. And these charities needed more and most people were giving less. Right. So part of that was because we could see the impact. We had been there. We'd been part of these events where we could actually see where the money was going. Okay. All right. So when you start doing stuff for others above and beyond your own needs, it takes it to a whole nother level, right? It can literally be a matter of life and death, depending on what charities you decide to get involved in. Also, you can leave a legacy. That's something you've been talking about for the last couple of years of like, what's your legacy? Besides helping lots of families buy, sell, or invest in real estate, like what else are you leaving this earth when your time is up? And by getting really involved in these charities, that's you're changing. You have this ripple effect of just changing who knows how many generations, especially when you get involved with kids and you change the trajectory of their life. Who knows where they end up, right? And that's just really exciting. How inspired they can get and how they can give once they get into a position, a little better position than they're in now, and pay it forward. All right, new charity we're focusing on, in addition to our current ones, is Stop Human Trafficking. I mean, that's like a whole nother level, right? I mean, someone can either be a prisoner for their life or free. That's up to us. Again, why I'm talking about that is because when you're passionate about it, you care about it, like you just feel this burning desire that you just have to do more. And that's something that can get you through those tough days because you're like, you know what, this doesn't matter. Like all this chirping of the competitors or other stuff that's going on, I can push through all that because I have to, right? I can help literally change someone's life and make them a free person where they may be a prisoner for the rest of their life. And like, how much is that worth? And for us to make more, it's not just, oh, cool, we made more money so we can buy a slightly bigger house, a slightly newer, nicer car. It's we can give more, right? We made more so we can give more and we can literally free people. And that's how important it is. And that's how, seriously we take this. Okay. And again, when you get to that level, when you really get passionate about it, it resonates through everything. And that's why I'm building this foundation of like, you really have to believe in the cause that you're giving to. Okay. All right. Inspiring others. So then another cool thing that happens is you inspire others. You interviewed me about 18 months ago on a Tuesday for the normal Tuesday meetings about this topic. And after the interview, I had people reaching out to me on social media. People were calling me and they were saying they were inspired. And it was really neat. And I got it. I was like, okay, I get it. With me doing this privately, I can't inspire others. When I publicly go out there and it's leading with the cause, it's all about why we're doing it, who's going to get the benefit of it. And then, we're just kind of a side product of it, of just like, okay, we'll get more business. We'll get the referrals. We're not leading with that stuff. We're leading with the cause. It's pretty awesome. I had one gentleman reach out to me who wanted to just send money out to California. He was in another state. And I said, that would be great, but what about locally? Like, is there people locally you can help? Why don't you get involved locally? Do you know anything about that? And he said, yeah, hey, there was it was either an orphanage or a foster care center close to his house. He drove by it. He'd been thinking about it for several years about getting involved. And I said, don't send us money, help the kids locally then. Go to that place and go help them. And he said, yeah, okay, that's great. I'll think about doing that, or I'll go get over there next week. And I said, no, today, do it today. Take action today. You have the inspiration, you have the motivation, go by there right now. And he did, and he got involved. And I believe he's still involved to this day. And that was cool because again, like now kids in another state across our country, their lives are being changed just because of the hour I spent with you talking about this. And that was pretty powerful. That was pretty powerful and impactful, right? So we have people reaching out to us all the time about our worthy cause and asking how they can get involved. So we have team members, family, other agents are calling us and asking us how they can get involved in our stuff, because we put this everywhere. Like I went from nowhere to everywhere with the Omnipresence system. And I'll show some examples here in a minute about that. And then of course we have clients who know about this. And of course they can get involved by donating their time. They can donate their money. They can obviously send us referrals, which we would love to help. They can do repeat business with us because we'll make charitable contributions on their behalf for that. And it's just this snowball effect that happens, right? So the people you help, you inspire them too, right? So my hope is that you show them that there's good people in this world. Maybe they've had pretty rough experiences in life, and maybe they've experienced more bad than good. Well, this shows them that there are good people. This shows them that people care. And this shows them that strangers can come into their lives and completely, again, change the trajectory of it. And my hope is that someday they'll pay that forward down the road and help someone else who's not as fortunate as they are after our help. All right. So again, I was completely wrong about this. I'll admit that. I was, I don't know what it was, but it's
probably all how you look at it. Like, you think back over history, it's probably a good thing Mother Teresa didn't keep it a secret.
Right.
She was trying to help the orphans and widows in Calcutta, which expanded into one of the greatest missions and outreach. And she was a tremendous force of raising money. It's what a lot of people don't know. It's a great study when you look at it that way. But yeah, if you believe in something, probably don't want to keep it a secret. If you believe you can do more good with it. So we would encourage that. But to your point, Mike, you want to kind of be involved. Like if you're doing this solely to get something for you, I'm just going to say, don't do that. All right? Yes. But if you're passionate about something or care about something, get involved. That's what businesses are for. Businesses, and like we want you to have a business that's so good that it impacts more than just your life. Like it helps a lot of other people, not just your clients, because that may only be a one-time shot, but you're actually making the community around you, or even the world, like you said, just better. And if you're doing that, then you're probably doing great work here on planet Earth. Like I said, given the time that we have, and that's what will give you the most pleasure, for sure. It's like Craig and I talk about, like, we take a lot of pleasure in helping Mike here and all of you improve your business so that you can go improve other people's lives as well. So it is a lot of fun when you find something that you believe in. But I would just ask this question, like, let me say this. You can go to Charity Navigator if you're kind of new around here and hearing this sort of for the first times. You can go to a place like Charity Navigator and you can investigate some of the things that you're interested in. Causes, nonprofits you might be interested in supporting or getting behind or doing some deals with. And Charity Navigator will tell you kind of how they rank, like what do they do with their money when you give it to them, what their rankings are. And I think they have a 4-star ranking on Charity Navigator, believe it or not 5-star, but I believe it's 4, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And I'd recommend you do this. And when you do it right, when you do it well, some of these companies, charities, they will promote you.
We're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. Yep.
All right.
And even more than that. So I'm going to get into that. But yes, I agree. If you're not going to do this for the cause, if you're not going to be passionate about it, honestly, just don't do it. Just take your time and effort somewhere else, because it just won't resonate. It'll fall flat. You'll say, oh, this is kind of a waste of time. This isn't really getting the results. And it's not because of the system. It's because of you and your passion level and everyone around you. Right. So you got to make sure that everyone's on board. And again, we hire around our worthy causes because they're that important to us.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we lead with our worthy cause, like to everyone. We tell everyone when, always, how, everywhere. So we homeward bound newsletters, blogs, websites, social media, both personal and business ones. Okay. Buyer and seller presentations. Like I said, we lead with that. OSA, ISA staff presentations when we're going through the interview process. And it's pretty magical when you're sitting there with someone live and they light up. And if they've been touched by one of the charities you are sponsoring, it's a done deal. It's like, oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be a great relationship. They're super excited about it. They're way into it. They're way passionate as well. Videos, events, all sorts of different things, but basically tell everyone, always, and put it everywhere. Okay, so we're gonna go into some examples. So here's Clean International. So this is the group that's eradicating waterborne illnesses. All right, that's their goal. So you can see this post. Okay, this is about them basically. Okay, this is, we're saying for $10 per month, you can end someone's walk for water each year. We are promoting them. So we're talking about Clean International, right? So you can't always just be like, hey, give me a referral and then I'll do this. Like, it's not give me stuff. It's we're going to give out to the world. We're going to give Clean International some promotion, talk about them, drive people directly to them, drive money and donations directly to them, because then, like you said, they will cross promote us. Then on their website, all their social media, all their stuff, they'll say, hey, thank you so much for our partnership with the local family-owned company, Team Seikos, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. We love working with you guys. You're the best. Thank you so much. And oh, by the way, you contributed this much last month and you're helping with this and you're helping with that. And third-party endorsements, like, Todd, are way more powerful than us talking about it. So when we then get the charity, nonprofit charity that's a local pillar of the community talking about us and our business specifically, that's pretty magical. That's pretty magical, right? So that's like Instagram post. This is one where we actually then call out the family. So this is when we sell a house, we help someone buy a house or help someone invest in a home. We donate $100 to both charities. We give them credit for that. Also, when we get a referral, we do the exact same thing. We give money on their behalf, and we're going to talk about them, talk about how we're able to help them out. And then, of course, hey, if you know anyone else who's thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, we would love the opportunity to serve them just the way we served you. And we will donate $100 to both charities on your behalf. Now, you can also run promotions because, what's a referral worth to you? Like you were talking about earlier, Zillow. And I think in some areas, Zillow is starting to get up to 40% or even 45%. They're going to keep pushing that limit of what they can get for their flex agents, right? So you're going to pay typically between 20 to 40% for a referral from another real estate agent. We'll run promos, especially around Thanksgiving or back to school events or different times where our charities really need some extra money. And we will double, triple, quadruple, or even 10x the donations we'll make. So we'll say, hey, during this 1 month or this 1 week or these leading up to Thanksgiving, for any referral we receive, we won't donate $100 to both charities. We'll donate $1,000 to both charities. So please let us know on your behalf. You get credit for it. We'll post a picture. You get to say that you gave $1,000 to both of these worthy causes here locally. And I'd happily pay $2,000 for some awesome people to work with. All right. So here's some other examples. Another couple that we talked about, they were the ones that helped end someone's walk for water. Thanks to you, Todd, pushing me. And like you talked about, as I ascended up the ladder, the success ladder, I kept thinking bigger and bigger. And, we have a commitment to donate $1 million a year to charity by the year 2025. So we're in the second quarter of 2021. We got some work cut out for us, but we're going to give $1 million a year to charity every year after that. And we're super excited about that because I just keep thinking about how many families we can help, what beyond just our real estate business, how we can really change the community, how we can put this good into the world that'll have ripple effects for generations. And that just keeps us, again, driving through the tough times, the days where it's long hours or hard things to deal with. It's like, what? I have that vision at the end of the day where we're going to get to $1 million. And it doesn't matter. Like these little things don't matter, these little bumps in the road. Another thing we do is we send out cards to the families, thank you so much, with specific people. So again, if you can get involved, you get to see specific people. And that, going back to, the health, was Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, you talked about one specific patient there, and that changed my perspective and that inspired me. If the more specific you can be of who you're actually helping when you're doing these posts, when you're saying, hey, look at this girl in Honduras who's drinking from this well that is totally contaminated, and 1 out of 10 kids die before the age of 5, right? Because they drink water that's contaminated. Like this girl may not cease to exist on Earth without our help. It's just takes it to a whole nother level. And if you can go to these sites, that's even better. If you can find local charities where you can go see them and be involved and take pictures, Obviously, there's some privacy concerns there, especially with kids. You got to be careful about what you do and don't share. Our charities are pretty, it's pretty neat. They'll put like a heart over their face to protect the kids' privacy. But we can tell they're totally fine with us telling their story and how our contributions help. Okay. So this is another one, James Storehouse, Amazon registry. So this is just us promoting them. We're not asking for anything. We're just promoting James Storehouse. Hey, they need some stuff. They need some clothes right now. They're having a hard time. Can you help out? We did a clothing drive at the office. We got people to bring blankets and different things to drop off for the winter months. And this is all just promoting them, right? There's nothing else to it involved in that. But what happens is exactly what you said before, is just the cross promotion, right? So then they're publicly thanking us. Thank you for the clothing. Thank you for directing all the traffic their way. Thank you for all these different things that you help provide. Look at all these kids that you directly helped. And that's where, again, the power of the synergy of working with these companies, really caring about each other, that all plays into part. You know, to change lives in the community daily. So again, we're really just promoting that. And this is in our recruiting stuff for team members. So we're not hiding it from our team members what we're all about, what charities we're interested in, how we're helping people with all of that. Because again, we want to attract the right people to our team, who are pointed in the same direction, who want to do the same amount of good in life that the rest of us do. All right, so then on our blogs, you know, you're talking a lot about SEO, putting that out there, tagging them, hashtags, different things for the other charities that you're working with, doing direct links to them, promoting them, talking about, hey, did you know these facts? There's 1,200 kids that we're putting all that stuff on our website. The Homeward Bound newsletter, right? I mean, you write it for us. All we have to do is take it and take out your charity, put our charity in there, change it around a little bit, the logos and stuff. So it's super easy. That gets emailed out, that gets mailed out. And we're talking about, again, about why we do what we do. And I know you've touched on this a bunch in the last years, honestly. People are becoming more and more aware of what companies stand for, who's involved in the company, why they exist, and they care a lot about that. They care a lot about that right now. So don't hold back. Let them know who you are. Let them know who you are, right? On our intake sheet. So when we get hired, and we just got hired, I think 3 or 4 days ago with the buyer, and we present this and we talk about the charities. We talk about how it's going to be helpful. You know, we hand this over to them. We have a QR code at the bottom where they can jump straight to our site and input their friends, family, coworkers, anyone they know that's thinking about buying, selling, or investing right into our site. And we got, 2 people. One of the most recent VIPs we had, one a couple of days ago. We have 3 or 4 or 5 every single day, but they gave us 2 names of people that they wanted to refer to us so that they could help these charities. And then they would go to this landing page, right? So your referrals are changing lives. We talk about our charities there, and they can put the people in there directly. They can call us. We want to make it easy. And we're asking for these throughout the entire process. So right when we're hired, when happy events happen. So when we get them that house, when we beat out the other 7 offers and we get our buyer that house, where, hey, who else do you know that's having a hard time right now winning the multiple offer war? Remember, for every referral we get, we'll donate $100 to each charity on your behalf. You get total credit for it. We just want to help more people in this world, right? When they close escrow, when they get their loan docs, when they get the keys, when they move in, all these times throughout the process, we're going to continuously be asking the clients directly for that in person, right? So you're doing it in person, you're doing it on the phone, you're doing social media, you're doing all these different places. We do videos, right? So we do videos, we post those everywhere. We interview the actual charities that we're involved in. So we'll sit down with them. And again, it's all about them. It's all about them. And it's like, how can you help? They say, hey, go to our website, you can do these things. And I say, and also remember, through us, for every referral we get, we'll happily donate to this worthy cause, to this awesome local charity that has this mission. Okay. Now, this is where it gets exciting. So you have the cross promotion that happens. You have some really good relationships you create with these nonprofits. But Heather, who's sitting here with me, so she started, it's called Clean International. So they're the ones that their mission is to eradicate waterborne illnesses throughout the world. All right. So she's been a huge advocate for us, right? Because we've been giving a lot of money to her. and her charity because we believe in it, right? So she's going around town telling everyone about it. So we're getting all sorts of referrals from her. And I sat down with her, it was maybe about 6 months ago, and she said, you know what? Actually, so she's purchased 2 homes with us. She's selling a house now with us. So she's also a repeat customer as well because she believes so strongly in us. She said, I said, how are things going? How's everything going? And she was saying, besides you guys, like, yeah, charitable contributions are way down. And she's like, I spent, I don't even remember how many hundreds of hours last year chasing businesses to get money from them, having all these meetings, trying to set up other companies that would support her, also other individuals. She was taking all the people out to, coffee, different things. And she said, you know what? You guys are a really awesome company, right? I've gotten to really know you over the last 7-8 years that we've been working with closely together. She said, I've always thought about getting into real estate. And this goes into something that you've kind of been talking about recently, Todd, with Your Home Sold Guaranteed. She said, what if I got my real estate license? What if I spent time actually helping buyers, sellers, and investors? And instead of keeping that money, I donated 100% of the commission I made. How much better use of my own time could I have where I'm helping buyers and sellers? And then I'm also helping the charity that I feel so strongly about, rather than having these meetings and chasing people down and trying to get them to contribute $100, $500 here and there. She's like, because our OSAs on average make $8,000 per closing. She's like, if I just sell 2 houses a month, I could better use my time for that. Now that's kind of a whole different level. When you were talking about before with Your Home Sold Guaranteed is having this referral army, right? Having these referral agents that would be sending you business. She just took it to another level and was like, I'm just going to get my real estate license and join you guys. And every dollar I make, I'm going to donate to my charity to help people around the world. I thought that was pretty cool. And all right, so you've inspired us, right? So to getting ready for this, you really inspired me. I said, all right, we got to do more. We got to do something really cool. So I was talking to Heather, that was the person in the last picture, about, all right, let's do a project. Let's do a project just for this. We're going to donate a bunch of money to that specific charity, Clean Air National, for every closing, for all these referrals we get. And the same goes for anyone who refers us business out here in California and soon to be Nashville, right? So if you refer us business, we'll donate money to these charities on your behalf, right? So we will do that as you send us business. We'll happily donate to these charities. So if you're inspired today, we'd love that. Send them our way. All right. So what we did, we just kind of did a teaser this morning on social media, but we committed to, just because of this event, we're going to donate $11,000 to Africa, to the Congo, to help this specific village create 2 wells with clean drinking water, create a series of latrines, because a lot of these people don't even have latrines. They're going to also install 2 hand washing stations in 2 local schools. All right. So that we can forever change this village's life. I mean, look at these kids. They should not be having to go spend their day 4 to 6 hours a day walking for water, getting a bucket of water, going to pick it up. These kids should be in school. These kids should be helping others around them. They should be getting a future, right? Where, again, we can change the trajectory of their life. Right now, that's what they're spending their time doing. But when we come in as a group, we can change their lives. So what I'm committed to do is we're going to give the money. No one else has to give the money, but we're going to give $11,000 to help that community. And what they always do is they do a plaque, right? So we've had Team Seikos on other ones. I'm going to say the Craig Proctor family, right? So all of us are going to get to help that village in Africa. We'll pay for it, but all of you are going to get credit for it with me. Everyone who's on here, because we were so inspired getting ready for this meeting that we decided to do that for you. So I think that's pretty cool. Hopefully everyone enjoys that. We'll put up some cool plaque, like I said, from the Craig Proctor family in the United States and Canada, North America. And again, together we can all change lives in the community every single day. We can go serve big, like you said, and just put lots of good stuff into the world.
For sure, buddy. I mean, that's pretty sweet. So you have a content calendar. In other words, like you map out how you want to promote and how often you want to promote some story around your call. So pretty much what you did over the last few minutes here was you told stories
Yes.
about these worthy causes that you're in. Isn't that pretty much what cause marketing is? Like you just essentially take to social media, maybe send the links to some of these blogs and videos out to your databases. Isn't that essentially what cause marketing is to your database? You essentially just storytell based on news around.
Yes, exactly. You tell the stories, and like I said, the more specific you can be and the more passionate you are about it, the better it resonates with the audience. And you're exactly right. So you're shooting videos, you're taking a little snippet of that, and you're using the link to that, right? You're sending it to your database, you're sending it out to different social media platforms. We have what I call buckets. So for the whole omnipresence system, we have Move Up Mondays. We have first time buyer Fridays. We have Worthy Cause Wednesday. We have Tuesdays and Thursdays, which are going to be like editorial style ads, blog posts all throughout there. And we just have these buckets of things. And this is we're just looking at this one of Worthy Cause Wednesday. And of course we do it Wednesday and we call it on Wednesday, but not just Wednesdays, right? We do it throughout the week in different times, but we do a big push on Wednesdays. And you're exactly right. We just schedule it out. And the same event you can use a whole bunch of different ways, right? You can take one video and you can do the whole video. You can do a link to the video. You can just do a little snippet of the video. You can put the video on the blog. You can take part of the blog and you can put it out there.
Yeah, we should look at a list on that right quick. Like I've got. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right, let's look at that right now for everyone. So now that we've got the concept of the content, okay, I get it. So I'm involved in a cause. I grab a story and I'm going to tell that story today. So every Wednesday you storytell around your worthy cause. So here's what I did. I went to the coaching site. I typed in the word omni, pretty easy to do. and this is what came up under omnipresent. So the first file that I opened up was ID 3167. So if you're a platinum member, you've got access to that right now. Okay. So you can go and do that. I highly recommend you do it. So what we're encouraging you to do is on Wednesdays, okay, we're just picking that day, call it Worthy Cause Wednesday because W. So it's just easy to remember. So on that day specifically, we're going to market to our databases. Okay, we're going to market to all of our databases, news, stories around whatever cause we're involved in. And we're going to remind everybody how important the referrals are. Okay. So this is what you do, Mike, right here. So I've got the list.
Yep.
All right. So it starts out with what we just talked about with Mark and Kristen there. You're going to feed Google My Business. So we got posts and images that we can put right there on that day. Okay. Love it. All right. Next is I've got a blog page. Now, a blog page is just simply a really good SEO driven placeholder. Okay, so it's just where you put information. So news, like a press release, which is what this is, story around whatever cause it is, just put onto your blog page. Love it. Okay, now I'm just going to copy and post links, okay, to my Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn pages. Okay, everybody makes sense? And then I'm essentially using that story that I mapped out on my blog as the script for the Facebook Live video that day. Okay, so I'm using the same content. We do our Facebook Live video, okay? Trying to get comments, likes, and shares. Remember, that's the formula that Craig teaches us pretty much every Friday in the marketing clinic. We talk about it, okay? All right, so now that I've got my Facebook Live video, I can download that video from Facebook, edit it, following what Barb presented to us, get it on my YouTube page, YouTube channel, and then I take the links. Okay, got it. I take the links from the YouTube video and I post it on social media as well. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. Okay, and that's sort of following our omnipresent strategy. And you can see down here under our, what we teach platinum members is on Wednesday, Worthy Cause Wednesday. Okay, and it works really well. You just want to make sure you include the offer, the referral offer. So your referrals really help the kids or whatever it is, your referrals really help the kids at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. We're on a mission to raise whatever it is, $50,000 for children's healthcare this year. We donate a portion of our income from real estate sales to this great worthy cause. Okay, so who do you know considering making a move that you could refer to my real estate sales team? Not only will they benefit from our award-winning service, but you can rest assured a great worthy cause will benefit as well. And that's it. Just every Wednesday, that's the strategy. Now, Mike, it does take time for sure to be able to do what we just laid out here. Okay?
Yes, it does.
That's a pretty robust system or process to follow. So how do you pull it off? Like think about it. I'm going to guess that once you have the content, just getting the content would probably be a bit of an issue. But once you have the content, that looks like about that might be an hour or two worth of work on Wednesday just to get that promoted across all of my marketing channels.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's where, talking about, again, having help, getting help doing these things, it's probably not the best use of your time putting this stuff. Once you get to that point, and I would try to get to that point as fast as possible. So I have someone on my team, I create the content, help, tell the stories, pick what we're going to talk about, and then they help post all that stuff everywhere and create a schedule for it. And there are tools that you can use that'll help actually just post them automatically for you, that you don't have to worry about remembering to do it. So you can schedule out the whole month. You can create different content. When you maybe if you are doing it all by yourself, maybe just take a day or two and I'm going to create all the content. I'm going to schedule all the posts out there and make sure. Another thing, make sure that you are definitely sharing everything you're posting on your business page. Make sure everyone on your team is posting and sharing and liking and commenting on it. Okay. Instagram now has changed where you want to save it. You want to do different things, activities to get it relevant so that more people see those things. Yeah. And when my team shares stuff, and again, this is where if everyone around you is passionate about it, it's not like you're twisting their arm to share it. Like, oh, the team leader is telling me to do this stuff, I better do it. It's like they want to do it as well. They want to share. They want to help as many people as possible, and it's not a big deal for them to do that. Yeah. It just happens organically.
Well, it is a noble cause, noble effort. And look, we're not telling anybody that you have to go and get involved with the charity locally or globally. We're not saying you have to do any of those things. What would be nice is if you could put your business in a position that you've got access and you can do these things. That would be cool. Mm-hmm. So we do have a core belief, especially in Platinum, we talk about it quite often, coach around it, teach around it, that the size of the hole that you receive through is directly proportionate to the size of the hole that you give through. So it's a law of sowing and reaping, so to speak, that whatever you want more of, just give it away. You want more time, probably go invest time in others. You want more money, probably give more of your money away. You want more love in your life? Well, you can start by loving others. And we all know the world could use more of that. Mike, any other final comments before we...
No, not at all. Do we have any questions or anything like that? Are we good?
Well, we're getting a lot of engagement in chat. So type into the chat here, okay? Obviously, if you've enjoyed Mike's presentation to you, and if you understand a little bit more now, this whole concept around what we call Worthy Cause Wednesday, taking newsworthy information from the charity or cause that you're involved in, okay, putting it together in a story form, okay, and then promoting that to your databases. Like you can even include taking the link to your YouTube video or to your blog, okay, and pushing that out to your database every Wednesday via email. There's nothing wrong with that. And I've never had a client or past client or friend that I know of get mad at me for talking about the good work that Must Ministries does, or the good work that Children's Healthcare does in sharing a story about a child's life that was impacted. And we want to try to maybe help more. It's the one thing that I don't get like a lot of opt-outs or leave me alone or don't bother me with that. It's the one thing that seems to resonate. So
it's just like with the universal callback script and the offers, you talk about the benefit before the obligation, right? So most people lead with, oh, if I get referrals, then I'll do this stuff. And they're talking about, hey, give me some referrals, give me, and then I'll do this great stuff. But if you reverse that, it's much more effective of, hey, look at these awesome things we're doing. Look at what we are doing. And how we're doing that is because people like you are giving us business. You're referring your friends, family. Yeah. And it's much more effective. Like I said, people don't opt out of that because they're like, oh, that's pretty cool. And there is a trend, and you always talk about this, where people are caring more and more and more about what you stand for as a business.
Amen, brother.
Good
All
seeing
right.
you.
Well, I appreciate it, Mike. Thank you so much. Give Mike a big round of applause for pouring all of that into us. Fantastic, Mike. Hey,
Thank you so much.
All the best on your relo. from
Yeah,
the
thank
great
you.
State of California to the great state of Tennessee.
We're excited.
Yeah.
I'll be in touch. You've been helping me every step of the way. So thank you for that.
Let me know what I can do, man. And thanks for
Of course.
being a part of the Craig Proctor system, especially at the all-in part. That means a lot to Craig and I. So thank you very much.
Awesome.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, man. Go serve big. All right. So we're going to continue on today. I'm going to pull up the agenda here real fast. All right. So let's take a look at this thing as we sort of land the plane or close out our day on day one. Like, it's gone by pretty fast. We're not done yet. We still got a bit more to cover here, but type into the comments of the chat now your top 5. So earlier today, right after lunch, I said, what are your top 3 big takeaways that you've written down on your notepad that jump out to you that you're going to go and work on and implement? Like, what are they? The big 3. Now, give me the 5. So if you have 5 today, go ahead and give your top 5. You're still at 3. That's cool. Okay. But we do want to make sure that the day and the hours that we spend together here, like, we're going to do something with it. Either it's an existing system that we have that we're going to plus and squeeze more juice out of, or we're going to implement something new into the business that will bring us even more flow or easier conversions or make our business better so that our life gets better. All right. And of course, we can impact others as well. But what is it? So type into the chat or the comment where you sit right now on your top 3 to 5 big initiatives. Go ahead and share that with everyone. I've always found it interesting when I ask that question of the audience, the varying things that people believe were big for them that they're going to go and do. And then when you share that information, other members say, oh yeah, I missed that one. I forgot about that, or like, hey, I think that's important too. But I like the public proclamation of this. Hey, public, this is what I'm going to go and do. Okay, so when you tell the public that you're going to go and do something, like, you're kind of on the hook for this now. So that's why we want to encourage you to type that in the chat and the comments and go public with this. And this is what I've been directed by Craig, Todd, our great panels and speakers today to go and work on or implement that you believe will make your business better. Okay, so, all right, so we're going to move on to our next session here momentarily on how to, when you get a listing, like, we cannot let that thing slip away. Okay, yes, you're taking the listing to get it sold, but I can assure you, you're much more likely to get the seller's home sold faster and for more money if you can market and advertise around the listing. Okay, and putting a listing into MLS, one more time, putting a listing into MLS is not marketing and advertising. If anything, that's sort of the very definition of abdication of marketing and advertising. We're not saying that MLS doesn't help to sell any particular listing that you put up. We're not saying that. Okay, but what we are saying is that if that's what your model is, then you may very well be missing out on getting the seller even more or gaining more for your business. In other words, helping more people get what they want. So we're going to get into that. I want to remind everybody, okay, that tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time and 7 a.m. Pacific time, we're going to be right back here, live and in color, same place, same channel on YouTube. Okay, moving right into day 2, and you can see it's equally as inspirational, as educational as day 1, if not more so. Okay, even more topics and sessions on how to make your business better using marketing and money-making principles. All right, so that you can make quantum leaps. I do want to remind everybody, the latter part of the day, we're going to split the room. So platinum members, okay, you're going to go to the Platinum Facebook page. So if for some reason you are not a member of the Platinum Facebook page, you're likely to miss out on the breakout tomorrow later afternoon. So you're going to want to friend Andrea. She'll make sure you're a Platinum member in good standing, and that friend request, she'll turn that right into getting you on the Platinum Facebook page. So that's what's happening as we move forward here. So let's bring on our next speaker. Andrea, if you can bring on Miss Nancy. And while Nancy's getting on, we have Mr. Craig Proctor looking on, sort of like, the great Wizard of Oz, like looking on everything to make sure that everything's moving along as intended. Is that right, Craig?
No, I just came back because I wanted to talk to Nancy. How you doing, Nancy?
Oh, you're muted there.
Got to unmute yourself. So that was a great session, Todd.
Got it. I'm really good. Thanks for asking.
Hey, Nancy, how you doing?
I'm great. Thank you. How are you?
Great. What are we going to learn about today?
So we're going to learn about leveraging listings. Like we know we're going to sell the listing, but what else can we do with that listing, right? How else, what are we going to leverage it for? Buyers, sellers, recruiting, all of the above. What else can we do?
Okay. So what do you mean by leveraging? Like how do you leverage it for recruiting? Give me an example.
Wow. So if I have an overflow of business, so I'll use an example. This weekend, I have 9, count them, 9 brand new listings we're launching, right?
Okay.
9 open houses. I actually don't have enough bodies for those open houses, right? I have 12 full-time sales agents. So how do I, use that to recruit other people? Well, can I borrow some people? If you have a license in the state of New Jersey, can you come and help me at an open house? Absolutely, you can. And then you get to talk about that with your office, and you get to see in real life what that looks like. And working in my office, the camaraderie, what that looks like, and those leads are now potentially your leads. So
that's really smart. So it's a great way just to get other agents get sort of a foot in the door, and then they can see what you're all about. And then the next thing they know, they can't resist your charm, and they're working for you. That's awesome. Great. How's business been so far this year?
So business we're up about 45%. I was hoping to be up more, to be candid. I mean, that to me is not a big win because I was hoping to do more, but inventory's been really low. Been working really hard to fix that and trying new things, implementing more of this system. And when I say we have 9 listings launching this week, I'm thrilled because it's been 2, 3, or 4. And we've got this steady stream coming up of 9, 7, and those kinds of numbers coming up in the pipeline. So it's only getting better.
Now, do you see inventory increasing in your marketplace over the next couple of months? Like, what are your predictions?
No, so the biggest issue is still that we're a move up or a step down marketplace, and so people don't know where they're going. So we've been marketing to that issue, so that we have more people that are willing to take a chance with us and know that they might get. Terms and conditions are just as important as price. So if you know how much money you have to play with, Mr. Seller, might it be easier to find inventory or to leave the great state of New Jersey to someplace else? So, which is part of our reality. So we're able to have those discussions with more people based on the marketing we're doing. And that we picked up at our last conference.
Now, in the U.S., the foreclosure moratorium is supposedly supposed to end July 1st, but is there talk of them extending that?
There really is. So there's a lot of blue states that are in a tough position. New Jersey, as one of those blue states, we're second only really to California in terms of how locked down we've been. The moratorium is in place till the end of July. They're talking about at least the end of the year. And we're a judicious state. So from there, it's going to take at least another 14 months to start seeing some of those things. So we're not going to see that inventory really flood the market for a couple of years. So that
right. So there's who knows how many hundreds of thousands, millions of people that have not paid anything on their mortgage for a year now.
Yes. We're looking at somewhere between 25 and 33% in my marketplace that are in forbearance.
Correct. So the inventory could change, quite dramatically when these people actually have to start paying and maybe they're not able to pay, and you're going to see perhaps a total shift from no houses for sale to maybe an abundance of houses for sale. So everyone's aware of that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Everyone's aware, and the same thing in Canada.
Yes.
Right. So there's no foreclosures been happening since COVID started.
Right.
And so, we don't really know what the true numbers are, but let's assume for sure that there's a ton of people that have not paid a penny on their mortgage. And at some point, they're going to have to, and will they be able to? I think we're going to see, my prediction is we're going to see a lot of inventory, come onto the market at some point. Todd Walters, what's your feeling on this?
Oh, man, I can tell you with certainty that the government that's in charge right now is going to try to kick that can down the road, kind of try to soften that thing out. They don't want a bunch of inventory hitting the marketplace all at one time.
Right.
So
I know in the U.S., the unemployment numbers I think it was unemployment numbers that came out. I mean, they're paying people not to work, right? So there's a lot of people. I mean, that's a big problem to have, is people are getting paid more money, like, not to work. So why go back to work? So anyway, this will all sort itself out, I guess, over the next little while. But in the meantime, in all marketplaces that I know of, and maybe there's a few I don't know of, but in all places I know of, in Canada and the US, it's a massive shortage of inventory. And you're saying, Nancy, that sort of held your business back because you can't sell what doesn't exist.
It really did. But I will say, so what were we? Titanium met a month ago, I think, right? Was it? And we talked about some of these strategies, and I started reaching out to some foreclosure attorneys, because there are people that are justifiably afraid of what's going to happen to them. And so people are planning. And so a lot of responsible people are reaching out to different people. They're reaching out to investors and getting people that are not necessarily in their corner. So we've been reaching out to those people too, which has led to some of the inventory we have starting this week, believe it or not. So implementing things from just a few weeks ago that are making a drastic difference in my business today.
One more question before we get to your presentation. Do you think things will reverse itself in the fact that a lot of people have moved out of New York State and New Jersey, and they've moved to Florida or wherever? Do you think that will reverse when COVID's behind us and people will get homesick and move back? Or do you think this is like the start of a more permanent trend?
So I think I've seen too many people leave the state of New Jersey for lower taxes and for sunnier weather, only to come back because family's here. So taxes are, death and taxes are the things you cannot avoid. But I do think that people, short-term memory, honestly, has been the normal course of business in what we see in everyday life. I do think they'll come back. And honestly, we have a lot of people leaving New York and North Jersey and Philadelphia coming to South Jersey, where I am. So they're still coming to my market. Yeah. But I do think it'll reverse. I do think we'll see a return of somewhat to normalcy.
Yeah. Well, sooner or later, things revert to the mean, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So I guess you want to share your screen?
I do.
Okay. We'll let you do that.
Share screen.
And tomorrow, as Todd said, we start at 10 a.m. and we've got a session on inside sales agents, which Nancy, is like the hardest position to recruit for. Yes. So everybody make sure that you're here right on time. I know we started 5 minutes late and some people were hassling us, Todd. So we got to be on time tomorrow. We had a few little technical problems that we had to sort out, but we'll have it together. We'll be there at 10 a.m. sharp tomorrow, starting with inside sales, your whole inside sales department. Mm-hmm. So let's shift over to Nancy, and she's going to teach us how to leverage our listings to get even more listings.
Yes. So let's see here. Here we go. That's a little bit better. So leveraging listings. And by the way, guys, I'm looking at this from the perspective of Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group and Your Home Sold Guaranteed. We have two brokerages here. You all have heard me talk about this. It's and I'm working from a hotel room. I had to come to Florida to help with a family emergency. So I'm just a little off comfort wise, but I'm working with it. So leveraging listings to get more listings from Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group and Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is where we're at. So we're going to start with outside the house, right? So when people are looking at a listing, you don't want it to be the best kept secret. So I've always loved the awesome home for sale signs that I saw proliferating with Todd's business and Your Home Sold Guaranteed. And so that is what the Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty New Jersey signs look like. We do open house signs. We of course have our Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group signs, which is that wonderful turquoise that everybody talks about. We do other things. We've started this public notice, home for sale, that you'll see over here in the left-hand corner. Home for sale, the number and 24-hour information, and we've launched notonzillow.com. So this has actually been interesting to watch the public kind of ask questions about this, and a lot of people looking for that inventory that they cannot find. So just outside, before they're coming in, there's a lot of signage. Of course, we also have buy this home, I'll buy yours, a couple of other things. So, taking advantage of every inch of space that we can put outside that home. That's just to get them in the door. Afterwards, this is huge, especially in a market where inventory is low. Neighbors are all watching what we're doing. So doing a find out what this home sold for in a marketplace where we still have to price a home. You guys know this. We have to price a home based on what that appraisal is going to work for. And if we've done our job right, we're going to force the price higher, right? So I talk about this a lot online, but honestly, not everybody's going to find us online. And certainly a lot of my target market is not online. So we're by placing these signs outside and making sure we're telling people by sending out postcards about what the home sold for, it's getting a lot more attention. And in the neighborhood where I would normally sell 1 or 2 homes, I'm leveraging and able to sell more homes. So this is a big piece. We ask our buyers to allow us to put these signs out. By the way, I'll get a little flack from some other agents, but I believe it's really important to get this information out there, right? And I'm probably going to go a little fast. So if I need to, just slow me down. Okay. Let's see. So where are we? And this is just a little, here we go. Okay. So outside the house, we're talking about buy this home, I'll buy your home, trade up to this home. And we're talking a little bit about our bid or it's not on Zillow.com is more inside the home. Now we've got their attention and we're inside. The brochures are paramount. We do not want people walking out with a piece of paper with just some measurements. So to the right here, you're going to see White Owl Trail is one of our not on Zillow properties that we're marketing right now. And you do see that on the front side of this brochure, there's a lot of information for the client. It's not on the MLS. So we have to actually create that brochure. On the back side of this brochure, which they didn't include here, we're talking about buy this home, we'll buy yours. And if you're working with a realtor and we're happy to sit down and talk to you about working with you. So if you're not necessarily married to that realtor, I don't remember the exact verbiage, and I know that Todd, you'll be able to point that out based on our ID numbers of what that actual verbiage should look like, right? So, but these brochures inside the home are custom made. My vendors do these for me, and so every person walking into this home is shopping us not just for a home to purchase. We find many sellers at these properties. So we have sellers that come in and want to see how we're marketing to the people that come through, how we're handling these open houses. And when they walk out with these brochures with a lot of information about not just the home, but who we are and who they're doing business with, it makes a huge difference. And that's how we're able to pull in a lot more sellers here. So my goal is always to pick up 3 new buyers with every new listing. In each neighborhood, I'm trying to pick up at least 2 new sellers with every open house that we do.
All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good metrics. At least you have a plan.
Yes.
It's like, okay, when we list a house, this was what we want to accomplish.
Yes.
Right. So that's a writer downer. Like, what is your plan when you actually list a home, okay, to accomplish X? And what is X? So one more time, said your plan, okay, on average was set up to get what? For every new listing you get how many buyers?
3 new buyers.
3 new buyers. And for every tour event that you do, you get 2 new listings.
Sellers.
Okay.
2 new listings. That's correct.
So that can't happen accidentally.
Correct.
Like, it has to be intentional, and the intentionality is based on marketing, and you're laying out here exactly what that process is to pretty much guarantee that happens. Is that right?
That's correct. And that intentionality goes along with the agents that are at those open houses, and they understand the function of being consistent across open houses and meeting everybody that comes in that door with compassion, with understanding, with excitement about the property and the process. And the sellers really get that this is not just a commodity to you as an agent and as a brokerage. So this makes a huge difference for us, these brochures and what we do at these properties. We're going to go back to simple things. And, it's funny in this market, when everybody's low on inventory, it's easy to forget basic things. So something like your business card, your home sold guaranteed realty, our name is our promise. To learn about this amazing program, call me at 856, right? So how does this program work? It works really well. When can I come see your home, right? Basic stuff that I've learned, I want to say my first month at Craig Proctor, and the things that coming back to these conferences remind me of. So my business cards on both sides, they're a little different, same picture, but the same message, your home sold guaranteed, and how to get in touch with me about that program, right? All of my agents, same thing. So across the board, everybody has the same card, the same with just a different picture, different cell number, everything else is the same. And that's consistent across the board.
Nancy, how many agents do you have at your company now?
I have 12 full-time agents. I have another 6 people in training. So they're not ready to be fully unleashed yet. And we'll sell 550 homes this year once we get to that 16.
Do you find a benefit from having more agents on your team promoting the USP in addition to yourself and your own marketing? Does it make a difference to have more people on your team promoting the USP, or not?
No, it absolutely does. It's less of a gimmick if you're hearing it from other people, because you have, so listen, in my marketplace, we've talked a bit about, there's a lot of jealousy, and you get people going, that's gimmick. It's a gimmick market. It's a gimmick. But if it's coming from not just my mouth, but all my agents, and then my buyers and sellers talking about the fact that, she does do what she says she's going to do. And by the way, she didn't have to buy my house because she knocked it out of the park, or her brokerage did. So all of these people talking about this absolutely makes a difference. It's not just me. It's not a gimmick. Good question.
Well, hey, just FYI, a gimmick is a trick or device intended to attract attention, publicity, or business. Right?
Right.
That's what a gimmick is. One more time, a trick or device intended to attract attention, publicity, or business.
Right.
So I guess I don't know. I'm trying to okay, what's wrong with a gimmick?
What's wrong with that? Agree. A lot of people think it was a dirty word. I mean, it's interesting to me. I had a talk with someone earlier today who's in the program who was really worried about the Your Home Sold Guaranteed USP. And I was like, I don't get it. I still don't get it. Yeah. I did resist it for the first, I'm going to say 3 years. And then I busted my business wide open by doing it.
Yeah, you're not resisting it now, Nancy. It's the name of your real estate company. Holy moly.
Exactly. So a big difference here. So when we talk about Your Home Sold Guaranteed, it's on Nancy Kowalik Real Estate Group because it comes out of my mouth on that card. And Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, my non-MLS company, also has that as its name. This is a strong USP. We're not sitting there saying, hey, give me a shot. We're saying Your Home Sold Guaranteed. There's a difference, right? My word is my name is my promise to you. And we put that everywhere. So the remarks with the USP and the call to action on all the things that we do, it's there. It's interesting to see my agents and even my marketing department sometimes forget to put that there, right? So we have a pretty little logo and we have other things. So you see the Nancy Kowalik logo there. It's not it does not take the place of. When I don't want my picture, we put that there. But Your Home Sold Guaranteed needs to be everywhere we are selling a property or buying a property. So we do tons of ads. When we do the property syndication, it's different for both companies. And I'll show you some examples. Nancy Kowalik Real Estate Group, we're on the MLS, we're on Zillow, we're on Realtor.com and all of those places everywhere known to man, as well as social media. Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, we are also on Google, of course, primarily, not on Zillow.com. Any other, we actually share all of our marketing from Your Home Sold Guaranteed to Nancy Kowalik Real Estate Group. We have a wonderful relationship there. I happen to know the owner. So it kind of works out. But this syndication everywhere with the USP makes people raise their hand. And I have to say, one of the things that, again, someone brought up to me today, and I was taken aback a little bit, Todd. Interestingly enough, I don't think it'll work if I have really a luxury property, right?
Oh, huge mistake. Oh, that's that's a big error in judgment there.
It's one of the biggest. And I'm going to confess, the reason I wanted to bring it up today is because I had that same doubt, right? So, but
let's talk about that. That's worth saying right now.
It
not
is.
To sidetrack that. So let's repeat that. So if you missed what Nancy was saying because you were looking at your phone or talking on the phone to a buyer or a seller, hopefully we've got your attention now. Some Craig Proctor system members forego or delay or basically walk away from the guaranteed sale program because they believe that they're in a marketplace where their customers won't be receptive, specifically the affluent. Okay, now, let's make sure everybody knows it. Nancy, are you a proud card-carrying member of the affluent community?
I certainly am.
Okay, just so everybody knows, Craig Proctor, Todd Walters, and the vast majority of people that run the Guaranteed Sale program are proud members of the affluent community. So let's make sure we're all clear on that. So, all right, so let's get that. All right, next. The reason affluent people will do business with strangers, okay, the reason they do it is because you're different. Most people that are members of the affluent, especially celebrities, athletes, and business owners, like I'm telling you, man, those guys are different. and they applaud and are attracted to differentiation. So to think that your home sold guaranteed, or I'll buy it, or your home sold guaranteed as a company name, or whatever aspect of it you want to take away from it. If you believe that rich people, okay, thumb their nose at it or look down on it, well, Nancy, what you're saying is you've been proving them wrong.
Nothing could be further from the truth. My very first, it was probably one of the coolest experiences I had. I did a newspaper. The ad on the back said, your home sold guaranteed or I'll buy it. A gentleman called me. He lived 2 blocks away. I'd never spoken to him before. And he calls me and says, hey, how's that program work? Literally said, it works really well. When can I come see your home? And went to see that house, sold that house for $900,000. And he purchased a $1.2 million property with me. Based
What's the average price points in your market?
Average price points in my market are $350,000 to $450,000.
Okay, so quite a bit above average.
So it couldn't have been a better holy cow moment. And so going at this bigger and better than ever. And it was, everybody in my office was like, oh my God, there's somebody on the phone. They're asking about the guaranteed sale program, right? Because everybody was kind of panicking, as the entire office was panicking, because here I was doing something, oh my God, different. And they were all, worried about what kind of wake that was going to create. And I was like, I got this. And I stood right there and had the conversation. I was like, works really well. When can I come see the
I have been amazed at platinum members over these years. Coaching members, I understand, because they're just kind of getting going with the Craig Proctor system. They get a little bit of a pass from us. But man, when you get into the platinum level, like, this is something we're going to help you implement and coach and train you on implementing it. So, the customers are all the same. Like, everyone likes certainty. No one likes like unknowns or guessing and that sort of thing.
Right.
So, and I certainly understand that you're like, oh my God, like, they won't believe, for example, that I would buy their home if it didn't sell, if it's like a $2 million home. Well, look, firstly, there are conditions to the program that have to be administered to. And why would someone who has a $2 million home or more, for example, believe that there are no buyers for their house?
They have to believe there are buyers for their house. Absolutely. And by the way, Mr. Seller, which one of my $2+ million houses are you buying with me? Right? Because that's how the program works.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you brought that up. That's pretty good. So that's a nice little thing to throw in there. Not that it's a jab or anything, but look, we will help you. If you're interested in the guaranteed sale program and you do not have that implemented yet, we will help you implement that. Okay. So, and Nancy, you and I would agree, like, that is a bit of a game changer at a high level.
It's a game changer. It's a game changer. It is. And it's been, so the USP needs to be everywhere, and you need to find a way to be comfortable with it. And really the best way to do that is just to implement it. So once you implement it, you're in questions. I can't see a home. I can't purchase your home if I can't come see it. When's a good time to see it? I mean, no one was more surprised when he's like, okay, so tomorrow at 1:30, I'll be home from work, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, holy cow. I was a wreck when I went over there. It worked fine. But when I said to him, and he said, how's this work? And we chatted about his house. He never said, when are you buying my house? Never even came up in the conversation. Well, he did buy a property with me that was not listed with me, and I sold his.
Well, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, your offer wasn't call me and I'll come buy your house.
Yeah.
No. The offer was your home will sell, guaranteed, or something happens. So everybody get that? So they're not calling to say, Nancy, come over and buy my home. They're calling to see how the program works and operates, which is basically an invitation to come over and talk to me about selling my house. So that's what everyone needs to understand. If the offer was call me and I'll buy your home, then obviously they would, what are you going to buy my house for? But that's not really part of the conversation. I'm not going to say it doesn't come up, but look, we will teach you guys, if you want to know how to implement the guaranteed sale program at the highest levels. All right. This work, here's what we decided. It worked so well that we decided to name real estate brokerages after it.
Yeah.
That's how good it worked. So that's all we need. This is the #1 unique selling proposition for real estate industry that I've ever seen. I've been doing this for 30 years now. I've been with RE/MAX, independent, and coached a lot of real estate agents over the years with the Craig Proctor system. And we're responsible for most of the successes in real estate. And I got to tell you that of all the promises or risk reversal offers or USPs, as you want to call them, out of every single one that's ever been thrown out there in the industry, this is number one. Okay, so you can do second best, third best, or fifth best. It's totally up to you. But if you want to do number one way to magnetically attract sellers, then I think you're hearing it and seeing it right now. So we're going to encourage you to find out how to do it if you're not doing it, and if you are, find out how you can do more of it. All right. And so, would you say, Nancy, that that's probably responsible for why you get more listings every time you do list a house?
Absolutely. I mean, listen, follow-up is huge, but I have more people calling and asking me questions, calling me, not just sending an email. So you want that phone to ring. They're asking, how does it work? They're asking questions about it. I'm happy to answer those questions and my agents all day long, right? So that's a huge piece of it. So putting out any of the ads with your home sold guaranteed on it, and the ads need to target the sellers. So guys, when you say, move up to this home, trade up, buy or trade, there's lots of different verbiage. Most of it comes from the Craig Proctor site. We're talking about this everywhere on all of our omnipresent sites, all the social media, on Zillow when we can get away with it, on Trulia.
No, what I think you're right. You're hitting on it. That trade aspect of the guaranteed sell program, buy this home, we'll buy yours, $750,000 or trade, is essentially the answer to the problem that homeowners have in today's marketplace, being nervous about putting their home on the market without a place to go, or running out and finding a place. And then they're like, oh, I got my house I got to deal with. So it seems to solve that big problem of reluctance to move forward in the marketplace because of low inventory.
It does. It really does. And in my market primarily, because I'm a move up market. So almost everybody has a house to sell as they're coming into my marketplace.
Yeah. So type into the chat or comments right now, if you're in a marketplace where inventory is super low and you would like the homeowners, buyers with houses to sell, just to bring you the inventory. Sort of like the automobile dealerships in our marketplace that are really successful, right? People drive up in their car, they leave it and drive off in another car, trade one in, get another one. So, and if I'm not mistaken, the car that you're taking to the dealership is not the same kind of car you're driving away with. You're trading in something and taking away something completely different. So this is the same thing. This is the Craig Proctor system version of trading in your automobile at the most prestigious and responsible dealerships around. So beautiful. So one more time, this is probably the best way to deal with the low inventory problems and people's reluctance to put their house on the market or move forward with anything because of the uncertainty with selling and buying a new place.
And so one of the things that was surprising to me, and it shouldn't be surprising, but let's not get fancy. So I have my marketing team changing it to, hey, upgrade your home. Well, upgrade your home sounds fancy. It sounds wonderful, but it's not trade, right? So we changed it from upgrade to trade. Guess what? Phone rang more.
Oh, you got more calls. Yeah, that makes sense to me because trade is trade makes it sound easy.
It does, right? So people were asking more questions. So because again, doing that whole don't overthink it, copy it, and I have to be reminded of that too. So it just came down. Stop saying upgrade your home. Everybody wants the people that are upsizing, upgrading. They already know they want to upgrade, but they don't realize that they want to trade. So we're going to talk about trading, buy or trade. So let's talk about that. And it's making a difference. Okay. Cool. So huge, right? So that's how to leverage that listing. So of course, the tons of ads targeting those sellers. On YouTube, we've got these virtual tour links. We've got Matterport tour links and all of those different things. You've got thumbnails and overlays, and that all, of course, drives traffic to all of these sites, which of course boosts your SEO. Make sure any of these things that you're doing, learn the tutorials about how to boost and make these all SEO friendly. Thanks to the Stampini team, Mark Stampini and his my virtual assistant did an amazing job of saying, whoa, you guys are missing the boat on some of these things. Didn't know what I didn't know. Huge difference. So leveraging all of that to boost my SEO. Now we're showing up in so many more places.
Yeah, beautiful.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So the social media postings, you guys have talked about that. I've talked about it ad nauseum with all the things that we do on omnipresence, but it's huge. And by the way, every single one of my properties still gets all the same treatment. So even with all 9, and my team wants to shoot me this week because I'm like, listen, we're not taking shortcuts because all of this will lead to more. And it's important to make sure you're leveraging all of it the same way with your syndication. Do not take shortcuts. So I pulled up a couple, and again, talking about this SEO. So South Jersey team is our primary website, and then Your Home Sold Guaranteed Real Estate Group. I did pull up a couple. Let's see if I can actually pull up the blogs.
Yeah, this is really good. So a lot of people just don't use their blog page at all. And they're like, what do I do with my blog page? Well, like you could start by just listed and just sold.
Yeah.
And then copy and paste the link from your blog onto your social media pages. That would be for starters.
It is. Well, for Your Home Sold Guaranteed, it's not an MLS. So so really the only place you can find our information is on our site. So we've got this. If you look at this, this is one that we launched last week. And if you see on here, right on this page, which is live, recent post, 28 Liberty Lane, 2607 Wimbledon, it's all here. And this has all been optimized for SEO. So you've got all of these. You can book a showing here. You can do everything. And all of it, again, through the way the Stampini team taught us, we're showcasing not just to buyers, but also to sellers how we're going to market their home and sell their home. So we've even got some cool features in here with 3D. And so this, again, leveraging it, showing off. This is one of them. We have another one here. Let's see. Oh, gosh. Forgive me, guys.
I like the little bar there. That's pretty sweet. The guy's got this barrel.
Right. He actually used to be a firefighter. Back in the day, he was a firefighter. Pretty cool. So does an amazing job with some of his properties. And so Your Home Sold Guaranteed is one of those. And then, so this is the Your Home Sold Guaranteed. And of course, if you look at our other property, let's see if I go back to this, where am I? Oh my gosh, guys, give me a second here. There we go. And if you go to, that's White Owl. And if you go to South Jersey team, and we go on to that site. Oh, let's see, I might not be able to pull that one up. So again, another blog for South Jersey team, same treatment, cross promotion across all of it. So no matter where you land on these blog pages, you can see to the right, there's so much more going on. And so it's not just a finite ad. There's a lot more going on here that everybody gets to take advantage of. So you're cross promoting, you're able to show open houses this weekend, buying, selling blogs. It's all optimized and it's all right in front of your client's face.
All right, so let me interrupt. Type into the comments or chat if you're using your blog page on your website as a just listed or just sold system. Okay, it's like a placeholder for the just listed, or it's a placeholder for what you just sold. And then you take that information from the blog and share it, post it across all of your social media platforms, including possibly sending the link out as an email to your database. Type into the chat or comments if you're using a blog page as part of your just listed and just sold campaign. Nancy, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I noticed you've got the addresses here.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're putting the addresses there. Do you believe that the address helps you when it comes to SEO in case somebody's like searching for the address, or could you lose the address and replace it with like some headline like awesome Mullica Hill owner relo, $700,000 or trade, and lose the address? Like, have you tested that at all?
So excellent point. The girls are watching on the other side. So hopefully we'll add that to this. Part of this becomes recent posts. So it's going to go in order of what's been promoted. And we've just downloaded a bunch, but you're absolutely right. We should be doing, and we do awesome homes for sale by area, by pool, one of our biggest. I'll talk about that in a few minutes too. But those are something that will start to show up here. We literally just uploaded all these properties and prep for the open houses this weekend. But you're absolutely right.
Well, yeah, I get it. If it's an open house, like you got to advertise the address.
Yes. Yep. So these things will all, but the recent post, the nice thing is you start to see the depth of it. The more you go into it, the more depth you'll see. And then I'll plays with the SEO for what we're doing.
I guess you don't have to have the address if it's an open house. Now that I'm thinking through it, you could just tell people to contact you and you give them the address after they contact you. I guess you could do that, but
I have split tested. It does not work as well for getting people to the site, because for Your Home Sold Guaranteed, we are not on Zillow. We're not on some of these other sites. So I'm still.
No, well, that's how you do it. That's a good job. That's exactly how you try things. Is you don't just like stop doing one thing and start doing another. Like you want to do them simultaneously, side by side. And that's a big clue there. So everybody can write that down. Learn how to split test. Learn how to split test. Testing is not like, hey, I stopped doing this and now I'm doing this. So now I'm testing this. It's like, you ain't testing anything. You're doing it. So when you hear us talk about testing, it's sort of a side-by-side comparison, which is the way to find out quickly whether you're onto something or not, and which one is the best way to go about doing it. So you can write that down. That's a writer downer today. Learn how to split test marketing so that I can get more faster. And it's a game changer learning how to do that.
It's huge. And by the way, when you're doing this, so, in my office, I've leveraged to the hilt, having people do things and in being clear, what I think is clear, it doesn't always necessarily translate when you're a bit busy and overwhelmed. So being very clear about what works and putting a fence, an iron fence around the things that work to make sure it continues. And when you are split testing, you're adding. And that's a big piece for us because we want to know what's going on there, right? The addition of things. So the other piece of this is the YouTube channel. And if you go to Nancy Knows Real Estate or Nancy Qualic Real Estate Group, all of our YouTube videos have been modified. We do have it for Your Home Sold Guaranteed. I just didn't have time to load it for here for our presentation. But all of these videos have been YouTube enhanced. There's offers at the end of the videos. And we update, by the way, when we sell something, we update the address to say sold 123 Main Street. And we pop that out there too. It makes a difference on where it shows up on Google. So something to be aware of.
Yeah, for sure. Now, hey, let's pause there for a moment. We're getting some questions. I had a couple of text messages here. I think people are just now picking up on the fact that you actually have a real estate company, a real estate brokerage that is not in the MLS.
Correct.
Okay, so inquiring minds want to know, okay, why do you have a real estate company that is not a member of the MLS?
That's a good question. So I'm going to liken it to owning versus renting your space that you have your business in. You don't control your destiny. Zillow is constantly changing the game. The powers that be, people that overlook this, what's become almost an antitrust situation, Zillow is using your listings to lead generate for them. For other agents. And so when you look at the way Zillow has transformed from being one thing to another, now they're a brokerage, they don't even allow you to get inquiries about your properties any longer, which I had a huge problem with. It kind of flies in the face of.
All right, so let me make sure I'm tracking.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that when you list a home in the MLS, that it immediately is grabbed by Zillow and Realtor.com and Redfin and others.
Yes.
And they generate leads from your listings. I don't think that's a big secret, but what you're saying is that, you can generate those same leads. So instead of letting Zillow generate the leads and then resell them to your competitors, you're basically withholding that from quote places like Zillow.
Yes.
And then you do the marketing and you generate the leads from it. So you found that to be better. I guess the devil's advocate would probably say, well, doesn't that hurt the home seller in terms of exposing the home to more prospects?
So it's a great question. I'm glad you brought it up. So with the omnipresence that we have in the marketplace, we're able to reach out to, if you're looking in South Jersey, you are going to find us. You're going to find our properties. There's no way you're going to miss us. We're going to follow you and retarget you. If you're driving through the area, we're going to geofence you and follow you around. We're everywhere, right? So those properties, and once you start looking at a price range, we're retargeting you with those homes.
All right, I got it. So what you're saying is that if an agent was asking that, he doesn't hurt the seller, your response, what you just said is that, well, for you, no.
Correct.
But for people that do not have the marketing systems and apparatus that you have, then they have no choice but to give their leads away.
Then to abdicate and allow someone else to go ahead and do that job. Yes.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's a pretty good case. Pretty good case for it. Are you finding that you're double ending more of your sales this way?
So much are. So the nice thing is, Your Home Sold Guaranteed, I really focus on sellers. When I bring buyers in, I bring them into Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group more so because I have a bigger team there to work with buyers. So it's in New Jersey. If I collect a commission from one person, I cannot collect another commission from. So if I'm collecting a commission from the seller, I'm not allowed to collect a commission from the buyer. It's not allowed. So now Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty can collect the commission that it collects from the seller, and Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group can collect its full commission from the buyer. So we're getting more commission, which is a beautiful thing. And we're getting great service because those Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group agents happen to be trained by me in this system. So we know that we're getting great things. So the way I'm splitting in, because it is limited, and this is all things that I'm split testing and working through, but Your Home Sold Guaranteed has been primarily about selling, and we have had buyers find us, and of course I will handle them, but I try to have them handled through Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group buyers because that system works better for me.
Yeah, either way, your sellers and clients are benefiting from a non-MLS company, which may very well be. Look, that's the past. It used to be a long time ago. The majority of real estate companies were not in MLS. Then the MLS come along, and then slowly people got on board until the point where the majority were doing it. Now, it's like anything else. There will probably be a move or trend where there will be more and more and more real estate companies that are not participating in that deal. So basically to try and disrupt whatever status quo or process is going on. So I certainly understand it, and I think everyone probably here does. Most people just want to know, how do I sell a house if there's no MLS? And your answer is marketing.
Correct. Marketing, which is what you were hired to do.
Run ads, right?
Right.
And now's a good time to do this, right? Now's a good time to try something like that.
Yeah.
Since the inventory's low, right?
And it's interesting. So I went on an appointment recently, and someone that I'd known when I first started in this business 16 years ago. And they're selling their home, and they asked, and they said, Nancy, do you bring buyers? And I almost was afraid it was a trick question because I get accused of, she's trying to double end everything. So I'm like, all right, I don't really know Rick well enough. I'm not really sure, but I'm just going to be honest. So I said, yeah, actually we bring, on average, we double end, we bring buyers to about close to 30% of our price. Good, because that's what I'm hiring you for. What people don't seem to understand, and you can talk to a lot of agents, you're not hired to put up a sign to throw some pictures out there and wait for someone else to find you a buyer. Sellers are hiring you to find a buyer. That's what I get asked that question, and it's not a trick question. They expect you to bring buyers to them. So when I explained to Rick was one of my first Your Home Sold Guaranteed clients this year. And I started explaining to him, I said, it's kind of like Expedia. So he's in that business of, selling hotel space. He manages hotels. He says, I hate Expedia. I have to give them 20 to 22% of my money because they find me on Expedia and they book through there. And I said, well, he said, and then I get to talk to my folks. And I said, well, so Zillow does the same thing. When I explained it to him that if you call that number for Zillow with a property right now, you're going to get 4 other people. And he said, wait, what? And he said, I will never look at Zillow again. I explained it to him. I said, they will not allow me to talk to a person that is inquiring about your home unless they specifically say, I want to talk to Nancy Kwolek. And he was floored by that. Sellers are going, well, then who's answering the questions about my home? I want that to be you. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
right?
So I see it that way for sure. Now, just one more question on this, and then I want you to move on. But out of all the properties that you've listed over the last several months that you didn't put in the MLS, okay, that you listed with this company, how many of them did not sell?
None. They all sell.
So you sold them all. Okay.
Yes. Well above asking.
And how many sellers were really pissed when it did sell based on the outcome?
They were all thrilled. There were 0 pissed people. I have a backup plan, right? So if it doesn't sell Your Home Sold Guaranteed,
yeah, you can always put it in MLS. I get it. Yeah.
We put it in Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group. We actually have an addendum to our listing agreement that says within a certain time frame we can move it to Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group.
It is nice to have that flexibility, so I applaud you for that. And flexibility is the key to success. And again, if you're married to your model, you may very well ride the Titanic down. All right, so continue on how we can leverage our listings to go get more business.
Right. So in the places, if you must be on Zillow, you want to make sure you're putting a good presentation there. And of course we are. Google, Realtor.com, all of those places. Make sure you're getting your reviews. So reviews are tantamount. There's so many different presentations that this group does on getting reviews, asking the question, if I got paid on reviews versus dollars, what would my business look like? And you can see that on both sides, we've got a lot of reviews, more than anybody else in the marketplace. And by the way, that drives, I say to people, why did you pick us? Your reviews are stellar. Your reviews are higher than everybody else. Makes a big difference. And so you don't want to lose that piece of it. It's a big piece. I didn't like the numbers when I first started looking at this probably a year and a half ago. I started bonusing my staff on Zillow reviews, right? Something. So you and I, Todd, talked about how do you bonus those admin that are killing themselves and working really hard. I can't bonus them or pay them extra based on whether we get listings or not. They can't control it. But those people are on the front lines answering the phones when I'm in appointments and when I'm doing other things. So they're making sure the experience is a 5-star experience for my buyers and sellers when they're calling.
So let me make sure I understand that. So you've incentivized your administrative team.
Yes.
Around the customer service metrics.
Yeah.
5-star review and satisfaction scores.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good. We talked about that at the Titanium conference down in Orlando, I guess a few weeks ago, whenever that was.
We've been doing that now for about a year, and it's been huge for us. And listen, the team doesn't mind. Megan and Karen don't mind picking up the phone at 7 or 8 o'clock at night to answer a question. It doesn't have to wait till 9 o'clock the next morning because they know that if it's a 5-star review, they're getting a $100 bonus.
Great. That's here's a writer downer. Everybody plays differently when you keep score.
Yeah.
So I would write that one down. Everyone plays differently when you keep score. What are we measuring against? So your admin team is measuring against customer 5-star review, customer satisfaction score. So I like that. That's fantastic. Great job there. You got 45,000 buyers in your database?
I do. So we're going to look at what that looks like in a few minutes as well. But the Sync database, because we add all of our open house leads to our Sync database, and they get put on. That's a lead source for us, and it's one of our top 3 lead sources. So when we're looking at our buyers in waiting, and we go out to present to our sellers, and they say, "Do you have buyers?" And I say, "Well, let's look at what that looks like." I mean, this is no lie. I'm a show me person, and I showed what that looks like.
What are you on track to do this year in terms of revenue, gross commission income?
So revenue, we should do close to 5 million.
Wow. That's more than you thought you would do when we were talking in the fall.
Yes.
Yeah. So your business is it's growing at a pace faster than you even thought it would.
It's funny. Stepping out of Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group. So this year on April 1st, I turned over my brokerage. I'm no longer the broker of record for Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group, right? So Nancy Kwolek Real Estate Group is now being brokered, handled by Karen Casey, my number one. I was able to step out. She is incentivized to handle and deal with the day-to-day. So I'm now working so much more on the marketing, the things that I really.
Yeah, you're right about that. There is no rule or law that says if you own a real estate company, you don't have to, you got to be the broker.
Right.
Yeah, that's not a real thing. And I do hear that from real estate agents. You probably got some advice for some of the people watching right now that have a goal in mind, maybe to own their own real estate company or brokerage or whatever. Mm-hmm. So would you encourage them to be the broker or to basically?
Oh my Lord, no. My life has, so if Karen's watching, I'm in trouble. But in all truth, I mean, since April 1st, I mean, I'm used to every day coming in and having to deal with these emails and the things that other people couldn't handle because it had to be handled by the broker. And now, I mean, April 7th, I think officially was when we officially stopped looking at certain emails and handling certain things. And I come in and what are the things that I only deal with the problems that truly can't be fixed by anybody else. Those are less and less and less. I am the broker of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. I'm handling those issues. We haven't, knock on wood, have problems, and it's a different world. I'm able to leverage. I mean, I'm in Florida this week helping family members with some things going on. And my business, I was on the phone today. I did other things. I'm doing things, the marketing that I want to do, the content I want to create around my time frame because it's not time sensitive and it's when I'm inspired. And I get inspired when I'm out having fun a little bit better. So it's been more fun. It's
definitely looks like you're having a good time. So congratulations, all that. All right. So leveraging your buyers in waiting database.
Yes, this is huge. So with Your Home Sold Guaranteed, with all of these open houses, we're reaching out to all of those people through email, through ISAs, and through text to say, hey, be the first to come and see these properties. Is it going to be for everybody? Absolutely not. Is it another way to engage with people? Absolutely. Oh my gosh, it's again, a game changer. 1,200 emails went out for this particular property. 1,700 went out over here. These are ways to engage. And we were not doing this before. We weren't taking advantage of these things. So we're now able to talk to, through Sync, the buyers. They're telling us, yes, I have a home to sell. So we're leveraging that database much more fully, which is amazing. And I mean, we did it to a smaller degree. The more time I have to spend in it, the more fully we're utilizing it. So again, something else that's propelling us faster, which is amazing.
Yeah, you know what? This is let me give a plug here to everyone and encourage you to don't give up on and don't walk away from generating buyers. Okay.
Wow.
So one of probably the top 3 questions I get asked as Platinum Coach from Platinum members is, how can I get more listings? How can I get more listings? That's going to be in the top 3 for me, all these 16, 17 years of working with Craig in that capacity. And my answer is always the same. Well, what are you doing to get listings? You know, and most of the time people say nothing. So I flip it around and say, well, how many buyers do you have in your database? And most people say, well, I've got 500, I got 1,000, I got 3,000. You know, sometimes you see numbers like you see on the screen. I'm like, well, then you have exactly what sellers want.
Yes. Yes.
Buyers. So the reality is you've been doing things to get listings. You just haven't been promoting or leveraging it.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, don't give up on getting buyers. Plus in this market, many of the buyers have houses. So we can make a case like, yeah, you want to continue to run those buyer ads and generate buyers in your database. It just cannot be the only thing that you're trying to do to grow your business, obviously, like Nancy's pointing out, but that's good. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yes. Of course, sending postcards out when we put a property under contract, but we do it, and we do the voicemail blast, the voice blasts that we do through the Craig Proctor system, which is not on here. We send, of course, the postcards out to say, listen, we put a property under contract. By the way, we still have, X amount of people still looking in your area. Who do you know looking to buy or sell right now? And so those postcards, not to say, hey, we listed your property. What's the call to action? There is none. We just put a house under contract. And by the way, we still have people looking, have you considered selling your home? So we are doing that. We're actually doing call nights around this now too, Tuesdays and Thursday nights. We're doing call nights around this as well. We're doing circle calling to folks saying, hey, you saw the open house, you saw the line out the door at the open house. We have a lot more people looking to buy, and we can only sell that house once. So who else are you looking to sell your home? So that's another piece that's not on here, but that we're doing. It's a simple thing to do.
Beautiful.
Yep. So of course, with all the marketing that we're doing, we learned a lot about pixels. I never thought I would learn this much technology in my life at this age, but pixels are huge for remarketing. And you can see the dynamics, that just one look at what we're doing with page view, the seller suite, and people that are completely registering. And you can see the numbers down below, how much of a difference taking these pixels, keeping track of who's coming and going, and then retargeting based on what they're coming to you for. So good, really good information. And it allows me to then create that funnel of, well, when this person comes in about X property, again, we can sell that property to one person. How else are we going to retarget these people? So there's a lot of information in Craig Proctor in our database about how to use these, but it is useful and it's a game changer for us too. So love that in ways. So here's a way to see something. So this is a property that we've sold, great house. So, but Gloucester County homes with pools. The number of people looking since the pandemic, pools are not a 50-50 deal anymore. They're a big deal. Everybody wants a house with a pool. And so we've got a beautiful property. And by the way, when you run these ads, double check and make sure you're not getting people, you get those clowns that say, oh, what kind of taxes are that? Or some other kind of funky answers. But I mean, we're getting great numbers on homes with pools. And yes, it's Facebook. So you're going to get a lesser number of people that will engage, but we're also retargeting these people with those pixels, and we're getting people to call us. So this has become something that is, we're converting these people.
So when you list a home, like you run an ad on every single property that you guys are listing?
Of course. Yeah. And not just one. Again, we were just at something and Sarah said you could probably run 90 different ads on one particular property. But if you have a house with an amazing man cave or with amazing kitchens or pools, you're going to sell that home. But who else can you engage based on the attributes of that property and based on the areas of that property, based on the things that are hot sellers in your marketplace? You should know what they are. take advantage of those listings and what you've already paid for those pictures, and see if you can find some new.
How come they use the phrase man cave? Whatever happened? What about woman cave? That doesn't exist.
It really doesn't. Women don't want to be, subterranean. They want to be up. They have, the she shed, I think. So I think it's about that.
Okay. All right. So hot list of homes for sale with man caves, or hot list of homes for sale with she sheds. Okay. I got it. All right. Hey, so man. Hey, if that generates buyers and sellers, like, we're all in for running that one, right?
It really does. And in our area, the biggest request, because in my area is the forever area. So it's the move up home area. It's the forever area, the forever home. And if you can't have a pool, can you put a pool there? Right. Those are the two, but almost every conversation. And so we've taken advantage of that. And when this starts to tail off, we'll change the picture, but it's been a good ad for us. So this is my Sync dashboard, my Commissions Inc. dashboard. You can see the top lead sources here, right? Facebook pulls is 12% of my leads. You can see that right there, right? So that translates into hundreds of leads. So every month, so last month you could see 734 leads. This month so far, 306. The second biggest lead generator, open houses, right? So we're running the open house ads. We're driving people to the homes. And then Google is our third top. If you look all the way down, Zillow Premier is number 4. So we're changing the face of our business based on the model that Craig Proctor is teaching us and that Todd Walters is teaching us, that we're able to, now I'm taking control of my leads coming into my business that we're converting, which has been amazing.
Now, hold on. So in the Google, the right there where it says Google, the yellow.
Yep.
Is that one ad on Google or more than one?
Oh my goodness. No. So if you go look up 104 White Owl Trail, and y'all can go look it up, but do not click on that ad because I know what's costing me. But when you look that up, because it's on Your Home Sold Guaranteed, we show up on 4 different ads on the first page.
Okay.
For
All right, so in other words, that Google source accounts for all ads.
Correct. So we have Google buyers are yellow, Google sellers are blue. So you can see Google sellers.
But the Facebook pools, homes with pools, is that one ad or more than one ad with?
That's multiple ads as well.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So in other words, any home with pools or any area
absolutely
with pools falls
I call it the money shot. When you get that picture, you're like, oh my God, that's the money shot. And it's let's use it in multiple ways, right? So this has been a game changer. So just kind of wanted to show you what I look at on my phone literally every day to kind of see. I was excited when Google started to make a difference for me, because Zillow and Realtor.com and were top lead sources, and Realtor wasn't even getting me a 1-to-1 ratio any longer. So I literally dropped Realtor.com. They're just not bringing me money. I still can't get rid of Zillow, but I'm making a difference every day with what that looks like. So, and this is based on the leads that I'm leveraging those listings. If I don't have those listings, you're going to grab them from somebody else, but leveraging those listings to make a difference in what you're doing. So, leveraging one appointment to get more listings. So at the buyer appointment, right? You're focusing on their heart's desires, what they're looking for, their area. We get buyers that come into us that have sat and had multiple people go open doors elsewhere. They've been to open houses with other agents. They come to our open house and they see the difference and the consistency of how we talk to them, bring them into the process and teach them. So we invite them into our Facebook page. We invite them into our email signature. We're constantly inviting and engaging with everybody. As our buyers come in, we friend them. I do have a happiness. So my virtual assistant engages on all of my social medias. It's hard to engage across everything. I'm not going to lie there, but I leverage so that we're constantly interacting with people that are looking to come into our area. We're giving them the printouts that we're giving them have our USP on it. We want to constantly put in front of their face what's different about our brokerage. We know people will remember 11% of what you teach them that they've not heard before. So you have to constantly put in front of them their USP. So with the buyer, it's, if you're not happy with your home, I'll buy it back. So I'm no longer just you want a quick commission, Nance. It's oh, you really do care about me. So that's part of our buyer packet. And that's in everything that we work with our buyers. So with that one appointment, We're talking to them about the process. And then who else do you know looking to make a move? Because as Mike just did a great presentation on leveraging the worthy cause and talking about different things, you want to be talking about those pieces as well. That's part of your USP. And you want to talk about that with the buyers so that you're not just a transaction. They're not just a transaction. They're going to work with you more. They're going to recommend you more. So you want to leverage all of that in what you're doing, right? All right. So daily posts. So 7 days a week on social media. We have a media schedule. I am adding Worthy Wednesdays. I love that idea, Worthy Cause Wednesday. And we just do that in random spots, but that will now be part of our calendar. I love that idea. But, you know, different things that we talk about. We talk about buyers and sellers. We talk about Featured Friday, of course, our properties, different pieces across social media every day. And by the way, if you're posting just once on social media, your competition's posting 5, 6, or 7 times on that same piece of social media. It's not hard to create multiple posts and just time them out. They should have your USP. Taking things like 6 reasons, you know, why, or taking, I think the one that I've been getting a lot of play out of is 27, there's a face, we just put it back out again, 27 tips for home inspections, I believe, right? So again, content from Craig Proctor that we posted, created USPs, created blog posts and SEO diversified. I'm actually getting calls from different blog and press sites because we're showing up in SEO for the questions that they're asking. If a seller's selling their home, what do they have to look for? What are their concerns? And we are showing up in the SEO because we're constantly posting. So Facebook Live is huge. I've been doing a little less of that because I've been very involved in some of the other marketing. I need to get back to that. And I was actually thinking after I'm done today, if I still have enough energy, I'll be starting to post
it's really hard to pull off unless it's time blocked.
It is. It really is. But the call of action and the USP has to be everywhere you're posting. You can't lose sight of it. It can't just be, hey, I'm here to have fun. It's, you know, I'm here to say your home's sold guaranteed, or I'll buy it. Or if you're not happy with your home, I'll buy it back or sell it for free. So in our marketplace, we're talking about those things. They need to be discussed a lot so that people understand it's not just about a transaction. It's not just about buying or selling a home. It's about a clients for life interaction. And that's what we focus on. And that should be everywhere you're posting. Right? Let's say. And then that's right. 6 reasons to call our team to sell your home. So this is on the Zillow page. This is on our blog. This is in different places. That's what
I noticed, like wherever you are, you have these 6 big reasons. It's like your brand almost.
Yes.
So wherever you go, like any profile that you have,
yes,
the page that you have set up,
yes,
this seems to follow you around wherever you go.
It does. And we're talking about how much. So if your home sells faster, what does that look like? If your home sells for more money, what does that look like? One of the things I learned years ago in advertising is like, well, 10% or 12%. Well, what does that mean to me? Well, let's talk about dollars. If I'm going to sell for 2.59% more, it means I'm going to put $8,000 more in your pocket. Let's talk about what's in it for you, Mr. Seller, right? So let's hit those points. That's a big deal. And so this is part of what we do everywhere we post. And that's leveraging those listings. So that's all of it. And it's under, and of course, proven experience and results. And we, of course, log back over to the SouthJerseyTeam.com reviews. I have to put Google and Yelp in there as well. Yelp actually has brought us some business recently, something fun. So going to the non-MLS listing process, we've talked about this a bit, but we're not, Redfin, Zillow, and Realtor.com are places that are not, in my opinion, not my friend. And in terms of my seller, they're really just lead generator. So if you are a seller and you pick up the phone and you call and say, I want to know about 123 Main Street, they say, you know what, that property is already sold, but you know what, that property may not be sold. So I want to control that conversation because I want to talk about the features and benefits of your home, Mr. Seller. So we really want to control that process. That's why I'm pushing so hard to grow your home sold guaranteed non-MLS. And that's something that we talk about here. I talk about it a lot, kind of sleep, think, eat this right now, but it is making a difference. We're seeing a shift. The solution, which is something that I go back to every time I've made something really clicked for me. You know, when you say, Todd, if everybody's doing this, you should be doing the opposite. And it could not be more true. I mean, politically, I'm pretty out there with what I talk about, and I'm very straightforward, you know, in how I focus on things. But when I put it into my business, it is a disruption in the marketplace with beneficial outcomes to my sellers and my buyers, because they're getting me. They're not getting whomever happens to pick up the phone for Zillow. And that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Right.
So you know, this could all be summarized really just by saying, okay, if there were no MLS,
yeah,
and you got a listing today,
yeah,
what would you do?
Exactly.
And that list becomes what you do, and you generate more leads.
Yes.
And it's a pretty sizable list, I think.
It's huge. My checklist gets bigger every month.
So I think the confusion is that, well, it's just easier to just throw it in the MLS, and you know, and I get some offers and I get a commission check. Oh, no question, that is easier to do. But what is mostly easier doesn't necessarily mean more beneficial to your business.
Yes.
So in other words, what's hard or what sucks about it is the inconsistency of, I just sold this listing. Now what? You know, I need more. Well, because we didn't do more with the listing when we had it. Yep. Now we're complaining that, oh, I need more. It's like, well, but we didn't do anything with when we had it. So, does everybody get that? So that's how this rolls right here. So leveraging listings to get more listings is simple. Okay. Just what is the list of activities that you're going to do when you list a house? And Nancy, like, that's a long list here. How many people do you have like doing this? Like, is this a big admin apparatus, or do you have this systemized? Like, it's pretty healthy.
So I have checklists for everything. So I have a listing coordinator who handles, you know, all of the things, intake and contact with clients and putting it in the MLS, or I have someone else who creates blog posts and ads. And I have a third person that really focuses on Google. I could outsource these things. I will tell you, I'm learning more and making, I believe, quicker adjustments. I do think I could put some things on autopilot, but I'm in the growth stage and I'm being pretty aggressive with it. So I can look at results and see differences every day. Could I farm it out? Absolutely. There are companies every day that come to me and say, I want to handle your Google. I want to handle your Facebook. I want to handle these things. That's still an abdication. That's not how my business has grown. When I'm more involved in the day-to-day marketing, my business grows faster.
Yeah, that's true. That's
right?
true. It's one thing to outsource something, but you sort of like outsource it to not mess with it.
Yes.
That's not what we recommend that you do.
Right.
So brilliant. Yeah, the reality is you're the chief marketing officer in your business, and you got to be a really good marketer if you want to grow in real estate. Let me just tell you guys why. We're not selling like water bottles, you know, where the customer is going to come back and buy a water bottle, like buy water from you like every week. All right. You're selling a home, and on average, the people move once every 7.5 years. I think that's what the last census said, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So, and it's not like that we're going to get them again. Now, you know, like we don't get every customer to come back and buy or sell with us again, because hell, we may be out of the business before they ever decide to come back and buy or sell again. We get some people to come back around, and then some people, you know, move frequently. But for the most part, it's a one-time shot, man. So we don't want it to be that way. But at best, if everyone moved on average every 7.5 years, at best, if we got 100% of the customers come back, it's going to take us 7.5 years to start having, you know, repeat business from every one person that we do at best on average, right? So we certainly understand that. So because it's sort of a one-time shot kind of deal. If you'll look at the listing that you get as an opportunity to get a lot more business versus an opportunity to get a commission check, you'll do things differently. And that's really what this is all about right here. So now, are you running ads specifically like pay-per-click ads on a listing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we have to on Your Home Sold Guaranteed. So this is how I'm generating traffic. I'm looking to see if we're driving people there, and we're looking to see if we can convert them. Because for Your Home Sold Guaranteed, non-MLS, they can't go to Zillow or Realtor.com to find that property. So what we are finding, and something else, when someone pulls up in front of a property, they see a sign, they pull up, they Google the address. So when you Google the address, 104 White Owl, you're Googling it. The first thing that pops up, unless you put another ad there, is it'll pop up on Zillow and it'll say, not for sale. It says not for sale.
Yeah, it does say not available or something like that. Yeah.
Not available, not for sale. I think it says not on the market. So what does that mean? Well, that's kind of counterintuitive. Hence the idea for not on Zillow, which by the way, they haven't come after me yet. So, but putting out there a sign that says you're not going to find this somewhere else. So that when they roll up, they Google the address, they see my ads, they see a YouTube ad, they see a for sale ad, they see a buy or trade ad, they see different ads for that property. And you have to be prepared. For me, I'm spending and I'm keeping a track literally every 4 or 5 days of that money. Zillow is spending a lot of money for that address in my area. So we're having to kind of beat them right now. And that's a bit of a dodging bullets here and there. But if you look up some of these properties, you'll see it.
Yes.
You have to be there. Yeah. So, but that leveraging those people, because those people, when they come and find me, they're going to have a property to sell. And if they don't have a property to sell, and we happen to bring them in from New York or from someplace else, other people are coming from New York or Philadelphia or wherever they're coming from. So we do get relocation business, but I've seen time and time again, one person comes down from North Jersey or from New York. And by the way, my sister, my mother, we all want to come to a good school district where there's land, and oh my God, you're going to have to help them. And we're seeing that happen over and over again. So again, leveraging a good experience, a 5-star experience by picking up that one person. I'm going to sell the property. 104 White Owl Trail, we've got offers, not a problem. But by bringing in more buyers that I can then help find another home with a pool or not, and then service them throughout the process, that's leveraging that listing to bring in more business to the company.
Okay. All right. What else you got, Nancy? In the last 5 minutes here that we have here, land the plane. Like, what are the big things, the big takeaways that I can do in your mind that to leverage every listing I get consistently, these things should be done?
So the consistency is the key, right? And so without having leadership, if you are running a brokerage and you have sales teams that are doing different things, it's going to appear different. If you have a team and you're selling those properties, make sure every time you put that property out there, the pictures are amazing, the website is amazing, the blog is amazing. Do all of those things consistently. Do the open house. I get people saying, oh, other realtors won't do the open house because, it's a crazy market. I'm like, well, would you rather show the home 23 times? Would you rather show the home to 23 people in an hour and a half? Oh, well, yeah, that one. So by consistently doing those things, I get people saying to me, nobody else wants to do open houses. PS, now everybody is, but they still don't do them the way we do. And again, consistency is key. I have a checklist. It all gets done and initialed, and making sure that you're putting it everywhere you can think of, omnipresence, that you're answering questions. You have people in place that can answer and get back to people in a timely fashion. If it's not you, leverage that and get other people, because if you're bringing in 3 buyers for every listing, and then you're picking up an additional two listings from that one listing, that now becomes 6 sales, not 1. And how much is that worth to you? And can we do better than that? So that's my goal. And consistency has become the hallmark of what we do. I'm now the checklist queen. So on everything, and it's making a difference. Our sellers come in and make comments. Oh my God, I was wondering when the sign was going to show up, and there it was. I was wondering who was going to show up for the open house, and were they going to bring things? And oh my God, they did. And I was wondering if that brochure was going to be as beautiful as those brochures I saw before. Oh my God, it is. And then I was wondering when the offers came in, who was going to talk to me about that? And oh my God, we got multiple offers. And so they go through and they have an expectation in their mind because people do, let's face it. And if you're meeting and exceeding that expectation, it's going to bring you more business.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, very good, Nancy. Very good. Obviously, you're doing pretty well. You're going to do $5 million in gross commission this year. What'd you do over last 12 months last year?
Last year, we did 3.2.
Yeah, that's quite a big jump there.
Yeah.
At that level of business. So it's obviously working. I don't believe there's a week that goes by that I don't get emails from you.
Right. Oh my gosh.
On properties that you're promoting, leveraging listings. Like I use them as examples all the time when I'm sharing them with other platinum members when they're looking for ways to get more business. I said, well, you could try this. Seems to be
It's
working.
funny. I didn't even include that in here. That's one of our consistent emails that go out about our properties to the database. Everybody that comes into our open houses gets added to that database on a weekly basis. So now, even if they've come in with another agent, even if they're not ready to buy that home yet, they're getting our updates on new properties. And then, by the way, we update, hey, this property sold for this amount over asking price. I mean, so again, the consistency has been key.
Well, great job, Nancy. So type into the comments in the chat there. Number one, we appreciate Nancy investing a solid hour with us on leveraging listings to get more listings. And you guys can see, like, when you do this kind of level of activity, it's just really hard to fail. You're going to sell the home, but you're going to generate a lot more business. So my big takeaway here is to set a target. And your target was, when you list a home, you need 3 buyers from every listing. So what am I going to do to get at least 3 buyers from that property? Next, you said you want 2 listings from every single tour event that you do.
Yes.
So there you go. So now we've got targets, and then we engineer the campaigns around the listing to actually achieve those things. So outstanding, Nancy Kowalik.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hey, Nancy, that was really awesome. Great comments. Great comments in the chat. We so much appreciated. Everyone let know Nancy, let her know she did a great session here. Let us know in the comments. Great to see you having so much fun with this, Nancy. So proud of you. You've come so far, and I know you've got so much further to go.
I do. Time seems to be shorter, and the list of things I want to accomplish are bigger. But thank you for giving me the systems to help put it in place. You guys have been amazing to work with. Very
well.
blessed.
You deserve your success because you're the one that rolled up your sleeves and you did the work, and you deserve the rewards for that. So thank you so much for being with us here today. We much appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Love to help in any way I can. So thank you again. Thanks
Well,
for
if you do a good job here for us, Nancy, we keep inviting you back. So
I'm looking forward to Cancun. Just saying.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Nancy. All right.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mr. Walters, what's up?
Well, man, that's a pretty fast and furious moving day. And you know what? We're not done yet either. So, but we do need to start landing the plane today. So
Nancy, we've maintained Nancy and Todd. We've maintained about 600 people. We had over 700 at the peak, which is awesome. So it's one thing to motivate all of our members, to be with us, but to keep everybody, for the entire day is I think a tribute to all of our presenters here today. So. That's awesome to see that people stuck with this the entire day. And tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. And I'm really looking forward to this session at 10 a.m. on inside sales agent systems. This is the Achilles heel is follow up and follow through. Generating the leads is the easy part. For some of you, you might not think that, right? Because maybe you're not having massive lead generation, but we can fix that too. It's way easier to fix the lead generation and way more difficult to hire and recruit and train and manage the inside sales agent. So tell us a little bit more about our 10 a.m. session and exactly what we're going to learn.
Well, I was looking on the Platinum Facebook page. I guess it was yesterday or the day before. The conversation went on for a couple of days from Coach Paula Tysowski, and Paula was asking some questions about some specifics around recruiting, hiring, and paying and getting the most out of an inside sales agent. And there were a lot of discussions around it. And I got to tell you, the thing that most real estate agents don't like doing is following up the leads. But we have no problem following up the leads when they contact us, right? So if the phone rings today with a referral or a property inquiry, or someone calls and says, hey, what's this buy this home, I'll buy yours thing? What is that all about? Like, we don't seem to have any issues following up with those prospects. But, when it comes to like Google pay-per-click or ads on Facebook or either other marketing, and we generate a lot of those kinds of leads, they do require a bit more time. to follow up with. And
Well,
time
I
is
think there's
precious
also a
commodity.
difference. There's also a difference between an inbound call and an outbound call,
Yes.
right? How many of you would prefer? Let me know in the comments if you prefer an inbound call, right? That's easy, right? An ad call, a sign call, when they're calling you, that's easy. And by the way, you should be taking those yourself until you get to the point where you can't take them anymore, because there's a lot of money in converting ad calls and sign calls and basically any calls into the office. And if you're not taking those calls, you better be darn sure that your people that are taking those calls are well trained and that you have a very specific system on how those calls should be handled. In fact, Todd, you and I have mystery shopped many of our members. You know, you and I have been in Titanium meetings where we have, we go around the big round table and we ask every one of our members, hey, what's your specific system for inbound calls? And our members will happily share with us, well, at our office, this is how it works.
Yeah.
And, you would patiently listen and we go, okay, I got it. I understand how it's supposed to work. So here's what we're going to do. And you would pull out your phone and you would call off of one of their ads, off one of their listings. And of course, what we'd find sometimes is the procedure that the Rainmaker had in place was actually not being followed at all. And you were pretending to be the prospect. And as the prospect, you were able to get, the price, the address, all the details about the property. And the agent on the other end got nothing, got zero information from you. And so then our member would be like a little bit embarrassed because, here they are talking to us specifically about this system they have for call-ins. And, in actual fact, there's some holes in their system and it's not being adhered to. So that's one thing that all of you could do is if you have a team and you're delegating any of those inbound calls, you could mystery shop yourself, okay? Or have somebody else mystery shop, call in to your office about one of your listings and have that call recorded and make sure that the procedures are actually being followed. Look, there's no use having a system if the system isn't being monitored and managed, right? Like if you have a system, but nobody follows the system, if you're not measuring the system, then there's no use having a system.
Yeah.
And then we have outbound calls, right? So the inbound calls, let's agree, are fun, right? That's what we love. And that's why we love branded marketing. And a lot of the stuff we talked about today is getting those inbound calls or come list me's or whatever you want to call them. With outbound calls, our challenge, we're going to talk more about this tomorrow, is how the heck do I get a hold of people? People don't answer the phone. So there's certain techniques, right, that we can use to get people on the phone. And then, how do you position yourself when you're on the phone with prospects so you're not viewed as an unwelcome pest? That you've got this introduction that's compelling, so they don't blow you off, they don't hang up on you. And exactly what should you be saying to qualify these prospects? What are the best offers to make? How do you handle these objections? So you've heard me say this before. The inside sales agent position is the hardest position to recruit for. Yeah. I'm not saying the other ones are like super easy either, but by far the inside sales agent. How many of you are with me on that? Let me know in the comments if you agree that, outside sales agents, admin people, yeah, you got to be careful who you hire and who you surround yourself with. But the inside sales agents, that's the hard one. If you can crack that nut, get a couple really good inside sales agents, that's a game changer. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's going to take us up till 11 o'clock. Talk to us about at 11 a.m., get more prospects to respond to follow-up. What's going to happen there?
Well, the money's in the follow-up. This is a marketing and money-making summit. The money is in the follow-up. So it's one thing to have an inside sales agent, but it's another thing to make sure that your entire follow-up apparatus, your entire follow-up systems, they're geared toward focusing on the prospects that you can most likely convert to an appointment. So remember, part of the purpose of follow-up is pre-selling, so that when you do connect with the prospect, they're like, yeah, I know who you are. And it's easier to convert to an appointment. So we're going to walk you through that system. And we're here to help you not just like generate a lot more leads, but to actually make more money, like turn these leads into more clients sooner rather than later, shorten the overall sales cycle, and making sure that you're top of mind with all of your clients as soon as you, or your customers as soon as you generate them.
Yeah, not just top of mind. You want to be pre-sold. You remember, Todd, back in 2004, when we were working on the bomb follow-up system, our idea was, how can we raise the bar and create such awesome follow-up that, number one, our competitors wouldn't even be able to compete with us. Like, what we were offering was so, so intricate, so awesome that our competitors would not even dare to attempt to copy it. And so effective that these leads, even people you weren't able to speak to ever, when they receive the follow-up, are so predisposed to working with you that they call you, and they wouldn't even dream of using an ordinary real estate agent. So, we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Then we have our superstar panel. That's where I'm going to come in again, and I'm going to be interviewing our panelists tomorrow. Tomorrow, who have I got up to bat? I've got Kristen Stampini, who was awesome today, and she'll be awesome tomorrow. I've got Mike Zakos again. He was here today. He's going to be on tomorrow. I've got Tim Sold.com. He's one of our newer panelists, exciting guy here in the Toronto area. And I've just got some more of his content that I got to download ready for tomorrow. We've got Anna from Ottawa, and she is the queen of social media in Ottawa, the capital of Canada. We're going to look at some of her stuff. And then we've got Bob and Sandy from California. So great panel again tomorrow. My job is try to pull them the most we can in the time we have from our superstars. Okay, that takes us into the afternoon. The high net profit financial model. What are we going to learn there?
Well, how to actually make a profit.
That's what it's all about, right? How many of you make a lot of money and at the end of the month, you're like, where the hell did all the money go, right? Or like when I got into real estate, my mindset was, well, I'm making all this money. Some of it must be sticking somewhere, but I wasn't really good with like the details and the numbers. And so now I have a monthly report. In fact, while we've been on our conference here today, Lori in my office sent me my monthly report for last month. What was last month? April. So I've got my monthly report for April, and it's the same template that I look at month after month. So I'm able to compare, just like in my real estate business, one month versus the other month. How are we doing this year compared to the same time last year? And so we're going to talk about how to know your numbers. The most profitable realtors that Todd and I know, they know their numbers. How many of you are a little bit guilty maybe of not knowing your numbers? You want to get better at it? Let us know in the chat. How many of you are really good with your numbers? Like that's kind of your thing. Let us know. Either way, we're going to have a deep dive on that tomorrow after lunch. And then at 2 p.m., in-person and virtual home tours, they both work. So I've been watching a chat here today, and people are typing in, hey, you know what? We can't do open houses here in California. Well, we just heard Rudy today talk about how he does open houses one at a time. We can't do tour of home. Well, Rudy's got a bunch of people lined up. He lets them in one at a time. So there are ways to open house and follow the rules. I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know your area, but let's look at this. Let's try to find a way. How about that? Let's try to find a way to do things rather than just believe or operate on hearsay that, okay, we can't do it. The fact that you see members doing it, and if they're in your marketplace, pretty much tells you, yeah, you can probably figure out how to do it as well. So in-person and virtual home tours, they both work. Let's figure out which one's going to work best for you. Maybe they both will. And then one of my favorite topics at 3 o'clock is direct mail. I'll tell you, all this talk about technology and people sniff at snail mail. Oh, God, snail mail, that's old fashioned. Hey, people still go to their mailbox. How many of you, let me know in the comments if you're still doing really well with direct mail. What I like about direct mail is, yeah, everyone goes to their mailbox, everyone reads their mail. And because most of our competitors are only online, it's a way to reach prospects where your prospects aren't in their mailbox. Then we got a bunch of breakout sessions.
Yep, we got breakouts tomorrow afternoon. Coaching members are going to stay put right here on this live stream. And Platinum members are going to basically run over to the Platinum Facebook page and watch there. So that breakout. And you can see we're going to work with coaching members on the critical building blocks for making a quantum leap sooner rather than later. Platinum members are going to be drilling down onto the trade up and the trade down aspects of what customers are doing in the marketplace when they have a home to sell. They're either moving up or moving down. And we're going to look at the top ways that Platinum members are getting listings in a low inventory market. So I want to thank Rudy ahead of time for running that panel. Thank you, Rudy. And Craig, I guess you and I will be with the coaching members around 4 o'clock tomorrow to continue the good work with them. So tomorrow, yep, another jam-packed day, man, of the Marketing and Money Making Summit. So it's been good so far. I mean, this has been really good. Everybody's been very, very on their game today with the presentations. The information, as some people have said, is overwhelming. And I'm like, yeah, for sure. That definitely beats the alternative of underwhelming.
We try our best. Let us know how you like today. Good or bad. We want to get better at what we do, just like you want to get better at what you do. But another big day tomorrow. Again, we're starting at 10 a.m. East Coast time. That's 7 a.m. Pacific time. For those of you who have not joined my private Facebook group, I've got a private Facebook group called Rich Agent Secrets. Most of you are already members of that, but it's kind of a cool way, another way for us to interact. We also, of course, have our Platinum Facebook group, and we've got our coaching Facebook group, our Titanium Facebook group, and we've got our Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty group. So take advantage of all our private Facebook groups. We'd love to have you as part of it.
Yeah. Circles, not rows. We'd encourage you to continue to reach out, mastermind, and associate with top Craig Proctor system members. You'll find that they are excellent at sharing and helping you. So, Craig, I guess that wraps it up for the day, Big Doc.
Are you tired?
No.
All right. We'll see everybody in the morning. Thank you so much for being a Craig Proctor member. Really mean that. Todd and I get up every day. We love what we do. It's a lot of fun. Hope you guys have enjoyed our day here. We'll see everyone first thing tomorrow morning. You guys take care. Have yourselves a good evening.